Hello everybody, this is GamerGar. Welcome to a compilation of all of the games we have 100%ed this year. It was an absolutely amazing year for me. I just want to say a huge thanks to all my subscribers and of course my channel members. I wouldn't be here today without your support, so I greatly appreciate you. I hope you all have a very festive week and I wish you all the best in the new year to come. Without further ado, let's jump straight into this lovely cozy compilation of videos. Traveller's Rest, a cozy game where you grow your own crops and turn them into delicious meals to serve to customers. Unlock new recipes, expand your tavern, care for farm animals, turn trash into treasure, and of course, we do have to occasionally commit acts of violence with a map. I 100% completed Traveller's Rest. Before we get into the gameplay, let's have a quick look at what is required to 100% this game. To claim 100% completion, I'm going to obtain all trophies on Steam. If we have a look at them here, you can see that they all seem pretty straightforward, right? Oh wait, what's this? Purchase 50 decorations from Wilson. 0.2% completion. Surely it can't be that bad, right? We're going to start off our cozy journey by arriving by horse and cart to a dilapidated building. It seems like nobody has been in this building for a very long time. As we walk inside, we find the place in total chaos. Next thing we hear a strange noise. Looks like some mysterious creature is trying to make us leave. Turns out to be a magical cat. He's basically telling us that we are going to fail as a tavern. The cat has had multiple owners over the years and none have lasted. The cat also states he's obliged to serve the current owner, so he's going to give us a hand in getting set up. How bad for us. I decided to take a quick look around and head towards the bedroom. Doesn't look very comfortable though. Now I don't fancy sleeping on that bed, but as it's late, I don't really have any other choice. We just have to make do with it. The next morning, I find a chest on the floor and inside I find a mop and bucket. I decided to get to work and try to salvage something from this absolute mess. I'm going to mop the floor and I'm going to clean the single table that's left in the tavern. Now just to add some seating to the table, and then it's time to decorate our tavern with some pretty beat up looking decorations. I have no idea why we were hanging up this painting. It looked much better off without the painting being hung up in my opinion. And now to place what looks like a small bag of rubbish and a dead plant. Why the cat thinks that placing these items is a good idea is anyone's guess. It's now time to grab this candle, place it on the table and spice up the tavern a little bit. It looked like it didn't do much, but you'd be surprised when the customers arrive on in. It was then time to take a nice stroll down to the cellar here, and the place was overrun by rats. Time to take out the trusty mop and show them who's boss. I have a feeling this mop is going to come in fair's handy going forward. From killing the rats, I picked up some rat meat. I hope we don't have to use this to feed customers. Inside this aging barrel I can also take 10 foul-smelling beers. Over to the kitchen now, and you guessed it, it's time to cook up that tasty rat meat. Now to add it to our menu so that customers can unknowingly eat it. Oh, and the cat has magically turned into 4 women. Luckily, it's only ghosts eating the rat meat and drinking the foul-smelling beer at the moment. I serve each of them a rat skewer, and then we encounter our first angry customer. Now this is where my map is going to come into good use. After serving a few customers, I then reach reputation level 1, but we've got a long way to go to get some seriously good rep on this tavern. The next morning, I had to head into the city to see what stores it has, and also to meet the locals. I first had to go to the blacksmith to meet Petra, and after a bit of chatting, she gives me a blacksmith table, smelter, and copper pick, and they're going to come in fierce handy later on in this video. The next NPC we're going to meet is Agatha, and Agatha is going to sell us some really cool furniture. She gives me some paper coasters, a basic rug and a few candle holders. She doesn't seem to be impressed with the small order though. Next up, we're going to move over to Chuck the Butcher. Chuck is going to give us some chicken meat and beef. After visiting Chuck, we're then going to head over to the city's tavern, which is owned by Amos. Our good friend Amos is going to gift us a new table, some benches, even more candles that we can use, and some lager and yeast. After that, we're going to head on over to the carpenter, and you can guess what the carpenter's name is. It's Woody. And he's going to give us a stone workstation. We're also going to get a stump with an axe, a workbench, and a saw. And our last shop for today is over to Rhea and Leah, who supplies us with the rest of our tools. With the meat I got from Chuck, it's time to make some grilled steak in our oven. Then it's over to our malting machine to make some wheat malt. Outside the tavern now, and I need to clear some weeds so I can place down all of the new equipment that I received from the vendors in the city. Just before that, however, I'm going to plant some crops. It seems like every game I play nowadays involves some sort of farming, and there's probably going to be fishing in there as well. Now I'm just going to till the soil and then water it so I can plant my crops. In this game, the soil needs to be watered before you can plant anything. So I planted some wheat, some hops, and some green tea. Now that my malting machine is finished, I can use the malt to make some lager. But I also need to add some bitter hops into the fermentation tank. Back outside again, and I'm going to place a sawmill, and I'm also going to place the axe and the stump. I'm going to use the sawmill now to craft some planks, and I'm going to use the axe and stump to craft some firewood. I'm also going to head over to an iron ore vein to mine some iron ore. There seems to be a few of those around the tavern, which is handy. So it's now the next day, and it's finally time to place our stone workstation right down here next to the smelter and blacksmith's table. I'm also going to use the blacksmith's table to craft some nails, and I'm also going to craft some polished stone as well. Our lovely mythical cat friend is back to advise that he's really happy with the way the tavern is going and has gifted us 77 new recipes. I hope none of them include rat meat. Time to harvest my crops now. It seems like the green tea will regrow. I'm also able to harvest the bitter hops by hand, and I used my scythe to harvest the wheat. Back inside, and I can place that table I got from Amos, and the lager in my aging barrel is now a grand reserve. It's time to open up the tavern and serve some customers. We can serve customers drink and we can serve customers food, and before we know it, we reach reputation level 2. Afterwards, my lovely mythical cat friend decides to bring me to a mysterious cave, and it has a portal inside of it. As I enter the portal, it brings me to Rygard's torch. When I read the plaque, it states, "Raise your glasses, custodians of ancient legacy, for knowledge recorded will never fade from memory." The torch has now been lit, giving me access to unlock new recipes. For now, I'm just going to unlock salad and sausages. The next morning I wake up to find a stray cat. I'm going to call this cat Midnight, and he's mine now. I decide to go for the walk and see what items I can forage up in the mountains. I found some mushrooms, and I also found some wild herbs as well, and then I found a spot where I can dig. I dug up an old boot that can hardly be useful, right? I also found a coal node, which definitely is useful. It's time to try and restock the tavern so I can feed customers. That coal I just mined is certainly going to be very useful here, as each piece of equipment in the kitchen requires a fuel to operate. I decide to cook some porridge with the wheat that I have, and then it's time to open the tavern again so we can get some much needed gold. At this rate, I'm going to guess when the tavern gets much bigger, serving customers is going to be a lot more difficult. It's time to make some more lager, and at the end of the day, we finally receive reputation level 3. Now, it will become harder down the road to get those rep levels up, but we'll take all the rep levels we can get at the moment. After this, it was off to do another bit of foraging. This time, I decided to take a nice stroll down to the lake area here. What I do like about this game is that you can find fruit trees in the wild. I then met a new NPC by the name of Buzz, who says that he's recently purchased some land and he lives here with his wife and kids, Arthur and Violet. It was time to head back into the city now and visit Chuck again. We needed to buy some meat. Chuck has a wide range of meats that we can purchase, so I decided to get some intestines to make sausages. I'm also going to pick up some pork, some beef, some lamb, and I'm going to get some chicken as well. But then, of course, I ran out of money. So I had to put some of it back, and I decided that maybe if I leave the chicken behind, I might be in a good place going forward. I'm going to place my workbench here beside my sawmill. This can be used to craft various items, but for now I'm just going to craft some buckets. The buckets will allow me to carry around some water that I can use in cooking. With the meat and water, I'm going to make some meat broth. I'm also going to make some oil out of those olives that I gathered earlier. Later on that evening, I used the press to make some fruit juice with the lemons. I can also add this fruit juice to the cake in the tavern instead of the water. Time to return to what I know, and that is chopping down trees for some wood and planting a tree farm with saplings that I gathered so far. If playing games like this has taught me anything, it's always that the basic materials are always the most important. So it's back to the workbench now, and I'm going to craft a table, and I'm also going to craft some benches. Later on that evening, I'm going to open the tavern, and it seems that switching out the water for the lemon juice seems to be very popular. I went back into the city now to Rhea and Leah to purchase some seeds so that I can add a bit more variety to my menu in the tavern. I spent all of my money that I have on a wide range of crops, and now it's time to start planting them. I'm going to fill up this little patch beside my sawmill with the crops that I bought, and I'm also going to add my new table into the tavern along with the benches. And I'm also going to include a candle so that my customers are not sitting in the dark. This will increase the amount of customers that I can now have seated in my tavern at once. This means it's going to be that little bit easier to get my reputation rank increased. After a long night, I finally received level 4 reputation. It's now time to unlock some more recipes, so I'm going to go with bread and tomatoes and a savoury pie. Every time I get a reputation level, I get awarded a skill point. Now the first skill I unlock is Tip, which gives a 2% chance of earning double per customer order. The second one I'm going to unlock here was Spotless Tables, which means I can clean tables 10% faster. That's a game changer right there. Then I decided to get the Expert Puller, which allows me to pull drinks 10% faster, and those percentages do make a huge difference in the long run. With 2 skill points left, I decided to go with increasing my selling price by 5% and haggling, which reduces the cost of items I buy by a whopping 10%. The next morning, I got a letter from Amos. He just wanted to let me know that he has a lot of stock that he's willing to give me for a fair price. So I'm going to head on over, and I find an enchanted broom. And if this means I no longer have to clean the floors, I'll certainly pay the price for it. And back up the Chuck again, as I seem to be going through meat very quickly. Nearly every dish that I serve has meat inside it, so I can see myself becoming Chuck's best customer. I pretty much buy everything that he has available. To try and fill my tavern to its maximum capacity, it's time to craft another table. And I'm going to place the table in the tavern, which will allow me to have 20 customers in the tavern at once. This means gaining reputation will potentially become easier, and the more rep we get, the more skill points we get, and the more recipes we get to unlock. Tonight I encountered a very angry customer. Luckily I have my trusty mop, which scares her away. Speaking of my mop, I can also use this to terrorize the local turkey population so that I don't have to spend all of my money at Chuck's Butchers. It's now time to head back into the city and purchase even more crops. The more variety of crops that we have access to, the more recipes we'll be able to serve in the tavern. The thing about this game is that variety means more reputation gains, because the more variety we have, the happier our customers are going to be. Now I just unlocked level 6 reputation right there. This unlocks a new feature, which is customer orders, and these are available on the notice board outside of the tavern. Each order that you fill will give you reputation points. I had an available skill point, so I decided to use it to reduce the amount of fuel required for cooking. I started to feel sorry for my cat sleeping on the floor with no water, so I decided to head over to Agatha and pick up a cat bed and bowl. While I was in the city, I also decided to head over to the fish stall to pick up some fish so that I could use them in cooking. From the seafood that I bought, I was able to make some cooked seafood. This was a new recipe that I could now add to serving the tavern. At this stage, I was kind of getting tired of manning the tavern alone all the time, so I decided to hire some staff. I'm going to hire a bartender and a waiter, and you can see each member of staff comes with good traits but also bad traits, so decisions had to be made. As it's pretty early on, I decided to go with 2 with a low wage. Now we could get better ones in the future. I also popped back over to Agatha's to buy a few more decorations. I plan on putting cork coasters on every table. The description says it keeps the table clean, so I'm hoping that this means that my tables will need to be cleaned less frequently. Off over now to buy a mixing tank. I'm going to need this to make mortar, and mortar will be needed to upgrade the tavern, and also it's required to build chicken coops and barns. That's right, we can have animals in this game, we can actually be fully fledged farmers. So it's the first night now where my staff can take control of the tavern. Since I haven't hired a bouncer yet, I still have to deal with the angry customers myself, and I can give them a nice belt of my mop. At the end of the day, I reached reputation level 7, and I unlocked construction mode. If we want to do any sort of construction around here, the first thing we need is a construction table. We're then going to head on over to Woody and we're going to pick one up from him. While I'm here, I'm also going to pick up a big chest to store all my items inside. So I'm going to place the construction table over here outside of my tavern, and now I'll be able to make modifications inside. The first thing I want to do is to create a room upstairs in my tavern, and as we can see here now, it's outlined a template here for me to follow, just to show me how the mechanic works. The next thing it wants me to do is to designate this room as a crafting zone, and I can do this by selecting crafting from the menu, and then I just have to highlight the squares that I want to include. After that, all I have to do is just add a door, and that finishes the room off. Next up, we are going to add a second room to our nice cozy tavern. This room, however, is going to be specifically a guest room. Now, to make a guest room, we have to meet a couple of requirements here. So once I selected the floor type and once I added a specific door, the room will now convert into a guest room for us. I then have to add a bed, a candle, and a desk and chair, and we're more or less set. We can now rent this room out to customers that want to use it. Moving on now, it is finally time to hire ourselves a bouncer. This means I won't need to worry about hitting angry customers with my mop anymore. We can now focus our mop on killing turkeys instead. When I reached reputation level 8, I now unlocked trends. Now, this section of our recipe book outlines trending recipes and ingredients that will gain us more reputation points. As my level has increased, so has my maximum capacity. So to facilitate a bigger crowd, I added in another table and some benches as well. I'm also going to head on over to Agatha again, and I'm going to buy a huge range of decorations here now so I can add to my tavern to increase my comfort level. One of the trophies required to achieve 100% is to reach a comfort level of 200. At the moment it's pretty poor with a comfort level of 59, but as I add more decorations around the tavern, this will slowly increase for us. We're now going to take a nice stroll down to the beach, and I run into an NPC here by the name of Wilson. Wilson lives here on the beach and makes art out of trash. All of the trash that I find around can be given to Wilson, and we can use that to buy some decorations. I also meet another NPC here by the name of Bob and his chicken, Nugget. Bob also sells a wide variety of resources, so I decided to buy some eggs, and I also got some aromatic plants off Bob as well. As I leveled up, I now have 60 recipe points which I can spend. I decided to pick up some potato fries, garlic shrimp, savoury pie, turnip cream soup, dark lager, stout and red wine. All of these items are going to really benefit us going forward. After this, we're going to take a nice stroll down to the beach, and I find some very angry giant crabs. Not to worry though, nothing is too tough for my trusty mop. This mop can absolutely wipe anything out. After a few swings, I have some tasty crab meat that I can add into a dish. I also find another NPC here called Hikari. She seems to be fishing and doesn't want to interact. At level 9 reputation, important guests can now visit the tavern. Important guests give a buff to your reputation. so it's very important to us that these guests hang around for as long as possible. Reputation in the later game becomes very difficult to increase, so the more important guests we get, the better. I spoke to Hikari again, and she gave me a battered fishing rod. Now we can actually fish in this game. There's a wide range of bait options that can be used for fishing in this game. Each different bait type will fish up a different fish for you, in either fresh water or seawater, depending on the season. After attempting to catch my first fish, all I got out of it was just a net. Not to worry though, I did give it another go, and this time I was successful and I managed to catch a pomfret. I purchased another oven so that I can increase the number of dishes that I can craft at a time. I decided to do a bit of fishing and realised if you use bait in water and there's no fish attracted to it, it'll tell you that your fish are not biting. Luckily, this will not use up any bait. From all the trash that I collected, I decided to head on over to Wilson's house, and I could trade in some trash to get some Wilson seals. From time to time, my employees would take breaks. This does mean the customers won't be served, so I try my hardest to step in when I can, just to keep that lovely customer flow going. I also have another 3 skill points now that I want to spend so I can increase my distilling speed, so drinks are made faster. Next up, I'm going to unlock Easy Burn, meaning kindling is now worth twice as much fuel. And finally, I'm going to unlock Good Management, which means I can get an extra 10% whenever I craft items. My dishes were running really low after my night service, so I decided to just give it a quick top up, just to keep us going. The last thing we want is to run out of dishes so we won't be able to serve up food to our customers. It was time to head on over to our good buddy Amos to purchase some aging barrels. This will allow me to age more drinks at once. I'm going to add these to my cellar. It's kind of like Stardew Valley where you can only add aging barrels in a specific room. This does differ from Stardew Valley in that this room can be modified and made bigger at a later stage. It was now time for me to add yet another table to the tavern. This will allow me to have up to a whopping 28 guests at a time, which isn't too bad at all. I also got a receptionist desk so that I can rent out the guest room that I created earlier. As I now have the reception table, it's time to hire a housekeeper, and this will mean I won't have to worry about renting out rooms or tending to any of the guests who stay over. We finally got reputation level 10 now, and I've unlocked a new perk called cheese making. I also have more guest rooms available now, so I'm going to head on over to Amos and I'm going to buy required furniture that I need for those rooms. I'm also going to pick up a few essentials so that I can craft more beer also. What kind of a tavern would I be if I didn't have beer for my customers? Now, we're not finished with good old Amos just yet. I also needed to purchase a few more aging barrels, as I do find this seems to be a big bottleneck for me at the moment when it comes to crafting. To get Grand Reserve, it takes multiple days before it's ready, so the more aging barrels we get, the better. I'm also going to head upstairs to craft the new guest rooms. I'm going to swap out the door for the crafting area and I'm going to turn it into a guest room. Then I'm going to add the required furniture so I can start renting out the room, and that means more money for us. Amos is going to be sick of seeing me coming and going now all the time. I'm back again today to buy even more equipment. Now, the first thing I need to pick up is a grinder so I can make flour and minced meat. I'm also going to pick up a preserve table so that I can make pickles. Once I add all these lovely machines to my crafting room, I can now make flour, and that means I can also make bread dough. This will mean that I'll be able to make bread at my oven. Another achievement unlocked here as I gained maximum level friendship with my cat. Unfortunately, this does mean he'll never get petted again. Sorry, buddy. I'm going to head on down to the cellar and it looks like a good few of my bars are ready. While I was waiting for these to mature, I crafted some more beers so that I could add them straight away to the barrels and they wouldn't be left idle. From what I've got, I should be able to fill all of my taps in the tavern. Today was the first day in which a VIP guest visited my tavern, so I was very excited about this now. You can tell they're a VIP as they have a star above their head. 2 more skill points now, and I get Master Brewer and appetizers, allowing me to sell appetizers for 5% more. I'm going to head on over to Holly, who is Buzz's wife, to have a look and see what she sells. It looks like she sells milk, eggs, honey, sugar and a few other bits and bobs that I could definitely use. I'm going to go ahead and buy all of the milk, honey and sugar that she has available. And I'm also going to pick up some cheese starter. So it's back to the notice board here, and I'm able to fulfill some customer orders. I'm trying to do as many of these each day as possible, as it would greatly increase my reputation. Yet again, we are back to Amos. This time, I'm going to pick up a keg. I'm also going to get a press and some yeast. I'm also going to pick up a distillery and a cocktail table. This means I'll be able to make a lot more drinks that can be served in the tavern. To accommodate all of the new equipment that I've purchased, I need to increase the size of my crafting area. It was quite small at the moment, so we had to put some resources and make it bigger. But this is greatly going to benefit us in the future. Out in the tavern, I can also add in the new keg I bought, so I can now sell more drinks. Unfortunately, only drafts can be added to the taps. With my current recipe points, I decided to head back and unlock some more drinks that I can make with my new equipment. I unlocked gin and fruit liqueur, and while I'm here, I decided to lock a few more recipes to save me another trip back. In Woody's, I'm going to buy a brewing barrel. This will allow me to make wine, and I'm also going to pick up a cheesery as well. I placed these in my processing area, and when I did, I realised that cheese, just like the alcohol, needs to be aged. This, however, is not done in an aging barrel, as you can see. It's not available here, so I need to head back to Amos yet again and buy some aging shelves. I did say at the start of the video that we were going to become great friends with Amos, and great friends we're going to become. Now the aging shelves will also be placed within the cellar along with the barrels, and the cheese can be added to the shelf and left until it fully matures. I'm going to head back down to Hikari and I'm going to purchase a tackle table. Now the tackle table allows me to make my own bait. The one problem I did have with this is you can only make one at a time, and it doesn't allow you to stack tasks like the sawmill and the workbench. I'm going to head on over to the construction table now, and it's time to add in a few more rooms. If you see down the bottom of the screen there, it shows how many rooms you can have. I'm going to kit this one out similar to before, but I decided to add a few decorations to this room just to increase the comfort levels. It was only at this stage I realised that you could actually increase the level of your employees. The employees have profession points that can be spent to increase the level of their skills, meaning they will work more efficiently. However, I didn't realise that each individual employee had their own skill points, so I didn't actually spend them all. But we always learn the hard way, don't we? Over in the dark forest, hidden between some trees, I came across a peculiar character named Crowley. Now Crowley seems to be very concerned that I'm a member of the city guard. When I ease his fears and I tell him that I'm not actually a member of the city guard, he opens up a little and allows me to see what treasures he's willing to sell me. In his shop, it looks like he sells a parrot egg. I decided to pick up the parrot egg in the hope that it turns into an actual parrot. I also picked up a perch and a cage as well. At the moment, I'm finding it very hard to keep my taps here fully stocked. It does seem that draft beer from the taps tends to be extremely popular with customers. I decided to make some fish traps here, as I'm struggling to get a lot of trash that I can buy decorations from Wilson. From playing other games like Stardew Valley, fish traps tend to be a good way to increase the amount of trash you can get. As you can see here, I have 40 seals from Wilson, and I decided to purchase a few aquariums, as one of the achievements is to obtain 5 different fishing tanks. Based on the pieces of all these decorations, it's going to take a long time to gather enough trash to be able to purchase 50 decorations. My plan of using fish traps doesn't seem to be working as well as I thought it would be, because I'm getting more fish, rather than trash. If they were just all kind of giving me trash, it would be great, but most of the time I just get fish, so I don't think the fish traps are really worth it. Walking around with the egg in my inventory, it is now hatched into a beautiful parrot. The parrot can now be placed under the perch within the tavern, and the parrot can say either positive or negative things, and it can impact your reputation. So I'm going to head down here to Buzz to ask him would he build me a chicken coop. I'm going to place the chicken coop here beside the tavern and also near the well so that I can give them water easily. Buzz says that it'll take him a few days to be able to build it. Not to worry though. It's time to unlock some more recipes, So we're going to unlock the cheeseburger, the yogurt bowl, the fruit yogurt, and the strawberries and cream. Oh, that sounds so yummy. I'm also going to unlock the Pilsner and mead, so now I have a variety of options for stuff that I can add to my kegs. We're now in fall, and it's time to clear away all of the dead plants from summer. I'm going to use my scythe here to clear away all of the weeds, and I also use my watering can to revive any crops that can survive both summer and fall. Because it's a new season, we are going to go back into town and we're going to purchase some new crops. So I'm going to get some cabbage seeds. I'm also going to get a big variety of hops as well. And most importantly, we're going to get some sugar canes. Sugarcane is needed so that I can make my own sugar, so I won't have to buy it from Holly all the time. You can actually view what is currently trending by selecting this little button down at the bottom of your menu. As you can see here, it's broken up into drinks, food and ingredients. One of the ingredients here is red grapes. Now I'm going to add the red grapes into the press so that I can juice them and add them to a brewing barrel to be able to make some red wine. I'm going to pop on down to Amos here. I'm going to buy a brewing barrel and I'm going to add this to my crafting area. It's now time to make some good old wine. Now that my coop is finally made, it's time to buy some chickens from Holly. What I do like about buying chickens from Holly is that there's a little randomizer button you can select, and that will determine what your chickens actually look like. I'm now going to head over to my newly built coop and add in 4 chickens to their new home. I now realise that I need to feed these chickens. So I'm going to head back into town, I'm going to pick up a forage table, and I'm also going to purchase some seed mix. I'm going to use the seed mix I purchased to feed chickens to make sure they don't starve. This should do them for a few days. I'm now going to head back down to Bob the Golem to see what he had available in his shop. I decided to purchase some eggs, as my chickens would take a few days before they lay some. Afterwards, I headed back down to Crowley. The last time I purchased a parrot from him, I never picked up some bird crackers. And bird crackers are needed to award your bird when it's saying positive things to increase its training level, because the last thing we want is our parrot flying around the tavern spewing negative comments. I'm also going to run over here to the cocktail table to make some flavoured beer. I'm going to use some amber ale and some raspberry fruit juice. This will increase the price when I sell it here at the tap. A lot of my crops are now ready to be harvested, so I'm going to pick them all up. I do really like that you don't have to water your crops every day in Traveller's Rest. I think it's only every few days, and if it rains, it will re-water the soil for you, which is fierce handy. After this, I'm going to purchase even more crops to plant, as I feel like I'm going to need a lot of the sugarcane to refine down into sugar. Now that I have some crackers, I can give one to my bird when it says positive things. As you can see here, he says that the food is delicious, so I'm going to give him a cracker. And he gets +5 to his overall training. He's on his way from being an evil parrot to a good parrot, so we get there in time. It's now time to name my chickens after some of my lovely members. First up, we've got Bonkers Busy. We also got Ty and Yanya, and finally 47 Shotty. On my way back from the beach, I found another wild turkey. No turkey can escape the wrath of the deadly map. I have a few more skill points now, so I'm going to unlock harvesting, which gives me 20% extra herbs and aromatic plants when I'm harvesting those. Next, a well needed skill that gives a 10% boost to my movement speed. And finally, we're going to unlock family venue, which gives a 5% extra rep bonus during the day. It's now time for that sugarcane to come in handy, as I'm going to make some more sugar. I'm going to need a lot of sugar to make a wide variety of dishes. I wanted to buy some meat today, but I figured out that vendors don't actually open on a Sunday. Instead, I headed on down to Buzz's house to see if I could purchase anything there, and I got a cutscene. It seems Violet, their daughter, is in a bit of trouble because she almost killed her brother, Arthur, with a sword. Holly doesn't seem to be impressed about it. Buzz, if I can give you any advice, you should definitely be siding with your wife on this one, buddy. If you don't, you'll never hear the end of it. Oh, Violet, I don't think you can get away with it that easily. Back at the tavern now, and it's time to expand. Things were getting a little cramped since I added in the reception desk. You can see here I'm just zoning the new area as a dining zone, and now I'm just going to move a few bits around to try and make everything fit in. I'm going to move around the tables, and I'm going to change out the mats here for more expensive ones that look a bit better. I'm also going to put the reception desk here by the front door. So we're going to head back to Holly now, and I hope I'm not going to be interrupting any more family disputes. It's all good though, she's behind the desk and ready to sell me what I need. I'm going to purchase a second forage table. I'm also going to get some seed mix, along with some cow's milk. I'm going to get some honey, sheep's milk as well, and we'll also pick up some sugar and eggs while we're at it. That should replenish my stock for now. I'm going to use the forage table now to be able to make seed mix for my chickens. After this, we're going to head back into the kitchen and we are going to cook up some tasty meals for our customers. I've made some pickles, which I realise now we need to age just like the cheese. Out at the customer order boards, I have 3 orders for corn and the cup. Luckily, I've just enough to fill all these orders, and that will give me a huge boost to my overall reputation. While I'm here, I'm going to accept the additional orders. If I have the alcohol orders available, I will fill them no problem. But I don't think it's worth it in the long run. I'm going to make some bait now so that I can go fishing. I've worked it out that I'm going to need somewhere along the lines of 400 pieces of trash to be able to get the final trophy to buy 50 decorations from Wilson. The cheapest decorations Wilson has available is a coaster which costs 8 Wilson seals. I have 53 at the moment, so I'm going to start by getting a few fish tanks. There's also a trophy to obtain 5 different fish tanks. At this stage, I probably should have held on to my extra seals, but I decided to purchase a decorative coral and shell candle holder. To finish off the night, I decided to spend my available skill points on Nightclub, which gives a 5% reputation at nighttime. I'm going to use some of my excess fish here to make some fish traps. I'm going to place them along the beach, hoping now that I'm going to get some trash out of them and not fish all the time. I was able to make a total of 14, and I'm going to place here along the beach. Each fish trap can be harvested twice before it disappears. On the way back, it's time to slaughter yet another turkey. I'll never say no to some free meat. 2 of my fabulous chickens have reached max level. So that's 47 Shotty and Enyana. As you can see, now that they're at max level, if I slaughter them, I'll receive 6 pieces of chicken meat. Unfortunately, that means they have to die. My customers are going to love my tasty members. It's now time to replace the 2 chickens that I slaughtered. I would say my new chickens are unaware of what their face is going to be. This time, we're going to name this chicken after Fluffy Fish. Now it's time to slaughter Enyana. Sorry, but it has to be done. You won't have died in vain. It's time to add another chicken to our chicken coop. This time, we're going to name it Taylor H. In the cave here where I purchased my recipes, I realised that there's some white button mushrooms that can be harvested. Since I have a bit of money now, it's time I add a few more guest rooms to the tavern as well. I have enough money to add an additional 2 rooms, so I kitted them out with all of the necessities. It won't take long now to receive the achievement for renting 100 rooms. I can also upgrade my housekeeper skills to receive a reduction of 20% in my staff's pay. If only all staff were like that, right? I'm now very close to maxing out all of my staff, so it's very exciting times indeed. I'm now going to head down to the beach to harvest all of my traps. Unfortunately, out of all of the traps that I placed, I only received 1 piece of trash. I don't really think this is going to be a viable option to help me achieve the final trophy. With all of the trash I've collected during the day, I traded them in to receive 5 seals. Now, I'm going to add another barrel here behind the bar so that I can add another drink to be sold. I added vermouth to the barrel that I crafted at the cocktail station. Now it's time to head to Buzz to get him to build me a barn. He builds me a barn, I'll be able to get cows and sheep and pigs. I'm going to place the barn here, just behind my coop. And Buzz says it'll take a few days just like the coop before it's ready. That's no bother at all. While I'm here, I'm also going to head into Holly to see what she has in stock. It's important that I visit these vendors all the time just to see what they have in stock, so I can have a good variety of meals accessible to everyone. Again, I'm going to buy everything she has available, like the milk, the honey and the eggs. I don't think there's a way to obtain honey yet in the game other than buying it from Holly. You do, however, need it to make some recipes. I'm going to head on over now to the customer orders board here, and I'm able to fulfill 2 of today's orders, and I'm also able to pick up a few more. Luckily, from what I had, I could actually fulfill a few more, so I'm going to give up some chicken sausage to gain the extra reputation. Now I had to scramble to get a few ingredients here and there to make the meat skewers, so I had to come back at a later stage to meet that order, but we get there no bother at all. I'm now starting to run low on some essentials now, so I went back to Rhea and Leah here. I'm going to buy some necessities, such as a variety of hops, onions and wheat. I also picked up a couple of pumpkins as well, and if they're anything like the pumpkins in Stardew Valley, I'm hoping they'll be pretty profitable in this game also. Once I have everything planted, I'm going to head on down to my cellar, and I'm going to add a couple of more barrels. Now, even with this room almost fitted with barrels, I'm still struggling with trying to keep the taps filled inside the tavern. This area is by far the biggest bottleneck when it comes to production in this game. I'm also running low on coal, so I'm going to head out and harvest some. You can see Buzz working away constructing the barn, so very soon we're going to be able some barn animals. I'm definitely prioritising trying to fill orders here at the customer's orders board, because you can get up to 800 reputation points for an order. That's pretty good. As long as you have the ingredients, it's a quick and easy way to get reputation. My barn is finally built today, so I'm going to head on down to Holly, and I'm going to buy from her 2 cows, a sheep and a pig. I'm going to place them all in their designated spots in the barn. The first cow's name, we're going to call it Sleepy Brit 2006 after one of our channel members. Next, our sheep is going to be called the Awkward Burb. Our pig is going to be called Vice City. And finally, our last cow is going to be named after Glitter Sparks. The barn is slightly different to the coop in that each animal needs to be fed individually. The cows and sheep both eat hay, but the pigs eat leftovers. So I'm going to use my foraging table to craft some leftovers, just so I can feed up my pigs, make them nice and fat, and maybe later on we can give them a good slaughtering. I also need to ensure that I only use cheaper menu items so I don't lose out on money. As I have a little more cash on me at the moment, it's finally time to finish off that last room that I previously left unfinished. This is going to give me a total of 6 guest rooms, and that's going to make gaining reputation and money much easier for me. I'm going to quickly add all of the furnishings to the rooms before I head on and reopen the tavern. The other rooms look very dirty, but not to worry. My housekeeper will look after that, no problem at all. It's off down to Wilson, now our good friend, to purchase a few more decorations. This time I'm going to purchase 3 tablecloths. When it comes to 100%ing this game, Wilson is the breaker of dreams. He is the destroyer, the chaos maker. Another level up. This time we're going to unlock a perk here where we get more reputation from VIP customers. As my level has increased, I can now fit more customers into the tavern. I can also expand the tavern floor. And I'm just going to move around my tables and chairs to see what arrangements makes the most sense. I did spend a lot of time messing around with the locations of tables before moving them all slightly closer together. I also had purchased a lot of new decorations from Agatha. The addition of these new decorations put my comfort level to over 200, so that was another trophy in the bag for us. It's the beginning of winter now and everything looks to be covered in snow. And this is going to be the final season, back into spring then, and it'll just rotate around forever after that. I had to feed my animals today, so I'm going to give the cows some hay, gotta give the pigs some leftovers, and we're going to give the sheep some more hay as well. My bird, my parrot, is also making some really good progress towards max training level. I decided to give it a try and build more fish traps, because I really needed to get more trash. I think I may have just not used enough of them previously to be able to benefit from them, so this time I'm going to craft a huge amount, 26 in total. I'm going to place them all over the beach. I think if I don't get a lot of trash from these, I'm just going to stick it out and just grind fishing. Grind. This is such a horrible achievement. No wonder 0.2% of people have gotten this. To those 0.2% that have this achievement, GamerGar salutes you. The placement of these can be a little bit funny. Okay. Off he goes on a great adventure. That cow obviously does not want to get slaughtered for meat. Alas, The fate of a cow. If you're not a dairy cow, you're screwed. We spent the rest of the day just fishing, trying to get as much trash as possible. It's such a grind to get this achievement, and it does take us quite a long time to get this achievement as well. Luckily, a lot of the crops we planted in fall are dual crops, so a lot of them survive the winter as well. The pumpkins here can be harvested, which is really nice. Also, our lovely parrot is becoming a real nice, genuine Samaritan. Our parrot is now a lot more positive, and because of our lovely positive friend, we're going to reward him with more crackers. And with that, you can see I have now maxed out his training level. That's one more trophy obtained to max out the training level of the parrot. It seems that our cow has returned from a magical adventure. She even has milk available to us, so we're going to harvest that, no problem at all. I then head into my barn to find my cow is now sick. She must have caught a cold while out on her little adventure. It's okay though. I'm going to head on down to Holly and I'm able to purchase some medicine to get her right back to full health. I mean, we can't slaughter a sick cow now, can we? I'm also going to head back down to the beach now, and I place an additional 11 fish traps. You can see as I'm placing some of the fish traps that they can already be collected. This happens every now and again, that when you place a fish trap it instantly catches something. And I'm going to take that as a win because that speeds up progression for us, more or less. Through all of my hard work, I have now finally reached level 19 reputation. I'm now going to expand the tavern again as my number of max customers has now increased. I'm well on my way to now having a maximum number of 50 customers. That means more reputation for us. Despite the fact that we're rep level 19, it's even harder now to grow reputation levels. So again, for our sins, we are doing a lot more fishing. Fishing. It's just an endless grind. I'm also making a lot more fish bait because I need this to pull up a lot more trash. I choose this location here down at the river using seafood bait, as there is only one fish, which is an eel, that can be caught in this location. I'm hoping that this will mean the RNG will produce more trash, but from what you can see, I gathered a lot of eels before getting some trash. I don't think my plan is working. After a long day of fishing, I'm back at Wilson's to trade in all of my trash that I've gathered over the past few days. I managed to get 36 Wilson seals. We're getting there, but by God we have a long way to go to get this achievement. This grind almost broke me. Our poor little piggy was sick today. I decided to use our magical map and slaughter our lovely pig friend. We got 6 lovely pieces of pork and we got some intestines. The pig, in my opinion, just wasn't worth saving. I did try to buy another cow, but unfortunately only 2 cows could be placed in the barn. This means I had to go with the sheep instead. Fishing, more fishing. I thought I hated fishing in Stardew Valley, but I've done enough fishing in this game to last me a lifetime. If I could go back in time, I probably would have done a lot more fishing earlier, because there was just so much fishing to be done right now. It was time to make another guest room, bringing us to a total of 7. My max is 8, so I have space for one more room. I absolutely, positively, without any question, without any doubt, hate fishing. I do not like fishing in this game. When I 100% this game, I will never play it again. Ever. I honestly think I am slowly going to descend into madness. Every time I pull up a fish, it's almost like a dagger through the heart. I just wanted trash, and there was no other mechanic in this game that could increase the odds of me getting glorious trash. It was time to take a break from fishing. I needed to add an additional equipment to my crafting area, so I purchased an extra distillery. Going to get some more fermentation as well. I'm also going to get an oven and a malting machine. I'm finding it difficult to find space within the area, but after that's done, guess what time it is? Yeah, you guessed it. It's time to fish. This time I do manage to pick up a lot of trash items. On average each day, I'm getting about 15 pieces of trash. Now that's if I'm lucky. That just shows how much fishing needs to be done to achieve this trophy. With 23 seals at the end of the day, I feel like I'm finally getting somewhere. I'm at a stage now where I'm running very low on wood, so I'm going to roam around a little bit. I'm going to chop down some trees. I'm good at chopping down trees. I also planted all of these saplings that I collected over time. It's time for the warmth to come back into our bones. It was springtime again, and I'm doing even more fishing. But right now, believe it or not, I'm not trying to catch trash. I was actually trying to catch some fish. I managed to catch a pike, and as you can see, I now have all of the fish caught in the game. There isn't actually a trophy for this on Steam to catch all of the fish. Now that I've caught all the fish, it's back to trash hunting. Fish after fish, eel after eel, day after day. I was slowly starting to lose my mind. So far, I've collected over 500 eels. But I sense the end is near. Each piece of trash I fish up gets me closer and closer to the end. This was the mentality that I had to take on, you know. I decided my crafting area is just way too small, so it needs to be expanded. I've gathered a lot of money over the past few weeks. Good thing my tavern keeps running without me present. I had a new guest room and I decided to change up the appearance of the tavern. I head on down to my buddy Amos, we're best friends by now. I'm going to buy a variety of crafting equipment. While I have the money, I might as well spend it, right? Having all of this additional equipment is going to make my life way easier. I'm also going to head on over here and buy a wide variety of seeds. One seed I'm going to buy a lot of, onions, and the other one is garlic. I found over time that these two were used a lot more frequently than others. This would make sense as most dishes you'd make yourself would have onions or garlic inside them. Now I spent a fair bit of time here replacing everything inside my crafting area. I tried to place all of the same equipment beside each other, just for the sake of consistency, while still trying to give myself room to be able to walk around with ease. When I placed the additional machines, I realised that I boxed myself in, so I continued to mess around with it a small bit, and then I realised I just needed more space. So I'm going to go back to my construction table, and I'm going to add 2 more rows to the existing room, and designate them as it's part of the crafting zone. This will definitely give me the space I need to fit all of my new equipment into one room. The next thing I'm going to do is head down to my cellar, and I'm going to place my barrels on a rack that allows me to place 3 barrels stacked on top of each other. This means I can place 3 barrels in this space that normally would only hold 2. Once the barrels in here are finished processing, I'll add a rack to increase my capacity. I also added in a few more aging shelves for my cheese and pickles. I also rearranged my tavern again. I swear I'll never be happy with the layout. But at the moment we're all about consistency and getting the most out of the space that we have available to us. I'm also going to add some additional tables and benches, and I'm going to place down some candelabras as well. This will ensure every table has a light at night time. I'm going to head on over to the shrine where you purchase recipes. I had a quick look at what was available, and my first choice was to select lasagna. Next, I'm going to select some lettuce tacos and some unaged cheddar cheese. I still had some points to spend, so I decided to go with some marinated pickles. I realised I still had the original staff I hired when I first unlocked workers. As I have a lot more available money now, I decided to upgrade. I reviewed the perks of everyone that was available. It chose workers that either increased my overall reputation gained or increased the maximum number of guests I can have in the tavern at once. I actually went ahead and replaced all of my staff members with new ones with better perks. So a lot of my aging barrels were now fully complete. I'm also able to add in a rack, increasing my maximum capacity. That's going to come in fierce handy. There's still a few barrels that are still processing, but I'm just going to work around these. I'm slowly increasing the number of racks that I have, so I can try to keep up with the amount of alcohol that's been sold within my tavern. Even with this amount of kegs, I'm still struggling to keep the taps and kegs in the tavern filled at all times. My plan was to keep these filled with alcohol and not resort to selling fruit juice or water. I'm going to add whatever unaged alcohol I have in my inventory into the barrels that I've just placed. Over time I have accumulated a lot of unaged alcohol that I've just sitting in a chest waiting to be placed in an aging barrel. It's time for some more farming now, and I'm planting some more sugarcane. Sugar is one of those ingredients that seems to be in nearly every recipe. Luckily, by planting sugarcane, I can easily craft as much sugar as needed. What seems to cause me the most problems at the moment is honey. I've reached level 22 reputation now, and my maximum occupancy has increased yet again. I'm getting really close to having a maximum occupancy of 50. Once my maximum occupancy is 50, I'll get another trophy. Seems like when you hire new staff, they'll start at the level of your previous employee. I wish I'd realised this sooner, as I was reluctant to hire new staff members, thinking they would begin anew at level 1. As you can see here, my bouncer now allows me an additional 4 people over my maximum capacity. While I have the recipe points, I'm still going to spend them. I still have a few that are locked, as I've not reached that level yet. I'm still completing customer orders whenever I have the ingredients available. When I headed on over to the notice board this time, I realised that not only did I have all of the accepted customer orders, I also had extra for new orders. It's now time to cash in from all of my fishing. I'm going to start by buying some fish tanks to receive the trophy for obtaining 5 in total. I thought I had purchased 4 fish tanks, but I hadn't, so I had to pick up another one. But there you have it. The trophy for getting 5 fish tanks is now complete. There's just one trophy remaining, and that is to buy 50 decorations from Wilson. Now, so far I have purchased about 15 decorations already, between the fish tanks, the painting, tablecloths, and the other bits and pieces. With all the Wilson scenes I have made, I'm able to purchase a total of 32 pearly coasters. I'm so close to obtaining this achievement, I just need a few more. Now that I've brought these coasters, I'm going to place them around my tavern on the tables to showcase my achievement of being able to purchase this many coasters from Wilson. While no one else knows the pain it took to get here, bar the 0.2% of the people that have gotten the achievement, I do. I understand the pain. I purchased a wardrobe from Agatha to clean myself up and make myself look the part. I started with nothing, and now I have more gold than I will ever need. I spent the last few days fishing, and I think I may finally be able to head on down to Wilson to be able to purchase the last few items to get 100% completion in Traveller's Rest. I don't look too bad if I do say so myself. Here I am finally inside Wilson's house, just a little Easter egg that I never showed previously. Make sure you hit that like button, subscribe, and leave a comment below if you know what movie this ball here is from. Anyway, back down to trade away my remaining trash. Right, let's go and find Wilson so we can receive our last trophy. This trophy has been the biggest grind I have ever undertaken in any game. Even playing games like Dark Souls, I've never encountered an achievement with such a low completion rate. I'm just going to spend all of my remaining Wilson tokens on coasters and hope it's enough. And there we have it. That little beat means I will never have to fish in this game again. I have now obtained 100% completion in Traveller's Rest. We went from having a run-down, dirty old tavern into a traveller's hotspot for all. And just to have a quick look here at these achievements for this game, you can see we have received 36 out of 36 achievements. When some of these were pretty straightforward and easy to obtain, some were unbelievably difficult and unbelievably grindy. This was a great cozy game and I'll definitely recommend it, but maybe not the fishing. Thanks everyone for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Rocket firing dragons, machine gun wielding squirrels, penguin warheads, and Pikachu's deranged cousin that not even Nintendo wants to talk about. I 100%ed Palworld. So let's catch every pal in the game, destroy 5 ferociously difficult bosses, and build an extraordinarily cool base. Subscribe for more GamerGar content. It is time to start our epic Palworld adventure. Our character wakes up on a beach surrounded by strange creatures. At this moment in time, we have no idea what these creatures are and what they are capable of. We do, however, notice a strange looking tablet right in front of our character with some very interesting text. The towers are the key, the tree holds the truth. And the tree this tablet is referring to is an absolutely massive tree that can be seen from most areas of the map. It is time to open up a couple of chests, grab some supplies. We're going to get this fast travel point. These will come in extremely handy later on. Pick up some berries. We're going to get our very first level right there. And now we're going to have a quick look around this area to see if there's any good base building spots. The sooner we can set up our base, the sooner we can get organised and we can start tackling these towers one by one. It is time to start capturing some pals. All we have right now is our fists, and we use them with great effect. We throw our very first pal sphere at 95% catch rate. This pal is in the bag. The very first captured pal of the game is a lamb ball, and these pals are actually quite useful for producing wool in ranches, and also they make for great shields. Next up is a fabulous looking chicken. I did want to catch it, but our lamb, extremely violent indeed, decides to kill it. We do pick up a lift mug effigy right there. That's needed to increase our capture rate. It'll come in super handy later. We're finally going to catch our first chicken of the game, and these chickens are very handy for producing eggs, and we will need eggs for tons of recipes in this game. This is just one special ability that lamb ball has, and it is a shield. Every single pal in this game comes with their own unique abilities. There's over 100 pals to capture in this game, so it's going to be very interesting to see what kind of a team we develop. So we're going to summon our trusty lamb, and we are going to build a workbench. Using the workbench, we will be able to make a huge array of useful items that would increase our survivability. The first thing we're going to go for is a wooden club. This will make capturing pals much easier. I received a second level. We're going to learn some pal spheres. We're also going to learn the pal box, campfires, and a few other bits and pieces. What we have right here is going to be our very first Cativa. These do have mining skills, so it's very handy to get these early on, as they will get you lots of stone. They're also quite useful when it comes to handiwork. We're going to get some stone ourselves, because we need stone to make some future developments. We're going to put down our lovely pal box. Let the base building begin. Once we put down the pal box, it will give us a huge radius around this structure that will allow us to put down as many structures as we like. The pal box also counts as a fast travel point. This makes it super easy to just teleport back to the base anytime you want, as Palworld is absolutely covered with fast travel stations. So we got a few more level ups. We're going to get a few more essential items, such as the ranch and our very first plantation. This plantation can only produce berries, but we do get much better ones as the game progresses. We will need berries, of course, to feed our pals. If our pals go hungry, they will get depressed, they will get sick, and if that happens, they won't work for us properly. So it's very important that we take care of our pals so that they can do some decent work for us. I also made a house here out of wood, and I'm going to put down a couple of essentials in the house. The first thing we're going to put down, of course, is the campfire, followed by a storage box. There are hundreds of different items to loot in this game, so we will be needing tons of different storage boxes. Fortunately, any storage box that goes into our base, we will have direct access to. This means upgrading stuff in the base and making new buildings will be super simple, as all the storage boxes are linked. It is time to make a repair station. As you can see, we have caught another new pal. This cool pal is called Pengulet, and this pal's special ability is basically a missile launcher, and you're going to see a lot more of that later on in the video. We're going to make some pal beds. This means our pals can sleep in peace. This is very important for our pals' sanity. The more we upgrade the pal box, the more pals we can assign to our base. With the current settings we have selected, we can assign up to 15 pals to each base, and that is the recommended settings that you should use when playing this game. You can of course increase or decrease that, but for this 100% challenge, we're going to go with the regular rules. We now have 4 pals in total working on the base. Each pal has their own special abilities, which is great. It's time to make some serious progression. There's a cool pal here called a Fox Sparks. This thing is a living, breathing flamethrower. If we can capture this, it's going to make short work of certain bosses. We're also going to capture a Gumas. This pal will be able to plant for us, so we won't need to seed any more fertilizer into the berry plantation. The Gumas will do it for us, no problem. We're going to loot some more chests, and we're going to capture more pals. We have here is a Cremis. We're also going to pick up any eggs that we find along our travels, because a lot of these eggs can give us really cool pal. And using egg combinations, using different breeding techniques, we can get access to some of the endgame pals very early in the game. What we see here is a fabulous scene of myself and Gumas working together, and Pangolin decides to join in to water up the crops. So we now have a pal for planting, we have a pal for watering, and we also have pals for collecting. So we don't need to worry about food anymore in our fabulous starter base. We're also going to make some cloth armor here as well, just to improve our defense capabilities. And we're going to put down a lumberyard as well. This means we will now have infinite access to wood. We're also going to make a statue of power, and this statue is vital when it comes to increasing our own capture rate and increasing the stats of pals. that will make it to our battle team. We're also going to make a pal workbench that will be used to make saddles and pal accessories shortly down the road. We're going to upgrade the base yet again. We can now assign more pals to our base, and the more of those quests that we can complete, the more upgrades we can perform. It's time to say goodbye to the wooden club and hello to the bat. The bat is much more potent and it will do a lot more damage, especially to low level pals. This is going to make it super easy to capture tons of pals early on. And in this game, in order to level up the fastest, it's all about capturing pals. It doesn't matter what kind of level the pal is at, we will get XP that scales with our level, so it's worth capturing tons and tons of pals to get those level ups. If we want to 100% this game, we will need to attain max level to get our hands on the best gear this game has to offer. So we're going to learn a few more essential items here, including the crusher. This magnificent structure will convert stone into paldium, and we need thousands, hundreds of thousands of paldium to make capture spheres. It's time to upgrade the base yet again. We can now assign more pals to the base. There are hundreds of caves throughout Palworld. This is the first of many. Inside the cave we notice a new pal here. This is called a fuddler. These pals are actually pretty good at mining. After a good few attempts we managed to catch a mow. These also reside inside the caves. I also found a chest in this cave as well. Inside was some bread and a copper key. Some of the chests in Palworld will require keys to open. They will require copper, silver and gold keys. The boss of the cave, an elite Tombat. The elite pals of this game have more HP than that of the regular, and sometimes they have much greater stats as well. So it's always in our best interest to catch as much of these elite pals as possible. Unfortunately, we managed to kill the first boss, but we can always go back into this dungeon and farm it over and over again, no problem. The bosses, however, do change. In the first two chests we got rubies and high grade technical manuals. We can use these manuals to get more technical points, and the more technical points we can get, the more schematics we can unlock in our own technology tree. What's great about Palworld is that pals actually sleep at night time, most of the pals anyway. That means a bonus capture rate for us. We managed to get our very first knocks. Most of these pals we won't actually use, but if we do want to 100% this game, we need to capture all of the pals. So I'm after getting a good bit of stone today. It is now time to make a 3-shot bow, and this is going to be a significant improvement from the bat. I'm also going to make a hat here as well. This will give me more defense and HP capabilities, and the more defense we have, the more attacks our character can take before we kick the bucket. We continue to level up and capture even more pals. The Pangolin is very impressive when it comes to using frozen abilities. We also managed to get a Nightwing. We can actually use this pal to fly around the map, but first we need to get a few levels, and also we need to build its saddle. We're also going to catch these dare pals. I believe the name is an Urky dare, but correct me if I'm wrong in the comments. These dares are absolutely magnificent ground mounts. They also make for really good lumbering companions as well. So we managed to get 2 Urky dares there, which is really nice early on. What we have here now is our 10th capture on a Cativa. Because we've captured 10 out of 10, the game will no longer award us with bonus XP if we decide to capture more Cativas. So in order to maximize XP, we should be aiming to capture 10 of each pal, not any more than that, unless of course we're going for specific breeds, or if we want a super powered version of that pal. What we see here now is a pal with a buff called Lucky, and pals can have up to 4 buffs in this game each. All these buffs of course are randomized, but if we use proper breeding techniques, we can breed up pals that are on with very specific perks to maximize their damage. So that was another Gumos added to the bag. Because it was night time, the Tombats were out. We will of course capture those. Tombats have a level 2 mining skill, meaning they can mine metal for us, and we are going to need millions of metal in order to 100% this game. What we have here is another cool pal called a Tiefant. These pals have really cool healing abilities. We also managed to capture a Hoopcrates, which is an owl type pal. We also found a really cool camp here. In this camp we had syndicate thugs, and they had imprisoned a pal. The great thing about this is we don't actually have to capture the pal imprisoned. We just have to clear out the base, unlock the container, and the pal will become ours automatically, which is super handy. We just have to push down the F key here, and the pal is ours. That is another Nox added to the bag. Because of the buffs that this Gumos has, it's going to be more suited towards work. It has a defense debuff, but it also has a work speed and attack buff. Because it has a 15% additional work speed there from the lucky buff, we're going to assign it to work duty. We also gained a few more levels. We're going to earn the saddle here for this Urky there that we caught. We're now going to have a really nice ground mount so we can get around the map way faster. We're also going to unlock the crossbow, which is a really nice ranged weapon. Early on it will do the job, and it will do a decent bit of damage to most of the early game pals. We're going to make a hot springs here. Pals can get into this to increase their sanity. And we're going to put down another berry plantation because we need more food now that we have more pals working hard in our base. Because we have met the requirements, we can now upgrade the pal box yet again. This means we can assign even more pals to our base. Eventually, we will get to a stage where we can make a second base anywhere else on the map. In order to smelt metal bars in this game, we need a pal with the kindling ability. Thankfully, fox sparks will do the job for now. They are much more effective pals we can get later on in the game. We're going to convert some stone into pallium fragments. We're also going to make fox sparks harness. This will give us the ability to turn fox sparks into a flamethrower, and that's going to be super effective against grass type pals. So we're now going to make a much better workbench. This will give us access to the mid-tier accessories we can make in this game. For starters, the pelt armor, that will give us more HP and defense. We're going to make our first medicine workbench. Medicine is needed in order for our pals to thrive. Pals do get sick, pals get ulcers, pals get depressed. Medicine is an absolute requirement to have a fully functioning base. We're going to upgrade the pal box yet again. It's now on level 9. We're making really good progress. I'm also going to put down a ranch here, and we can put tons of different types of pals into this ranch. Depending on the pal you put into this ranch, they will generate items for you every couple of minutes, which is super handy. It's now time to make the Urky Deer saddle, and we can now get around a whole lot faster. The Urky Deer also has a ram ability, which makes it even faster. It also has a double jump, so navigating the terrain will be easier than ever. Palworld has an absolutely huge map, so getting a ground mount early on is definitely a necessity, especially if you want to explore all of the cracks and crevices that Palworld has to offer. This map is absolutely loaded with secrets, so getting an early Urky Deer mount is definitely the way to go. We are back to mass capturing pals. Chickpea is a weak pal, but it doesn't matter to us, it gives plenty of XP. Penglet is a pal we will use later on. It has a devastating warhead ability. Wait till you see it in action. We're also going to catch some pals at night time here. We caught the alpaca. This is actually quite a good ground mount, but it's also a decent combat mount as well. Alpacas normally travel around in pairs. This makes trying to capture them difficult for early players. We just gotta stick to our ranged combat, keep our distance, and the alpaca will be yours no problem at all. We're now going to capture our very first lift monk, and this thing is an absolute beast in combat. It has a submachine gun special ability, and it can dish out extreme damage. I also caught a tansy, and it's very similar to the lift monk in where it has a assault rifle. But for this challenge, we primarily rely on our fabulous lift monk. We will build a lift monk later on in the video. Wait until you see how much damage it can actually do. We're going to pick up a few more eggs, and we come across our first dinosaur. And this thing is really good at gathering wood. It's also quite good in combat as well, but we want it for the wood gathering. It's also really good at planting, and it can help out a ton around the base. These dinosaurs normally go around in pairs. This can make trying to claim them very difficult. We managed to kill the first one, unfortunately, because we ran out of pal spheres. Back at the ranch, our lamb balls are doing great work. They're dropping wool left, right and centre. Wool is needed for an absolute ton of structures in this game. Amassing one early is a good strategy. We're also going to learn another pal sphere. It's a mega pal sphere, much better than that of the first. We also find a really cool village here. This is known as the small settlement, and there's a couple of merchants in this village. One sells really cool items and the other sells pals. But the best thing about these merchants is that you can also sell your own items to them, and these merchants will buy almost anything off you. So if you feel you have a huge amount of items that you just don't need, you can simply just fast travel to the settlement and sell anything you want to these merchants. Let's take a look at the pal merchant to see what kind of wares he has. We can also sell pals to this merchant as well, so if we ever feel that we have too many pals that we just don't need, we can sell a huge amount of these pals to make loads of money. The merchant has some pals we haven't come across yet, but we just don't have the funds to afford them. The cows are an absolute necessity when it comes to making cake later on, but we can always come back later to check it out. It's now time to tame more pals. This time, we're going to go for a magnificent Sparkit. Sparkit is basically a support pal. Not only does it have the ability to charge electrical appliances in your base, but it also powers up other electrical types, making for really cool electrical combos. The next pal we're going to capture here is a Fuwok, and this, just like the Pangolin, is a water / ice type pal that has very good water capabilities. We're not going to stop there though, it's time to get even more Celeres, and these pals can actually be used as a glider, so if you jump off huge heights, you can actually bring that pal out to prevent yourself from dying. It's also a great way to get around very quickly. What we see here now is a very overpowered pal. This is known as a Vixie. If we put this pal inside our ranch, it will generate pal spheres for us. That's right, they will dig up an infinite amount of pal spheres from the ground. What we see here now is me using my very first glider, and this is just the first glider theory. We can learn much better ones down the road. We're now exploring other parts of the map. We're coming across tons of different types of pals. It's very exciting indeed. What I've come across here now is our very first Rush Roar, and these pals can actually be used to mine metals. You can even mount them, and you can rush at the ores, hence their name, Rush Roars, and mine loads of metal that way as well. We also got a Caprity, and those pals have a really cool special ability where they can throw berries off their back and you can pick them up for additional food. Syndicate cans are littered all over Palworld. Inside this one there was a captured lift monk. The pals do change every time, so you can go back to the same camps over and over again to see if they're going to swap out pals for different pals. So it is a really good way to get loads of pals if you just keep revisiting the same syndicate camps. They don't actually go away, and they're reshuffled through a huge different amount of pals. What we see here now is another pal called a Jolthog, and this comes in a couple of different versions, including an ice version. This pal is basically a grenade. If you power it up its skill, it can be quite potent. You can throw it at enemies or bosses and it will do substantial damage, depending on its attack power. We're now going to capture some Dire Howls. These pals are absolutely amazing when it comes to travel companions. They're quite fast to mount, and they also make for really good combatant pals as well. When it comes to dungeon crawling in this game, I cannot recommend this pal enough. It is amazing at dungeon crawling. Next up, we are going to attempt to catch a Leespunk, and these have a really cool ability called Sixth Sense. Well, they will showcase on your map from when you activate their ability if there's any caves nearby. So if you want to go dungeon crawling, just put one of these in your party and activate its Sixth Sense ability. We're also going to get a Lollipop, and if we put these into ranches, they can generate cotton candy, and it's really good for restoring your pal's sanity. Let's go back to the base now and look at all this lovely wool we get to pick up. We can also put a lot more pals on the base, so we're going to take up the lamb balls. We're going to put in 2 Vixies. They're going to generate pal spheres. Our base will also get raided, so it's very important that we keep up with our defenses. In Palworld, in my opinion, the best defense is a good offense. As you can see, the Foxsparks harness there, the flamethrower, was super effective against these pals. We're now going to make a mega shield, because the better our shield, the more survivability we have, and there's going to be pals we get to fight later on in this game. They will do crazy damage to us if we don't have a good shield, if we don't have good armor. Look at all the pal spheres our Vixies have dug up. Capturing pals is now going to be easier than ever. Of course, these pal spheres are only good for low level pals, but there's still plenty of low level pals that we haven't captured yet in the game. So it's time to go back out into the wild and capture tons more pals. We're going to start with some Tansies here, and there's still 4 more we can capture for bonus XP. We're also going to get on our Rush War, and we're going to start mining some ores because we now need tons of metal in order to advance our base if we want to make more of the mid-tier structures. So it's time to smelt some ingots. That's going to get us a good 25 right there. Foxsparks will get on that. We're now going to fight our first boss. This one is known as Chilled. It's an ice type. We get it down to low health and we attempt to capture it. So as you probably figured out by now, the lower the pal's health, the higher chance you have in capturing it. But here's a tip. The more status effects you can inflict upon a pal, the more of a chance you'll have to capture it also. So we just got level 20 there, which is great. And we're also going to go to another syndicate camp here. And what we got here is a Jolthog Crystal. This is basically a crystal version of the Jolthog. You could say it's an ice version. It's also a hand grenade, of course, it just does ice damage. It's now time to take on the first tower boss. This is going to be a Grisbold fight. Thankfully, this Grisbold will not have the minigun. But take my word, people, you will see plenty of Grisbold minigun action later on in this video when we fight the harder bosses. Zoe and Grisbold, this is the first of 5 tower bosses. This fight is actually very simple. You could view this as a tutorial fight when it comes to the tower bosses. They do get substantially harder, especially the last 3 fights. The last fight is probably, in my opinion, the hardest fight in the game, including the legendary pal fights. So later on we are going to have to build some pretty decent teams. Grisbolt goes down no problem at all. We had a decent team assembled. We had a Foxsparks and we had a Nightwing, and they were leveled up quite a bit. We also get some ancient technology points when we beat these tower bosses. We can use those ancient technology points to get some pretty good schematics inside our technology tree. I'm just going to give you a look at the map so far. This is what I have uncovered, and there's still a lot of uncovering to do. So we're going to learn the egg incubator. We have a good few eggs picked up by now. It's time to start incubating those eggs to see what kind of pals we can hatch. There's also a small feed bag, and that's super handy because it automatically feeds yourself and your pals, and it frees up inventory slots as well when it comes to food. There's also a pal essence condenser. We need this later on when it comes to maximizing damage and survivability for the pals that we have. There's also the grappling gun that you can get later. That's also going to come in super handy. So we're going to build a sphere workbench here. Now we can make gigaspheres, and these, just like the previous spheres, are 1 tier up. It just means pals will be easier to capture. We're also going to make a cooler box. This will preserve food much better for us, but we need a pal with an ability to make that cooler box work. So you basically need pals for the base to properly function. There's only so much your character can do on its own. So to get the next level, we have to make a few more items, but first we are going to incubate some eggs. We're going to put in the large common egg here, and normally if an egg is large or huge, chances are you're going to get something really good from it. Now it does say that the egg is a little cold, so it's only giving us a 50% increase in speed there. If we can heat up the room a little bit more, we will get much larger incubation speeds. Nighttime has come to Palworld. It is time to capture more pals. The Daydream only comes out at night. What's really cool about the Daydream is that if you have 5 in your party, they will all come out at the same time. So it is quite a viable tactic for exploring Palworld. You could go around with 5 souped up Daydreams and just annihilate the world. We don't utilise that tactic in this video, but it's something we might do in a future video. Grintail came out of our very first egg, which is pretty cool. Grintail is quite the rare pal to come across, so it was nice to get it earlier rather than later. There is a Grintail boss we can fight later on as well, but it's an alpha boss. What we just got there was a regular Grintail. So we're going to put down another pal box, and this is going to be our metal mining base. We've got a couple of Tombats out right now which can mine the metal. The Cat Vitas unfortunately can't, because they only have a mining skill of 1. You need a mining skill of at least 2 if you want pals to mine metal. We're also going to do another dungeon. I'm on my dire howl here at the moment. I took out my fabulous flamethrower friend here, Foxsparks, and I managed to whittle down this Killamary no problem at all. We just caught it there as well, so it was a good dungeon run. I picked up an ability here called Try Lightning. I can teach that to any pal I want, and that's a very strong attack. I also done another dungeon. I guess it was inside Vixies. The more Vixies I can get, the better. That means more pal spheres for me. I also managed to get the boss Vixie of the dungeon as well, so I was very happy with that. Upon looting the chests, I managed to get more high-grade technical manuals, and I also got a defense pendant. This was the very first accessory I came across, and our character has 2 accessory slots. This just slightly raises my defense, but you know what? I'm not going to say no. The more defense I can get, the better. I'm going to capture a pal here now called a Presso, and this pal has a very interesting ability. It can get itself high in caffeine, and it can work faster for you. I managed to kill the boss one by accident because I didn't realise how much damage the dire howl would do. Not to worry though, we can always get more Depressos later on. I got more high-grade technical manuals and some rubies that I could sell later. Back to the base, look at all of these fabulous pal spheres that our Vixies have dug up. I also put a Lollipop in here as well because it drops candy, and the pals really like that food. We're also going to smelt more metal ingots. 54 in total. We're going to get Foxsparks on that straight away. It's now time to make the Mega Shield. That is going to dramatically increase our survivability. We're also going to hatch open the dam bag here as well, and this has given us a Serpent. What's great about the Serpent is that it is a water pal. That means we can use it to travel the oceans of Palworld. And let me tell you something, folks. There's a lot of water in Palworld. There is a huge amount to explore. So we managed to make a saddle for this as well, and I was very curious as to what that island in the distance was. Upon coming over to the island, it says that I was doing some criminal activity, which was a bit weird. It just means we're not meant to come over here. But that didn't stop me from exploring. I managed to get an Azerobe. This thing is an absolute beast when it comes to transversing water, but also when it comes to watering crops. It's got a watering skill of 3. There's also rare flowers over here as well, and we need these beautiful flowers if we want to make mine wipes later on to reset our character stats. What we see here is a very rare spawn, even for this area. And this is a wild Grisbold, and this is something we absolutely want for our battle team. This Grisbold has the ability to take out a minigun and destroy enemies with it. I can tell you right now, the minigun ability can be extremely strong if you breed a really good Grisbold and if you powered up its minigun skill. Now, it did take quite a lot of spheres. I just had regular spheres. There was a 5 or a 6% chance every time, but I had spares to burn, so I just kept throwing them until I caught the Grisbold, and eventually luck came true and I managed to nab it. What we see here is another fantastic pal known as a Battalia, and this pal was born to work in a base. This pal has numerous good abilities, such as planting and also harvesting. More pals also spawn in this area, such as wild penkings, and these are really good for combat. They're also really good for working on the farm, because they have the ability to water crops. Once the penking was caught, it was time to skedaddle out of here. If we attacked those NPCs, higher ones will spawn in, and they have machine guns, so they would eventually one-shot us. And the last thing we want is to die and lose all our gear. So we got an Arsox from an egg there, and the great thing about Arsox is that it gives you a buff to coldness. So if we go to the cold realms of Palworld, Arsox will protect us from the cold. The Azerobe we got didn't have great stats. It had Pacifist, so we weren't going to use it for attacking things. It did, however, have a level 3 in watering, so we're going to swap that out with a Pengulet straight away. Battalia here had tons of skills. She had planting, gathering, handiwork, medicine making, transporting. Probably one of the best pals you can put in your base. Then we had the Grisbold, of course, and the Grisbold had some cool skills too, but what I wanted the Grisbold for was its minigun. So this was going to go straight into our combat team. Our base got raided again, but this time humanoids invaded the base. The crazy thing about Palworld is that you can also capture humans, and you can even get the humans to do your bidding. You can get them to work at your base. If someone can please let me know in the comments if it's possible to breed those humans. If it is, I will absolutely make a video and see if we can breed the ultimate Pal Alliance NPC. Now, they don't really come with a whole lot of skills at all. He did have Burly Body, which was an increase to his defense, and he also had one skill in handiwork. That's all he could really do, unfortunately. As punishment, I did get him to make some arrows though, and there was quite the amount of arrows to make, so he'd think twice about raiding my base again. He was now part of the Gamergar tribe. It was now time to go out back into the wilderness and tame more pals to level up. We got our very first Mazarina there, which is basically a cow, and if we put that into the ranch, it will generate milk. That means we can make more recipes, and there's quite a number of cool and potent recipes we can make in Palworld. I managed to capture more Dinosaurs. The more these I can capture, the better. I can get a total of 10, of course, for some sweet bonus XP. That was the second one added to the list. Unfortunately, it had the coward trait, so we weren't going to touch off that when it comes to combat. I came across very interesting pals here. The first one is known as a Swee, and that big one is known as a Sweeper. Now here's the thing, for every Swee you have in your team, a Sweeper gets increased stats. So there is an absolute killer combo that's out there at the moment where you can have 4 Swees in a team and 1 Sweeper. If you powered up all of the Swee's skills in terms of maximizing them, and if you also maximize the Sweeper skills, that's a whole lot of condensing, you could have the ultimate pal that could almost one-shot anything in this game. It is a crazy combo. It does take a lot of time to set up, but if you want to trivialize this game, just breed yourself some really good Swees and Sweepers and just watch as they dominate the map. It was now back to getting more pals. I got a Rye Bunny there, and I also found this little structure here. It was literally out in the middle of nowhere. I don't know if the developers just didn't bother finishing it, but it honestly looked unfinished. And if you look at the map here, I was just swimming around to see if there was anything hidden. And to my surprise, when I came across this, I got very excited. But as we can see, it could be something they'll put into a future DLC. Maybe it'll be a water village, and maybe it'll have really cool NPCs. Who knows? But it was really cool to find. There was a boat here as well. I eventually came across a giant volcano-like area. And at this moment in time, I didn't know much about this game. I didn't realise that the pals over here would be extremely high level. That of course did not stop my curiosity. At the end of the day, this game begs to be explored. Who am I to deny it such? It was time to grab all of the eggs I saw. These large, scorching eggs were going to give me some of the best pals in the game. You can also get huge dragon eggs over here as well, and huge scorching eggs. I also unlocked the fast travel. That meant if I died, I wouldn't have long to go to reclaim my gear. Back at the base, I decided to make my very first wheat plantation, and we're going to need wheat if we want to make cake. I now had berries, wheat, and milk. All I needed now was something that produced honey, and I could start making cake. That means I can start breeding up pals to make the strongest pals in the game. So it was now time to level up yet again. We're now on level 11. What I made here now was a workbench for building weapons. Palworld has many weapons you can build, from assault rifles to shotguns to crossbows to grappling guns to rocket launchers. Palworld has it all, my friends. I leveled up the base yet again. I could now assign more pals to the base, which is great. I could also learn the fluffy pal bed. And the great thing about this is that it will restore even more sanity to your pals when they sleep in it every day. I incubated an electric egg here. I got a pal known as a Daisy, and Daisy accompanies you and follows up your attacks with lightning bolts that increase in damage per partner skill level while it is in your party and not set as your active pal. That is quite the potent combination indeed, especially if you had a few of those. Next up, we're going to make our very first pal essence condenser. With this, we can basically sacrifice pals to make other pals way stronger. So if we want to increase skills of specific pals, we're going to need tons and tons of copies of that same pal. We're also going to make some fluffy beds, upgrade the pal box. We now almost have the pal box maxed out, which is great. If we take a look at our technology tree here, we're now on level 25. We can now make some pretty interesting things. If we get to level 26, we can make the power generator. Once that gets placed in the base, electrical pals will become much more important. We're going to craft some fabulous metal armor, and we're going to go back out into the Palworld wilderness, and we're going to grab more pals. The pal we come across here that we're going to rescue is a floppy, and this pal is quite interesting, is that when it's in a team, it will appear near us and automatically pick up nearby items. Next up, we are going to tame a cognito. We did have a very low chance, but the gods of RNG were with us today, and we nabbed the second one no problem at all. Just down the road there, I noticed a Relaxaurus. This was the very first time I seen one, so I got very excited when I saw this huge dragon-type pal. Thankfully, these things are quite common. Most, if not all, of the Relaxauruses we capture come with a horrendous skill called Glutton. It just means they require more food, but you can breed that out of them. Relaxauruses do come with a partner skill, where you can attach a missile launcher onto one of them, making them extremely potent indeed. I also came across another pal here. Now this pal was actually summoned by one of those syndicate dogs. This pal is known as a loop moon. I managed to get it down to very low HP, and I managed to catch it using a regular pal sphere. At this stage in the game, it looked like that the regular pal spheres just weren't cutting it. Sometimes it took about 20 to 30 pal spheres to catch some of the pals that I was encountering. I managed to come across a Gale Claw as well. Unfortunately, my Foxbarks killed it before I had the opportunity to catch it. Not to worry though, plenty of Gale Claws out in the wild. I picked up the Lightning Streak move today and another accessory, the Life Pendant. This will increase my overall stamina. I did have a really cool shirt equipped there, and I also had a ring equipped, so I decided to replace both with defense and HP. The more survivability, the better. I finally got a Ragnarok. This is an absolutely amazing pal. With this I can fly around. It also has fire abilities, and it's much faster than that of the Nightwing. Unfortunately, I would need to grow a good few more levels in order to put a saddle on this beautiful bird. I could however use it as a work pal. It did have a level 3 kindling and a level 3 transporting, meaning it would be very good at smelting bars and moving the bars into a nearby chest. The next boss we're going to fight here now is known as Quivern, and this time we don't have to go through a dungeon to fight this. This portal here will bring us directly to a boss fight, and we can farm this boss every couple of in-game hours, no problem at all. Quivern is a dragon type boss, and we can actually put a saddle on this later on and fly it around the map, which is pretty cool. It also enhances dragon type attacks while mounted. There's actually quite a lot of pals in this game that will enhance various elements of attacks while you are mounted on them, and that tactic will come in super handy for very specific battles down the road. Now there was only a 5% chance to catch this guy. I did use, however, my very last Mega Sphere with a 15% chance, but it didn't work. I had 19 regular spheres left. Eventually, I managed to catch it. And it was very lucky to do that because the chances were just so low. When you do the first boss kill, you do get ancient technology points, and they're very useful when it comes to getting the great things like grappling gun recipes, feed bags, things like that. I came across another base here. Ragnarok cleared it out, no problem at all. Inside, we're going to get another really cool pal. This one is known as Flambell, and the great thing about Flambell is that if you put it into a ranch, it will generate flame organs for you. Flame organs is a component that is needed for a huge array of different structures and items to be crafted in this game. We're going to go back here now to the Statue of Power. I have been gathering a lot of Liftmonk effigies, managed to get my capture skill up to 4 there, which is really nice. That would improve the odds of me capturing pals. There's another pal here called the Digtice. We're now in a small desert area. There are much bigger deserts in the world, but this one has Digtices. These are probably one of the best mining pals in the game. So I would like to get a good few of these to put up into my metal base. That way I can get way more metal at a much faster pace. That was my very first Digtice, so I was very excited about that. I also came across a really cool ice biome. I just wanted to take a moment to show you how brilliant this map actually looks when you get up to a really good height and you get to look around and you just get to see the depth of this map. So there was a big mountain here and there's actually a tower boss up there as well, but we're not going to fight the tower boss just now. We're going to need a pretty decent team to fight tower bosses. I'm also going to make a cake here because the more cakes I have, the more breeding I can do. And we're going to get a pal here known as a Firen to heat that cake up for us, no problem at all. It was now time to make our first of many breeding pens, and we could put 2 pals in here, and together they will either breed the exact same pals that you put in, or they could breed something totally different. There is hundreds, if not thousands, of different breeding combinations in this game. If you utilize the breeding pen properly, you can get access to extremely good pals very early on. I also made a sphere assembly line here as well. This gives me access to another tier up sphere, and it also means that we can just make spheres at a much faster rate. We just need pals with the handiwork skill to come along and get it working. But we also need electricity to get it working as well. I got my very first van rim there as well, and you can fly around with that. It's actually quite a fast flyer. And we also managed to get another Doomwood, and they actually have mining skills. They're really good for mining metals and rocks. I was back out now to catch more Mazzarinas because I wanted more milk so I can make more cakes. I didn't have any bees yet, but I could kill cinnamots for honey if I really needed it to make cake. There's a pal here now called Bushy. I needed to capture him because I wanted to make a pal called Anubis. And if we breed a Bushy with a Penking, we can make Anubis. Not only is he a very good worker pal, he's also a really good combat pal. But we'll get to him in a second. So this is the boss battle for Bushy. He's actually a really good combat pal himself, but we're not going to use him for combat on this playthrough. We're just going to use him for breeding. So we're going to breed a Relaxaurus here and a Griswold. The result will be one of the most powerful electrical types in the game, known as an Orsurk, and we will use that for our combat team going forward. Next up, we're going to go back up to the mining base, and I'm going to build a big stone structure around the base because the pals keep falling off the base. The game is early access, they haven't perfected the AI just yet, but there are things we can do to make the experience better. So we're going to get our huge dragon egg here. That will be incubated, and as a result, our sec will be ours. That will take a while to incubate, so we'll come back to it in a moment. For now, we're going to go back out to the wild and capture more pals. We've just caught a Kelpsie, and Kelpsie has a great ability. While it's in your party, the attack of your active water pal is increased. We're now going to put down an electrical generator here. We need this to power up our assembly lines, and we also need it to power up some future structures we make as well. And in order for us to use that, we just need a pal with the electricity skill to power it up. Thankfully, we have loads of pals, for example, Jolthog, Griswold, that can power that up no problem at all. So it's time to put some more work into the metal base, and our sphere assembly line is now in full whack. We've got penguins, monkeys, flower people, all working hard together to build ourselves some really good capture spheres. It's now time to upgrade the base. It's now level 14. We can design even more pals to the base. 14 pals can be designed right now. We are also level 29. Once we get 31, we can make the high quality hot spring. That's a game changer. It can restore sanity at a much faster rate than that of the regular hot springs. We found a new boss here known as King Paka. This guy is pretty useful. The more King Pakas in your party, the more maximum weight capacity you have. So a great tactic, especially to get resources early on, would be to fill up your party with King Pakas, equip yourself with a really good pickaxe and just roam around and start getting coal and sulfur and metal and everything else that you need to make some of the more advanced gear later on in the game. We came across another pal here known as a Bristla. Bristla would increase attack power of grass pals. We also managed to get ourselves a Gelclaw, and they can be used as gliders, which is really cool. We also came across another pal here known as a Robin Quill. And what's very interesting about this pal is that it will increase damage you do to weak points of monsters. So this pal could actually be quite good when it comes to dealing with certain bosses in the game. There's actually a lot of pals in this game that augment damage, so the amount of different combinations you can utilize in this game are almost limitless. It was night time again, it was time to tame even more pals. What we managed to grab here was a Hell Zephyr. This is actually a very quick pal, so if you want to get from A to B, this is the pal you jump on. It was time to hatch open more eggs. What we got here now was a Lunaris. This is an absolutely amazing worker pal. It's got some really good skills, including a high level handiwork of 3, so it can make things for you very quickly. But we weren't finished there. We were going to finally break open our huge dragon egg and get our very first Orzhok. Now, he's not a perfect Orzhok. We can do way better, but for the start to mid-tier game that we're now on at the moment, he will do just fine indeed. I always got a sweeper from the other egg as well. That was fine. But if we take a look at his abilities, he got Hooligan and Ferocious. That was a pretty good damage increase for Orzhok. I was very happy with those. He's probably one of, if not the best lightning type pal in the game when it comes to dishing out some serious damage. I finally made a saddle for my Nightwing. I now had the ability to fly around the map. Unfortunately, when it comes to flying in Palworld, the stamina gauge you have is very limited. So you have to be really careful with certain flyers on where you want to go. Because I was able to fly around the map, I was able to see a lot more things that I couldn't from the ground. I came across an NPC here known as the Reincarnated Guy. And what he's saying here is I'm not even supposed to be here. I nearly died after getting hit by a truck while on the job. When I came to, I was on this island. When I was sure I was dead, I prayed for a slice of pizza. Now I can make pizza appear in my hand whenever I want. Pretty amazing skill, yeah? Here, take a slice. And he gave me a pizza. He was a level 50 NPC. Very interesting indeed, and I think he just cracked the whole mystery to this Palworld scenario. I think our character here is just a reincarnation, and once the developers finally figure out what they're going to do with that massive tree of life, I think we're going to get some really cool endgame content as to how our character came here, why our character came here, and what is in store for the future of this game and for character development. So I came across a new boss here known as a Relaxaurus Lux. More or less the same as a Relaxaurus, except it has an electrical ability as well. I absolutely had to catch this. The cool thing about this pal is that you can also make a missile launcher for this one, very similar to the missile launcher you can make with the Relaxaurus. That was the first boss kill. More ancient technology points for us. It is time to fight yet another boss. This one was Lunaris. Now we just hatched this one from an egg, but it's always nice to get some spares because Lunaris has some really nice skills that we can make full use of back on our bases. So it was time to capture Lunaris. Now this time we were using Gigaspheres, but the chance was quite low, 18%. Fortunately, RNG was on our side, and we managed to nab that one, no problem at all. Next up, it was time to capture a Bronze Sherry here, and this pal is actually really good at planting, and I do use that pal quite a lot in a number of future bases. I decided to fly up to the volcano area and have a good look around. As we can see, there's a level 49 Blazamut in this area. I couldn't see him where I was, but I learned later on that he's actually hiding inside a cave. And Blazamut is actually a really strong pal, probably one of the strongest fire pals in the game, but we'll get to see more of him later on. It was time to go back to the base, break open some eggs, smelt some bars, and do some general base progression. As we can see, we had tons of pals now mining ores. We had our Queevern, our Tombats, we even had Digtice. Back to the regular base, I made another assembly line here, and now that the assembly line is made, we can make the Giga Shield. That is even more shield for our character, meaning our survivability has just went up twofold. Because we had Lunaris and some other really good pals with handling skills, it didn't take long at all to make such items. I also made my first high quality hot springs, That's going to go a long way in terms of restoring our pals' sanity. It was then time to break open some more eggs. This time I managed to get a Untitled Ignis. Just like Blazamut, this is a ferociously strong fire elemental pal. I also had a huge rocky egg. I was going to break that open and I got my first Anubis. Anubis was actually bred from my Grisbolt and my Relaxaurus, so it actually didn't get good stats at all. I mean, it has really good skills. It's got level 3 mining, it's got level 4 handiwork, and it's even got transporting. Unfortunately, its passive skills weren't great. But we do end up breeding elite workforce Anubises later on in the video, making our base very overpowered indeed. If we take a look at the Untitled Ignis, we can actually craft a saddle and we can ride this around. We can even swim in the water with it. It has a level 4 in kindling. There is no better pal in this game at smelting bars. The Untitled Ignis is the pal to use if you want to smelt bars or make cake. What's more, if we fully condense him out, we can increase that kindling skill to level 5. It's time to hatch open even more eggs. This time I got a Reptiro, and this has level 3 in kindling and level 3 in mining. It is probably the perfect pal to use up in the metal base, because not only can it mine, but it can smelt. We're going to go back to the desert area here. We're going to capture some more pals to get some more level ups. This time we got a pal here called a Hangu, and I also wanted to get more of those Doomuds as well, because I can capture a total of 10 for the bonus XP. I managed to get 100% on him because he had a fire debuff plus his health was low, so it's very important going forward, especially with the harder pals, that we get status effects on them to increase our capture rate. I also wanted to catch some of these Tokotokos. They had a nasty ability known as a self-destruct. If that ability hits, it could do crazy damage, so we really had to be careful. What I noticed about this game is that most, if not all, of the pals drop specific items. These Tokotokos, for example, drop gunpowder. So if you are in the lines of making tons of ammo, killing tons of those Tokotokos would help greatly. So I received another level up, level 33. It was time to tame some of these Lavanders. These Lavanders actually drop cake. Now it is quite a rare drop, but if you increase the magnitude of which these pals spawn, you could effectively farm these for hundreds and hundreds of cake, no problem at all. It's also worth noting too, that certain pals in this game have abilities to make certain elemental pals drop even more items, so if you increase those abilities, you could potentially make a cake farming pal no problems at all. It was time to tame even more Digtices. These are absolutely amazing at mining. I had one up in the base at the moment. I really wanted to get more. Upon achieving yet another level, I could now make an electrical furnace. This furnace will allow me to make refined metal ingots. They're needed to make tons of endgame structures and endgame accessories, such as really nice rocket-mounted saddles. I also had to mine some coal here if I wanted to make some refined metal ingots. I do eventually make a coal base, but that's shortly down the road. I also made a weapon assembly line here as well. I could now make advanced weaponry with this, which was nice. I now had all of the assembly lines made. That means I can now finally upgrade my base to level 15. This means I can now make a total of 3 bases, and I can have a total of 15 pals working at each base. That's 45 pals in total that can gather resources and do various work activities all around the big Palworld map. So there was a level 38 Mammorest here, an Alpha Mammorest, just down from our first base. And it's been wandering around now for ages, and I always wanted to beat it, but because it was such a high level, I stayed away. But my pals were now a lot stronger, so I had a crack at it, killed it no problem at all. It actually drops a ton of XP. It's a great way to level up in this game. Eventually I know I will run out of pals to tame, because you can only tame 10 of each pal for the bonus XP. When that runs out, it will come down to fighting bosses to grind XP that way. It was time to make some refined metal ingots, and I had some really nice pals to get the job done for that. So I can now make hyperspheres, and these were actually pretty good in terms of capturing pals. They're not the best spheres you could make, but they're the best spheres we could craft right now. And I could craft a lot of them. So I'm going to make tons of those, and then we're going to go on an absolute taming spree. Level 35 unlocks an even greater sphere. It also unlocks circuit boards. We need those to make tons of advanced structures. The Ultra Sphere is quite nice. Unfortunately, it requires refined ingots, and for refined ingots we need coal. So it's just more grindy to get those spheres. So I will use them if these spheres just stop doing what they're supposed to do, which is capture pals. got my first univolt there. That's basically a thunder horse, and you can put a saddle on that and you can mount it around the place. I was also on the lookout for eggs and effigies. I saw a huge dragon egg in the distance alongside an effigy. It was just too good to pass up. Had to grab that huge dragon egg straight away. God only knows what monstrosity I'm going to get out of this. I can tell you right now, it's not going to be anything small. Because I had really good spheres, I didn't really have to do any more battling to capture the low to mid tier pals. I could just throw spheres at them. If I throw spheres at the back of the pals, I would get a bonus capture rate as well. I also discovered a little mine in here as well. That would actually bring me into a boss battle. That's the Shoal mine shaft. And those little secret mine shafts are actually all over Palworld. They're hidden all over the place. Inside was a Bonsherry Aqua. More or less the same as the Bonsherry we got previously, but this was a water version, which was really cool. I pulled out my Orsurk to fight it, and Orsurk, as we can see, does crazy damage because lightning is super effective against water. I did attempt to catch it, but I didn't realise Orsurk would hit it so hard with a skill that it would wipe out the rest of its health. But we can always come back later to capture it, no problem at all. It did drop 9 precious dragon stones. You'll notice there on the left hand side of the screen, those dragon stones sell for huge amounts of money, which is really nice. I also got a new accessory from the chest, an attack pendant. This increases my attack damage, which is actually really nice. That means the crossbow, for example, will do more damage. If I hit something with a bat or a melee weapon, that will also do more damage as well. So it's time to fly around here now and capture even more pals. At 91% on these Wadipops, it's just a no-brainer to just use these spheres and capture them. 100% on that one. We were going to shoot up levels like there's no tomorrow. Level 36 already. The max level in this game is level 50, so we're actually not too far off now of getting max level. There's some Rye Bunnies here as well. It's 100% chance. I also went to fight a Catrice here inside of a boss instance. That was also a 100% chance. I found a level 17 Alpha Grintail here. This was a boss we had not beat before, so beating this will give us technology points. I also wanted to capture it, because I only had 1 or 2 Grintails caught so far. It was a no-brainer to add this one to the pal deck. That was the second Grintail caught. I heard the lovely noise of a pal with the lucky buff. It was a Cativa. It had to be mine. The lucky skill is really good. 15% attack, 15% work speed. It's a no-brainer to get as many pals as possible with this trait. Using the breeding system, we can pass this trait around to other pals, making them equally as strong. I came across a Mossandra Lux. This thing is an absolute beast. We can create a saddle for this pal, which basically gives it a grenade launcher. This thing is a thunder-throwing, grenade-launching panda warrior. We don't actually use this pal in this video, but I do intend to make videos in the future showcasing how powerful these pals can be. I also came across another pal here called a Rayhound. This pal can be ridden, it's quite fast, and he can also double jump. It's a pretty cool pal to use, and it's not bad for dungeons either, especially if those dungeons have water-type pals inside them. You'll be at a significant advantage. We can now finally make the saddle for a Ragnarok. Ragnarok has been part of our combat team for quite some time, so I'm very excited to put a saddle on this and fly it around. So we're going to say bye to our Nightwing, hello to Ragnarok. It's much faster, and it's got much better abilities to use as well, including very devastating fire abilities. So at the moment I'm breeding lift monks. I want to create the ultimate lift monk. It is quite the murder machine indeed. This one has Musclehead, and it also has Runner. Musclehead gives it an attack of 35%. It's just too good to pass up if you're breeding pals that you want to use in combat. I also bred an Astagon here as well. Orsurk and Grisbold, that's the combination you need in order to get an Astagon. Astagon is a dark dragon type, so he can learn tons of very powerful moves. He came with Ferocious and Serious, so we could use him for work or we could use him for combat. He also has a level 4 mining, making him extremely valuable as a worker pal as well, especially when it comes to mining metals. I managed to get an Orchidare Terra here, more or less the same as the regular Orchidare, except it was a Terra variant. And these are new pals, so we can capture 10 of these and get bonus XP on top of that, which was great. So this is another wildlife sanctuary. Now this has Penkings, but it also has other useful pals as well we haven't caught yet. One pal in particular, known as an Elphidran, you can actually catch him here as well. And he's a dragon type pal, he's quite big, and he is what I'd call an end game dragon. And we will be needing some end game dragons later on in the video to fight very difficult bosses indeed. Some of the hardest fights in the game. Elfidran here has a really cool passive where if you kill dark type pals, they drop more items. Here is an 11 Alpha Gumas. This is actually a boss. And I just managed to just catch up here and grab a quick stealth catch. It was just so nice to just one-shot it there with a sphere. I managed to make 273 Pallium fragments using all of the stone that my pals have mined up so far. That's going to be a lot more spheres for me. I'm also back in the small desert, catching more Digtices here, getting more bonus XP. And I also raided a base, and I managed to free here a Mao Christ, which is a new pal. I also came across a Sparkit with the lucky trait, so it was an absolute no-brainer to catch that. The more lucky traits we can get now, the better, especially when it comes to breeding later on. That was all the Sparkits got as well, 10 out of 10. I was also catching more of these Univolts because I just wanted to level up as quickly as possible. Some of the items you make endgame are just amazing. I finally hit level 40. I could finally learn the Grisbold minigun. I also learned the mounted machine gun. It's really good for defending your base. And I also picked up the Giga Glider as well. It was time to fight Felbad. Felbad only has one good skill, and that is medicine making. It's actually quite nice to get a pal sometimes with just one skill. That way it'll only do one specific thing in your base. Sometimes I find that if pals have numerous skills, they can do things you don't want them to do. I also fought a Nightwing boss here as well, level 18 Alpha. That was easy enough to catch too. That was another Nightwing in the bag. And that was the 6th Nightwing caught there. More bonus XP for me. The last 10 levels to get to 50 were going to be a serious grind. It's time to make some refined ingots here. A lot of refined ingots are needed to make a lot of the endgame saddles for the pals. I also made some regular ores too, because regular metal is also needed for a lot of stuff in the game. I came across another boss here, Patalia. We already have Patalia, but I do want to beat every boss in the game. It's not required for all the achievements, but you can't really say you 100% of the game if you haven't beaten every boss in the game now, can you? Achievements or not. As we can see, the Digtices were doing miracle work here with stone. Over 7,000 stone collected. I'm also going to make a new melee item here called Lily's Spear. 450 damage. It was a no-brainer to swap it out with the crossbow. It's going to come in super handy later. I finally made the ultimate lift monk. It had runner, hooligan, ferocious and musclehead. The only non-attack stat it had was runner. But runner still wasn't too bad because it could move faster. We were now going to level up this lift monk to 50. We were going to condense other lift monks into it, and we were just going to power it up so it can reach its maximum potential. Using the Statue of Power, I had lots of pal souls collected. I'm going to start with its attack power. I couldn't maximize its attack power at the moment because I needed more of the larger pal souls, but we do get those later on, and 24% is nothing to snuff at. I then went to the condenser, and I started condensing tons of pals into our lift monk, upgrading its main skill, which is going to be basically a sub-machine gun. As we can see, the first time you do, you just need 4, but it multiplies every time. So you need hundreds of lift monks in order to maximize its primary skill. I then decided to make a large pal bed, and this is the ultimate in comfort when it comes to your pals getting a good sleep at night. It was then on to grab some Moss Andras. Now, we did come across some Moss Andra Lux earlier. These are just regular Moss Andras. But we hadn't really caught any of these yet, so I just wanted to get 10 of these to get some more bonus XP. I also came across a boss, Elfridren. We did catch one initially over in the Wildlife Sanctuary, but I wanted to get 10 in total, so we were going to farm that location until we maxed out the Elfridrens. It was a great way to get XP also. It was then back to the base. We had a large scorching egg. I got a Kitsune out of it. This is an absolutely amazing pal. Its special ability basically means that no sort of weather will affect you. So if you go to the snow biome, you'll never get cold. If you go to the volcano biome, you will never get hot. Kitsune is probably one of the best ground mounts you can have when it comes to exploration. My base got raided yet again. I just wanted to show you how powerful Lily's Sphere was. I finally had enough mats to make Grisbold's minigun. This thing is an absolute beast of a weapon, and the best thing about it is that it doesn't consume any ammo. It does have a hefty cooldown time, but when it comes to fighting the tougher bosses of the game, it's always nice to take it out and do some really good burst damage. I managed to get a fox skull in the snow biome. There's actually lots of pals in the snow biome we have not caught yet. It was now time to fight the second tower boss, Lily and Lylene. Now Lylene is a grass type pal, so fire type pals will be super effective on her.
But to be honest, this is only the second tower boss. It's a quite simple fight. They don't get hard until the third fight and up. They get extraordinarily hard after this fight, and the fifth tower boss is insanely hard. You have to go in there with a well thought out team, well thought out skills, a well thought out strategy. But Lily and Lylene is more or less a pushover. Coming in with high level pals should see you success, no problem at all. I did have a Ragnarok, of course, with some devastating fire abilities. I also had a Kitsune and an Astagon, both with some pretty good fire abilities as well. So it wasn't too difficult to get Lylene down. I had more than 6 minutes to go. Not that much challenging at all. That was 2 tower bosses dead, 3 to go. I got some agent technology points for the kill, and then it was time to go back out to the snow biome and grab even more ice type pals. What I was getting here is a pal known as a Rangryx. Shortly after, I found a much larger desert area. Within, I found a little town. Super excited with this. There's actually 3 merchants inside this town. One sells pals, one sells ammunition, and the other sells regular items. The great thing about the vendor that sells ammunition is that the ammunition never runs out. So there's, in my opinion, no point using resources to make ammo if you can just buy it off the vendor, because it's easy enough to get gold in this game. This is just a showcase of Grisbo's Gatling gun. It is extremely powerful. As we can see, it just wiped out a Mamoris there, no problem at all. And you're going to see a lot more minigun action as we delve deeper into the endgame fights of this video. I went back over to the volcano region. We were taming some new pals. What we see here is a pal called a Blaze Howl, and that's actually really good for smelting bars. We are now kind of going into the mid-end game of this challenge. What you see here now is another wildlife preservation. This is the third one. There's 3 in total. There's lots of new pals on here to capture. What we see here now is a pal known as a Warsect. This is probably the strongest ground type pal in the game. We don't use it in this challenge, but it is quite the potent power pal indeed. Also, we have a Wumbo Botan. This pal is absolutely amazing at cutting down trees. You can also put a saddle on it and ride it around as well. He also has the ability to increase your carrying capacity, making him a really good pal when it comes to exploration and item gathering. Next up, we are going to catch some Wixens here. These are fire type pals, and they actually have a host of really handy skills, including a high handiwork and a kindling skill. I finally created a Shadowbeak. It's a really good flying mount, one of the fastest flyers in the game. Unfortunately, I need level 47 before I can craft a saddle for this epic dark bird. All I needed to breed Shadowbeak was a Kitsune and an Astagon, which I already had, so it was no hassle at all to incubate that Shadowbeak. Next up, we are taking on another boss. This is known as Violet, level 38. It was simple enough to fight because our Ragnarok is a fire type pal. I'm also going to capture some bees here now because I badly need pals that can generate honey at the ranch so we can start our fabulous cake production business. Now this is an Elzebee and we're going to use that to get honey. Next up, I managed to get a Blaze Howl knocked from a fire egg. That was very lucky indeed. I also made a grappling gun here, and this is really handy to get around if there's too much weight on your character and you can't move. Now since I've done this video, developers have put in a patch where your character can move if you're overweight, but at the time of this recording that patch was not implemented, meaning the grappling gun was a lot more useful. Next up, we are taming some Mamorests. We're basically grabbing everything we haven't got so far, up to a maximum of 10, to see if we can finally sort out the rest of our levels. I wanted to get 50 as quickly as possible. I was level 42 at the moment. Back to the volcano area. Grisbo's Gatling cannon is great when it comes to whipping out enemies. I'm fighting here a black marketeer NPC. He was a very high level and it did take quite a number of spheres to catch him. We won't actually use him. I just thought it was very intriguing that we could actually capture human NPCs. So that was another human NPC added to our fabulous base. I managed to pick up a Firen Noct here. Noct meaning nocturnal, so it's just another variant of Firen. It's just a dark type instead of a fire type. I also managed to get a Fenglope, which is actually a very good ground mount. It's very quick and it's got a nice handy jump as well. I located a village here called Fisherman's Point. Inside there's a few handy dandy vendors, and close to this village we have a ton of bushies that spawn around the map. If we want to get really good Anubises, we need to capture tons of bushies until we have bushies with really good traits. It was now time to open up another egg. I got a Penking, but the reason why I'm showing this is because this Penking came with Artisan and Sirius. That means I could breed this Penking with a Bushy to try to make some really good worker Anubises. Here is another Thunder flying type, it's called Beacon. It's actually a very good flyer, and it is super effective against water pals. Here is a Blazamut, so I think this is either the first or second one I've encountered. It has quite a lot of HP, it does a lot of fire damage. It's probably one of the best fire pals in the game. The fight did drag on for quite some time, but it was worth it because I did really want to catch this and have it in my team. Blazamut has a host of deadly abilities, so it's always good to capture a few of these. So that was the first time we captured Blazamut, one step closer to completing the whole pal deck. But we're not there just yet. We do have the legendary pals to also capture, and some of the legendary pals are ferociously difficult to fight. And we're going to get to that in just a couple of minutes. I also got a Serpent Terra here, which is just a variant of the regular Serpent. Here in the huge desert area, we have another mob. This is called a Suzaku, and it is a fire type mod. You can also put a saddle on it and fly around the place. It is quite the flyer. It's very fast. We are now entering the late game where we need to breed an absolute ton of pals in order to get the pals that we want. So what we're doing now is we're mating Bushies with Penkins, and we're trying to get Anubises that are coming with Artisan, Serious, Workaholic stats, so they will be the ultimate base workers. These Anubises have handling skills of 4. They also have a transport skill and a mining skill. They are probably one of the best pals you can have working in a base. Anubis is also a very good combat pal as well, but for the first type of Anubises we're going to breed, they're going to be work Anubises. As we can see, I got a few here with some decent stats. I'm then taming more Bristlers. I'm basically trying to capture anything that I haven't got before or anything I haven't maxed out, so I can increase my level further. I'm level 44 at the moment. If I see Lift Monk effigies, I will prioritise those, because the higher I can get my capture skill, the easier it will be to capture some of the end game pals. As we can see, there are still tons of pals I haven't maximised, including the Robin Quill. I also located a dungeon here with a boss Fenglope inside. Because it was an alpha Fenglope, I said why not. Here is our Lift Monk in action. As we can see, its submachine gun skill is nothing to laugh at. It packs quite the punch. That was the first boss kill there for Fenglope. More ancient technology points for us, and we get some sweet loot as well. As we can see, we have got 6 glorious huge eggs here to harvest. We now have 2 Anubises just breeding together. That's going to get even more Anubises for us. We're going to make the electric furnace now, and with this we can be able to make pal metal ingots, and that's the last tier of ingots we get to make in the game. This is our first Anubis with Artisan and Sirius. We're also going to fight Warsec, an extremely powerful ground type pal, and that was the first boss kill. More tech points for us right there, and that was another boss dead. We're now going to take on the Yormantide boss, level 45 water dragon. This thing packs a serious punch, but we had our lovely Gatling cannon. We also had the Lift Monk machine gun. We were able to whittle down its head in no time at all. As we can see, the Gatling cannon doesn't do a whole lot of damage in terms of single shots, but because it fires so many bullets, that actually makes up for the damage it does. Not to worry though, you will see much stronger Gatling cannons later on in the game. So I finally decided to take on the level 47 Anubis that was in the small desert, and it was an extremely challenging fight. It ends up killing all of my pals, and I'm at the mercy of a 5% capture rate with only 20 hyperspheres left. Thankfully, I finally caught him. I also got a level up as well. That's level 45 and an Alpha Anubis added to the team. Because we were now level 45, I could make the assault rifle. This is a powerful assault weapon. However, when it comes to the end game, it is severely lacking in damage output. Fair enough, it's good for the weaker monsters, but it will not serve you well when you're fighting the legendaries, when you're fighting the last few tower bosses. So if I can give you any advice in this video, don't bother with weapons, just stick to your pals, stick to the powers they can unleash in battle. So we're just breaking up more eggs there, getting more pals. As we can see, I maxed out my Lift Monk's attack power and health. I'm also increasing his defense because it is very squishy at the moment, and I do want to increase its survivability. Now, the first time we took on Yormantide, we killed it by accident. This time I really want to capture it because I really want a water dragon for my fabulous growing base. So we're going to open up here with Lift Monk, use his submachine gun. Then we're going to swap over to the Gatling cannon, and finally we took out Orzork. That one-shotted him, which was another mistake that I made. I should not have brought out Orzork with his HP so low. Surely the next time I fight him will be the time that we will actually capture him. So that was 2 kills in a row there for Yarmantide. The only silver lining there is that we do get quite a lot of XP for killing Yarmantide. What we have here now is a Verdash. While fighting together, he will increase our movement speed, and he will also apply grass damage to our attack power, which actually comes in really handy, especially if we're fighting pals weak to grass type damage. So from doing all the dungeons, from fighting all the bosses, and from opening all the chests, I have accumulated quite a lot of rubies and minerals. I'm going to sell that to the merchant, dramatically increasing my gold. Because I have so much gold, I figured there was no point making gunpowder and wasting metal to make bullets. I would just buy assault rifle ammo instead, and save myself tons of time and resources. So I'm going to go with maybe 400 rounds here, and I decided to try out the assault rifle to see how powerful it actually is. But before that, we are going to finally capture our first Yarmantide. Yarmantide is an amazing water dragon. He also has a level 4 in watering, so he can water up plantations in the blink of an eye. He's probably one of the best picks you can use as well when fighting high-end fire-type pals out in the wild. Another pal here known as Cyblex. This pal is absolutely amazing. If you put this pal into a ranch, it will generate high-quality cloth for you. It will save you an absolute ton of time and resources when it comes to making some of those endgame items, including those large pal beds. Just stick 2 or 3 of these into your ranch, and away you go. We're now back at the giant desert, and we're trying to get a Dinossum Lux here, and this is the same as a Dinossum, except it has a thunder element attached to it, which is quite interesting indeed. So that is the second one of those captured, more bonus XP for us. We're now on level 46. I also came across a Robin Quill Terra. It's just another variant to Robin Quill, so it will have slightly different abilities, but the abilities don't change that much. That's even more XP for us. We're now mating Mossandras together, and the reason why we're mating Mossandras together is because we want to get a Mossandra with very good offensive capabilities. We will then mate that Mossandra with a Rayhound in order to make the ultimate Grisbold. So I finally hatched open a Mossandra here. Now, it had Hooligan, it had Ferocious, and it had Aggressive, but it did not have Musclehead, so I decided not to use this one to make a Grisbold. I will wait until I get a Mossandra that has Musclehead at least in order to make a Grisbold after that. So we're going to put this one back in the pal box, and we will continue to breed until we get a Mossandra with the desired traits. I do have a Mossandra here with Musclehead and Hooligan. The other Mossandra has Ferocious and Aggressive. If we can get a Grisbold with those 4 stats, it will be extremely powerful. We can use it all the way to the endgame, no problem at all. So I started with my Lift Monk here, and we're going to fight this Menace thing. Once we whittle it down to almost 0 HP, we're going to throw a Hypersphere, and we are going to capture it. That is the first Menace thing added to our fabulous pal deck. As I was exploring, I came across a really cool structure here. At the very top of the structure, I noticed 4 chests. How could I refuse? I flew straight down, opened up the 4 chests. And just to make a good point here, if you do see a chest, you should prioritise it, because pal souls are super important for endgame to power up your pal stats. Finally, we got the Mossandra we were hoping for. It had Hooligan, Ferocious, Musclehead and Aggressive. We could now mate that with a Rayhound to get the ultimate Grisbold. I also had to mine up some pure quartz here as well, because I needed to make electronics in order to make some of the endgame structures and accessories, so we could 100% this game. So that's what we did today. The circuit board requires pure quartz and polymer. Polymer is actually simple to make. You just need high quality pal juices to make that, and there's plenty of pals in the game that drop that when they are defeated. It's now time to go back to the metal base. We are going to place our electric furnace right here. And once this is built, we can now make pal metal ingots. And we need pal metal ingots to make things like legendary spheres. We also need pal metal ingots to make the best armor in the game as well, to increase our own survivability. In order to make a pal metal ingot, we just need some regular ore and paldium fragments. It's actually probably one of the easiest ingots to make in the game, in my opinion, because paldium fragments are simple to get. You just have to put stone into a crusher and you can get thousands upon thousands of it, no problem at all. Back to our main base, we are doing some more breeding. We got a Grisbold here with Ferocious, Musclehead and Hooligan. It didn't have Aggressive, instead it got Cold-Blooded. So I had a choice to make. Use this Grisbold in our main attack force, or keep breeding until we get a Grisbold. that replaced cold-blooded with aggressive. I decided to keep this one and to use it because aggressive only gave a 10% increase in attack power. It had muscle head and ferocious, so I was happy enough with that. I decided to start condensing more Griswolds into this one to make its minigun skill way stronger. So what you're going to see now is a much more stronger Griswold in action. We're now flying around the map and we're getting more Wixens, we're getting more fire type pals to add to the pal deck and also to increase our experience. So there's tons of Wixens and Lee's punks around here to capture, and because this is a low enough level area, we're getting a 100% capture rate on most of these pals, which is great. Not only were these pals asleep, but I was also getting back attacks on them as well, further increasing my capture chances. There was also lift monk effigies and pal souls littered all over the area. I decided to move my original base to this location because it has way more space, because I wanted to make a really cool base before this video ends, before I get 100%. So this is going to be the place where we're going to make the base of our dreams. We're on level 18 at the moment. It's worth noting too that further increasing the level of our pal box will yield absolutely no benefits to us. The only reason I'm increasing the level is because I want to 100% the game, so I just want to get it up to level 20. As we can see now, I am level 50. I got there eventually. It took a serious grind. I can now make the pal armors, I can make the rocket launcher, I can make the best equipment in the game. As you can see in our technology tree, sometimes there's question marks there. That means we just haven't got the pal yet to unlock those saddles. And most of those question marks at the very end of the technology tree are legendary pals that we will be attempting very soon indeed. We finally got level 20 here on the pal box. That was very nice indeed. You can of course go into the options and you can increase the number of bases you make. You can increase the number of pals you have working in the base. But because I wanted a bit of a challenge, I decided to just keep the stats the way they are. So I'm going to make some cold resistance pal metal armor, and I'm also going to make fire resistance pal metal armor as well. And that's more or less one of the best armors in the game, apart from the legendary armors that you can get from fighting some of the legendary pals this game has to offer. I'm also making a helmet here as well, which is the pal metal helmet. It's just more defense for me as well. Some of the pals in this game, especially the legendary pals, can dish out some serious damage. So we need all of the best items in order to tackle them and to capture them. So I unlocked a travel point here, and just up from it is a skill tree. Skill trees now will become very important because we need to teach our pals high level skills in order to fight some of these legendary pals. We also need our pals to have high level skills in order to fight some of the tower bosses. There are 3 tower bosses left to fight in this game. I have held off the 3rd tower fight now for a while, but I kind of want to hit them all in one fell swoop once I have my desired pal team assembled. It was now time to fight an alpha version of Astagon here, inside a cave in a volcano. I killed him by accident of course because of our lift monk is a murder machine, but we can go back later on and capture him if we want. He does drop pal metal ingots, he also drops a ton of precious dragon stones, so it's actually a very nice fight to do if you need money and if you need some extra resources. I did get an emerald and an innovative technical manual. This will give me a good few technical points upon use, which is really nice. The more technical points I can get now, the better. Because I'm max level, my character won't get any more technical points normally because I can't level up, so I will have to go in and do dungeons. We finally made the saddle for our beloved Shadowbeak. Look how fast and look how cool this pal actually looks. It was now time to fight a legendary pal. I decided to start with Jet Ragon because I just think it looks so cool. Jet Ragon has some insane abilities. Comet Beam there, which are basically homing comets that lock onto your pals. They do immense damage. Every time I summoned a pal, it was met with extreme firepower. Jet Ragon not only has high HP, high defense, he is also very fast, very aggressive, and does crazy damage. I did have 61 legendary spheres. Each sphere gave me a 5% chance to capture this pal. As we can see, he had a ton of HP left, but because I'm not very good at combat, I decided as a last-ditch resort to just keep spamming spheres at Jet Ragon in hopes to catch him. Unfortunately, that tactic didn't work and he wiped me out. It was time to go back to the base and make my team stronger. So I was going to upgrade my Lift Monk's submachine gun ability yet again to 3 stars. In order to get the final star, I had to condense 64 Lift Monks into it. That's going to be a lot of catching. I also have huge dragon eggs here. Each one will give me a Yarmantite Ignis. I wanted to get a combat orientated Yarmantite Ignis I could bring into battle. I also had huge Rocky Eggs as well, because I wanted a combat-orientated Anubis. So it was time for some serious breeding to get the pals that I needed to crush those legendary pals to make my team stronger. We are now in the endgame of Palworld, so all we have left now, more or less, are to capture the legendary pals and to beat the tower bosses. But in order for us to achieve those feats, an absolute ton of grinding will be needed. Now, I do cut out most of the grinding involved, otherwise this video would probably be 24 or 36 hours in length. So I'm just going to show the highlights here of assembled teams that I'm using in order to fight these encounters. So what we have here now is a Yarmantite Ignis. I'm just putting all my pan souls into its attack power. I'm prioritizing attack power over defense, because I feel like if I can dish out enough damage to these legendary pals, enough damage to these tower bosses, it's much better than stacking up on defense. If they're dead, then it's a win. As we can see here now, I've got a really nice Yarmantite Ignis with an attack of 1167. This thing is going to pack a punch. I'm now breeding Anubises, and I'm looking to get combat Anubises. I'm also breeding more Yarmantite Ignises as well, just so I can condense more into my original one to make it stronger. I'm also going to roam around here as well, just to show you how strong he is. 27,000 damage to that Rusher. Now obviously he won't do that kind of damage to endgame pals because they have much higher defense, they're much higher level. I finally got an Anubis here with Musclehead, Swift and Aggressive. Not only was he very fast, he's also going to hit like a truck. Anubis is one of the best combat pals in the game, believe it or not. So we're going to take out Penguin here, and we're going to put in Anubis. What we have now is a very nice balanced team that we can use to tackle some of the endgame content. So we're going to get our Anubis here, and because I had so many Anubises bred, we are going to condense them into this Anubis, powering up his stats even more. Shadowbeak has a devastating move called Divine Disaster. It summons at least 10 to 15 spheres. Each sphere will fire energy lances at pals, wiping the floor with them. It's super effective against most pals in the game. It is a crazy strong move, and you're going to see this move used a lot when it comes to fighting bosses. What we're fighting here is the Alpha Blazamut. Capturing it was simple because I now had a very strong pal team. It is now time for another tower fight. This is the fourth tower fight, Marcus and Phalaris. If you're wondering, we actually haven't taken on the third fight yet. I accidentally went to this tower thinking it was the third fight, but it wasn't. It was the fourth. So this is the second hardest tower fight in the game, Marcus and Phalaris. Not to worry though, we have a very good assembled pal team. We actually managed to beat this fight no problem at all. Now, he does fly around on this pal, it can be quite hard to hit. Not to worry though, because we have a lot of pals, we have a lot of guns, and we're going to do some serious damage to this thing. So we're going to open up this fight with our usual Grizzbolt. We're going to take out the Gatling gun straight away, and as we can see, the damage numbers are much better. We're going to bring out Yarmantide, bring out the Lift Monk, activate that submachine gun, do some crazy damage right there. Switch to Shadowbeak, give it a Divine Disaster. And as you can see, I'm just constantly cycling pals, using their skills, taking them in, bringing out the next pal, and that is the best way to fight in this game. To continuously cycle your pals, use their skills, while their skills are on cooldown, bring them back in so they can heal and that they can reset their skills. Rinse and repeat. Marcus and Phalaris went down no problem at all. 5 ancient technology points and just 2 tower bosses to go. Because I wiped the floor with Marcus, we're going to move straight on to the next tower fight. This is actually the third tower fight, but it's still quite a challenge because the difference between the second and third tower fight is staggering. The HP that these bosses have is just crazy. This is Alex and Arsork, an Alpha Arsork. Now it is a Thunder type, not to worry though, because our pals are so strong, we're going to use the exact same tactics as we used to beat Marcus. We're just going to open up with Shadowbeak here, give it a Design Disaster, it does crazy damage. And we're going to swap it out after we use all its moves. We're going to have our Lift Monk here with a submachine gun, Grizzbolt with his Gatling cannon, and before we know it, Alex is dead, another boss eliminated. That just leaves one tower to do, but I can tell you right now the last tower is insanely hard. It is a huge difference. So I'm now catching Suzakus to get more XP from my pals, but I'm also catching Alpha Suzaku because some of the Alpha fights can drop legendary schematics, and that Alpha Suzaku can drop a legendary shotgun blueprint, and I really wanted that shotgun going into the tougher fights in the game. I also made the weapon assembly line 2 here, so I can now make rocket ammo, and I can make some rocket launchers. And they might come in handy later on too. To make the rocket launcher though, I needed pal metal ingots. Now, I ended up catching this Suzaku about 20 different times. I even ended up slaughtering it with a butcher knife. It just would not drop the schematics. Blazamut here has a chance to drop the legendary assault rifle schematics, so I started farming him as well. So it was back to taming. I really wanted the legendary. I decided to start with Frostallion this time. It seemed a lot more manageable than trying to go back in and get Jet Dragon. The reason why we're starting with Frostallion is because it is super effective against the Jet Dragon fight. So if I can capture 1 or 2 of these, we will have a serious advantage against fighting Jet Dragon. And the more Jet Dragons and Frostallions we can get in our team, the better team we're going to have. We're going to have a serious team kitted out with legendary pals. All of these legendary pals when captured comes with the legend skill. They also come with amazing stats. This Frostallion, for example, has an absolute ton of HP, a ton of defense. It's got very decent moves. That Crystal Wing is very powerful. The Blizzard Spike is very good at freezing enemies. It also has some amazing traits. You can put a saddle on this mount. You can fly around with it. Legend gives a 20% attack defense increase. It also gives a 15% movement speed. It's got Ice Emperor, further damage increase to its offensive capabilities. As we can see, I'm butchering Blazamut here in the hopes to get the legendary assault rifle blueprint. It is an insanely low drop rate. I do end up getting it eventually, the legendary assault rifle. Finally, it took about 20 Blazamuts, slaughtered half of them, 560 damage. I thought to myself at this moment in time, surely this is going to be the end all and be all of weapons. It turns out that these guns are just so weak. This is level 32 Lunerous. It's just so weak. And I know that attack power does help these weapons. I do eventually respec my character. I pump a ton of levels into my attack power, and these weapons still do really bad damage. So if I can give any advice, if you're still watching this video, just don't bother with the weapons. Just breed up your pals, make them insanely strong, and you'll have no problem at all beating the hardest contents in the game. I also wanted to make the ultimate Pangolin, so I started taming hundreds of lovely cute penguins in the hopes to make the ultimate missile launcher penguin. I also went to the ice area here. I started killing some pals to get some rare flowers to respec. I also took on another Frostallion because I wanted at least 2 in my team to face off against Jet Dragon. That was the second Frostallion in the bag. I could now start breeding these to make more Frostallions. I could now create an army of Frostallions if I so wished. So I started upgrading the skills of my pals. Liftmonk now had Fireball, Pal Blast and Hydro Laser, all insanely strong skills from farming the skill trees that are littered all over Palworld. Grizzbolt, I can give him some pretty good skills too. So I'm going to give him Solar Blast. I'm also going to give him Ignis Rage as well, so he now had 3 different elemental type attacks. It was then finally time to fight Jet Dragon. Even with the 2 Frostallions in my team, this thing was an absolutely insane challenge. Eventually, it did succumb to my legendary spheres, and I nabbed my first Jet Dragon. I was so happy at this stage. I came such a long way, you know, from capturing sheep to finally capturing the biggest, baddest dragon in the game, Jet Dragon. He's also the fastest flyer in the game. You can get from A to B very quickly with him. Jet Dragon comes with the legend skill. Unfortunately, he came with Coward. I was devastated. Minus 10% attack damage. He has Divine Dragon too, 20% increase in damage attack. So I needed to get more of these Jet Dragons because I didn't want to use the one with the Coward trait. I wanted to get much better ones. He only has Gathering level 3, so it's not really going to be a pal you're going to use in the base. I also decided to fight Necromus, but if you look closely, you'll see there's another legendary pal in the distance, which is Paladius, so you more or less fight 2 of them at once. These are 2 legendary pals, of course. After hours of fighting, in-game hours of course, not real-life hours, I finally got Necromus down to a desired level where I could attempt to catch it. A 25% capture rate is viable enough, and after launching a couple of spheres, he finally succumbed, and I managed to nab him. Then it was on to Paladius. Paladius, in my opinion, is much easier to fight than Necromus, and I was also getting pretty good too at cycling pals and dodging attacks. Eventually, Paladius was caught as well. That was more or less all of the legendary pals caught except one, and that was going to be the Frostallion Noct, but that one is just a breedable pal, so we breed that one eventually. As we can see, all of these pals come with Legend. Necromus had Lord of the Underworld. It's just an increase in dark damage. More or less the same with Palladius, except it had a different trait that gave it an increase to neutral attack damage. The great thing is that all these traits can be bred to different pals in the game. So I could have a Penglet or a Lift Monk, for example, with the Legend trait. I could have it with the Celestial Emperor trait. You know, that's the beauty of breeding in Palworld. With that, it was time to get Frostallion knocked just to finish off all the pals. So I bred a Frostallion with a Hell Zephyr, and that's going to get me Frostallion knocked. So we're going to put the eggs into the incubator. I did breed 3 in total, in the hopes to get a Frostallion knocked with some decent abilities. I then decided to make Jet Ragon's missile launcher saddle. Not only could I sit and ride around on Jet Ragon, I could also fire missiles with it as well. It was now time to finally get the last legendary pal, which is Frostallion knocked, and this one can only be gotten from breeding. You just have to breed Frostallion, Hell Zephyr, and you get Frostallion knocked, no problem at all. Out of the 3 that I bred, 2 came with the Legends perk, but the 3rd unfortunately didn't. Not to worry though, it was another pal added to our pal deck. We were one step closer to 100%ing this game. In terms of regular skills, Frostallion knocked works more or less the same way as Frostallion. It just utilises dark attacks instead of the ice attacks. Look how fast Jet Ragon is here, and doesn't even have any skills that increases movement speed. There are 3 movement speed skills in this game that you can get to dramatically increase your movement of pals. You have Runner, Swift and Nimble. The missiles are just absolutely amazing, and you could just wipe out scores of low level pals with them. It was now time to finally make the ultimate penguin. I had enough penguins caught to 4-star our Penglet here. As we can see, he had Musclehead, Ferocious and Hooligan, so he had really good offensive stats. We're also going to get Penglet's rocket launcher. So instead of using a rocket, we will load Penglet into the launcher instead and fire him at enemies. And it actually does really nice damage. Now these are alpha version Suzaku's level 45. And I know it looked like he didn't do much, but he shaved off thousands of damage there with that attack. Quite the devastating ability indeed. It was time to hatch more huge dragon eggs. What we're making right now are Orzurks. I wanted to breed the ultimate Orzurk. He is one of the strongest lightning type pals in the game. In order to fight the last boss, we needed the best dragon type pals the game had to offer. Orzurk is a high level dragon worthy of a position on our battle team. I also decided to max out my Lift Monk. Even though it wasn't the dragon type, it was one of the strongest pals I had in my possession. Upon getting 4 stars on Lift Monk, I also figured out that all of its regular skills got upgraded, so it now had level 2 in a lot of work activities, which was nice. Finally got an Orzurk here with Hooligan, Musclehead and Ferocious. I was quite happy with that. So we're going to max out that Orzurk, and we're also going to increase some of its base stats, just to see how powerful we can make it. Now, of course, I could have tried to get Legend on this, and I could have got other skills too, but I didn't want to pour hundreds of more hours into the game. It was finally time to take on the last tower boss, and 100% this game. The last tower boss is much harder than any of the previous tower bosses we've fought so far. Even Marcus and Borealis, they pale in comparison to this guy. He's got 200,000 HP, Victor and Shadowbeak. His Shadowbeak also has devastating abilities. So we're going to open up with Jet Ragon. We're going to fire all of our special abilities at it, including our missiles, and they do some pretty decent damage. We have 10 minutes to get Victor's HP down to 0. This is by far, in my opinion, the hardest fight in the game. The amount of DPS you need to clear this fight is insane. And I cycled my pals pretty well, but I suppose I could have done a slightly better job. There was 1 minute 40 seconds left on the fight. He had over half HP, so I just quit out. I decided to tame more Jet Ragons. The more Jet Ragons I had, the better chance I had of beating this boss. So that was the second Jet Ragon added to the team, and that one was slightly better than the first. It did have Hooligan, so it was going to do a lot more damage than the first. So I now had 2 Jet Ragons, 2 Frostallions, and a Yarmithide Ignis dishing out damage. I got him down to 0 HP, but it was too late. The timer killed my character before I could claim the kill, so that was the second attempt ended in a failure, but by God it was so close. Not to worry, it was time to grind it out even more. This time, we were going to mate the jet dragons that I caught, and we were going to get more jet dragons. We were going to assemble a team of 5 jet dragons in total and missile launcher this boss to hell. That was the tactic that we were going to use, and by God did it work so well. I jumped onto each of the jet dragons and I launched missile after missile, tearing this shadow beak to pieces. Once the missiles were extended, I would use the beam cannon attack, and then I would just switch to the next jet dragon until this boss was dead. I had finally achieved a kill on all tower bosses. What a rush it was. I was so happy by getting 100% on this game. What a game. Probably one of the best games I've played in a long time. If Nintendo are watching this video, could you please put some effort into your Pokemon games and just make them better? I tried to fly over to the big tree here now, thinking that something would change once all the towers went down, but it was a no-go. That tree is blocked. I'm sure the developers of this game will release that tree in a future patch. This is also the inside of the house that I made. As we can see, there's a lot of furniture items you can buy from the technology tree that you can put down in your house, and a lot of them are really cool. So as we can see, I've got a really cool toilet here. I also have a bathtub. I've got a sink. If we go downstairs, I've got a really cool bar I'm going to show you now. I've got a nice living room up here with really comfy chairs. I've got kegs downstairs, and the great thing is that all these kegs and all these chests, you can actually put items in them. So that is our 100% Palworld video. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. Please subscribe to the channel. I'll see you again.
I 100%ed Cult of the Lamb. To achieve 100%, our cozy cult members will be bribed, beaten, wed in holy matrimony, fall in love and have babies, dance around the campfire in sin, overindulge, get high, eat one another, sacrificed, ascend to the gods, resurrected, and do it all over again. Hello everybody, this is GamerGar. Welcome to a Cult of the Lamb completionist video. For this video, we are not just going to play the base game, we are also going to complete all of the DLC achievements. What we see here is all of the DLCs currently installed in the game. As far as I am aware, that is all of the DLCs that you can get. So we're now going to jump into a new save. Let's have some fun. Before we start our wacky adventure, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, please hit that subscribe button. I would love to become a full-time YouTuber. You can make that happen if you just give that button a tickle. I'd greatly appreciate it. It is a dark day indeed for our helpless little lamb. The last of its kind. Once the sacrifice has been completed, we are warped to the afterlife where we get to meet the one who waits. And this powerful entity is going to bestow upon us a red crown. And this crown is going to give us immense power. The power to forge a cult in our name. The power to fight back against the 4 bishops that have sent us to our doom. If we are to 100% this game, we are going to have to perform every ritual, build every structure, collect every outfit, tarot card, relic, and every follower form. There's quite a lot of collectibles in this game, but not to worry, we eventually get through it in almost one piece. Cult of the Lamb is a mixture between a dungeon crawler and a cozy farming simulator, and it does blend those elements in quite well. What you see right now is our cozy little lamb going through what we call a crusade, which is basically a dungeon, wiping out enemies that stand in our path to greatness. We come across our very first follower here, and we will always get the option to rescue these followers. Later, we can then convert them over to cult members, and the more cult members we can amass, the more power we will obtain. Our very first cozy cult member, we will call it Bugaboo, our very own Discord moderator. Bugaboo comes with a very rare and valuable trait known as the Royal Pooper. Bugaboo will create golden poops for us to clean up, but the trade-off is that every time we clean up a golden poop, we will get lots of gold in the process. So hopefully Bugaboo will make lots of poops for us on our cozy farm. We're now going to build a kitchen, and this is needed to feed our followers. If our followers get too hungry, they may not believe in our faith anymore and they could leave. They could even spread dissent amongst other cult members, and that can create quite a fiasco for us. We are now going to enter the first dungeon this game has to offer, and this is called Darkwood. There are 4 dungeons in this game altogether, Each dungeon is comprised of several mini-bosses, followed by a main boss which is a bishop, and there's 4 bishops in the game that we have to destroy. There's also one big baddie bishop in the end, but we'll get back to that later. Every time we go into a room, it can be a room that can give resources, it could be a room, for example, where we could rescue a follower, or it could be a room with just tons and tons of enemies for us to destroy. We're not totally helpless though. We can normally pick between 1 or 2 rooms every time we go into the next gauntlet. After traversing through several rooms, we will meet the first mini-boss here, Enthusiast. And this mini-boss is simple enough. He just fires out some projectiles, charges here and there. It's just a simple dodge and whack until we are victorious. Once that mini-boss has been slain, a follower does pop out, which we can recruit to our cozy cult. We also get to choose one of 3 rewards. Normally I will select a collectible here over resources or food, because the more collectibles we get, the sooner we can reach 100% completion on this game. And as you can see, there are a lot of recipes, especially building recipes such as paths and decorations that we need to get in this game to fully achieve 100%. As we can see there, we get bonus resources because we took no damage from fighting the boss. Every time we indoctrinate someone into our cult, they come with randomized traits. Sometimes it can be all positive traits, sometimes all negative, sometimes a mixture. Later on, we can, in ways, control that, and we can breed cult members into our lovely cult, and we can choose what traits they want, depending on who their parents are. All of our lovely cult members will be named after our channel members. So far, we've got Bugaboo, we've got Natasha B, and Enyanya. As we can see, I just learned the recipe there to build a temple. And the temple is very important when it comes to making the red crown on our head a lot more powerful. The more powerful the red crown, the more powerful our weapons and spell abilities become. Every day we can hold a sermon, the more cult members we have, the more divine aspiration we get. That means we can unlock even more powerful weapons and spells. It's also very important that we amass tons of cult members so we can get devotion outside, and devotion is needed to unlock more structural recipes and decorations. We went back to Darkwood here. We met a very important NPC by the name of Tao. He has taught us a regular spell ability here. Now this is just the first spell of the game. There's tons of different types of spells we can get, and in order to use a spell, we use a resource called Fervor, and if that runs out, it just means we can't use spells anymore. We're now going to fight the second mini-boss here, and there's 3 mini-bosses in total before we can fight the first big bad main boss, and his name is Leshy. The second mini-boss here is simple enough. It fires out a couple of projectiles. You can't hit the boss when it's jumping around the place, but it's just like the first boss. We just have to dodge a few attacks, whack it a few times with our axe, and away we go. We can now convert another mini-boss into our cult. We also get some rewards here too. As per usual, we're going to go with the blueprint, and this is just another path blueprint. We now have Sarcasm and Elizabeth Lynch. Welcome to our lovely cozy cult. So we now have a couple of cult members. That means we need to put down some beds so our cult members can sleep in peace. And it's very important that our cult members remain in good spirits. That means they'll work for us 100% of the time and they won't complain. We just got our first golden poop there from Bugaboo. Thanks a million. Back into the temple here now, and we're going to have a sermon. And a sermon is something that I do almost every single day, just so I can very quickly and efficiently upgrade my weapons and get them into stronger tiers. We also can upgrade our crown as well, and there's a lot of options now from the DLC that we can select that we couldn't select from the base game. One is the goat, so instead of looking like a lamb, I can now look like a goat. Unfortunately, if I want to equip any sort of powered up fleece down the road, the goat form does get taken away, which is unfortunate. Because I want to 100% this game, I'm not spending a whole lot of time just dallying around my farm, trying to get as much upgrades as possible before I go back into the dungeons. I'm prioritising dungeons right now because we're going to have to do hundreds and hundreds of dungeon runs to get full completion on this game. So the sooner we can get into these dungeons, the sooner we can complete the main story, the better for us. So we just completed the third mini-boss there, and we're going to bring Fluffy Fish into our lovely cozy cult. If we go back into Darkwood now, we can take on the first bishop. But before that, we're going to make some farm plots so we can start feeding our followers some food on a regular basis, because our followers will get very hungry if we don't feed them after a couple of days. So I'm going to put down some farm plots here, I am limited in terms of resources right now, so I don't have a whole lot of wood or gold or stone, but there are structures we can make later on that will make those resources trivial. Bugaboo asks me to create a name for my cult. I call it the Gamergar Stars. We are now going to have our first ritual, and this is the bonfire ritual. And this ritual is absolutely magnificent when it comes to increasing faith. If our cult members aren't too happy with how we're running the cult, the faith will go down. If faith reaches certain levels, we will start to lose cult members. So it's a very important stat that we need to try to keep up all the time. And because faith can go down periodically, we can't just farm dungeon after dungeon. We have to do some work on the farm as well and make sure that all our cultists are happy. So I got some commandment stones, and we can use these to unlock powerful rituals and also powerful passive abilities for our cult members. There's 5 areas we can go into. So we've got possessions, law and order, subsistence, work and worship. Now what we're going to go into for the first one is sustenance, because you get some really nice stuff here. The first one I'm going to go for is the feasting ritual. You can select one of 2 perks each time. The feasting ritual is very handy because we gain 25 faith, but also it fills up our hunger meter. So that's a really handy one to do if you're spamming dungeons and the hunger gauge is down really low. I also picked up a follower farm, and I'm taking on Ratau here in a game of Knucklebones. This is basically one of the main minigames of Cult of the Lamb. And once victorious, we will get some nice collectibles. Later on, we will find more NPCs we can play Knucklebones with, and if we beat them at Knucklebones, they will give us tarot cards and other really cool stuff. Back on the lovely cozy farm, we now have enough divine inspiration to upgrade our cult to level 2. And every time we upgrade the cult, we will gain access to more powerful structures. Eventually, we will be able to make structures that will automate a lot of the processes on our cult, such as getting cultists to farm, fertilise and water crops without us needing to be on the farm that much. I went back into Darkwood today and I noticed an NPC here he's called Helab, and he occasionally sells cultists at a discounted rate. Sometimes you have to pay the full price, sometimes you have to pay nothing. I also encountered the Fisherman. The Fisherman is an NPC that will now show us the location of a new zone that we can explore. Lots of collectibles and quests that we need to do in that zone as well in order to achieve 100%. I also came across a room here as well, and I had to sacrifice a red heart. In return, I got some extra blue hearts, which was nice. Because we now had all 3 mini-bosses dead, we can now open up the boss room and challenge the first bishop of this challenge run, and that is Leshy. Now Leshy is probably the easiest of the 4 bishops, I suppose him being the first. Leshy's got some abilities that we have to watch out for. It does occasionally burrow into the ground, so we have to watch out for the spikes that come up out of the ground. Leshy can also fire projectiles at us as well, and Leshy also summons ads that we have to beat down as quickly as possible. We don't have to beat down the ads, but if we ignore them, we might get overwhelmed. And at this moment in time, we don't have the best weapons or spells in the game, so we gotta play it safe. Once Leshy is defeated, we get a key item here known as the Heart of the Heretic, and there's 4 of these hearts you can get in total, and every time we get one, we can unlock a cool ability. We also unlock the first big chain there to free the one who waits. We also get some commandment stones, and we get a Leshy trophy. Some of these structures can only be built one. The Leshy trophy is an example, but it does make for a great aesthetic to be put on the cozy farm. We also get some follower farms as well. Follower farms are limited to certain locations. For example, there's 4 main dungeons in the game. Each dungeon has their own collection of follower farms. So if we want to get all of the follower farms, we will have to go back in and farm those dungeons a few times over to get all the collectibles. It's also worth noting too that if I see a big bunch of cultists like this, I will try to inspire them, I will try to impress them to increase their loyalty levels. So we're now going to bring Glittersparks and the Awkward Brib into our cozy farm. Welcome channel members. Cult members can reach a loyalty level of 10. When that happens, we can turn them into disciples. There is an achievement in this game to acquire 12 disciples, so the grind is on. We do get more devotion, which is great. That means more weapon upgrades for us. And the more commandment stones we get, the more we can power up our lovely passive and ritual abilities. We're going to take the Grass Eater trait here. This means every time we make a grassy gruel meal, it won't have any negative effects on our followers. It just makes it a lot easier to keep our followers fed. We're also going to get our first heart of the heretic power, and this power is going to be the ability to start every crusade with one diseased heart. And it's a very handy item. It means if we take damage, that diseased heart will damage all enemies in the room. So we're just doing a little bit of farming here. I'm also going to make a farmer station. This means cultists will now water the crops for me. I don't have to water the crops myself, thank God. I'm now going to pay a visit to Pilgrim's Passage. And there's lots of cool stuff to be had here, including follower farms. Now these follower farms can be gotten from Darkwood, but I want to speed up progress, so I'm just going to buy 1 or 2 from the follower shrine there. We're now going to visit the lighthouse, which is one of the key areas of the Pilgrim's Passage. The lighthouse keeper was having difficulty lighting the fire, and all of the ships were crashing on the shores. I just thrown a couple of pieces of wood into the fire there, and the lighthouse keeper was very happy indeed. And we will get lots of funny quests like this as we progress the game. And that little statue there does refill over time, so it's handy to come back here every couple of days and get that valuable devotion. I'm also going to purchase some tarot cards here as well, just to speed up progression. So we've got Nature's Boon, we've got the All-Seeing Sun, and we've got some other bits and bobs as well, like Retribution. And once we unlock these cards, they do turn up inside of the dungeons. There's also some really cool aesthetics we can buy here as well. We will need to unlock all of these if we are to 100% the game, so it's better to just buy them now rather than try to find them later. There's also this red demon that we can encounter, but we can only encounter this demon during the nighttime at certain locations. The first time we encounter this demon, we just have to give it 1 fish, and as a reward we get what's called a fleece token. Once you obtain 4 of these tokens, we can unlock a fleece, and every fleece is basically like a double-edged sword. It gives us a positive ability as well as a negative ability. We also do some fishing here as well. Just get the Neptune's Curse there, which is really nice. We can get more fleece tokens off of the fisherman if we give the fisherman some very specific fish. He's looking for 4 rare fish in total, but there are ways that we can expedite that. For now, we're going to spend the whole day just doing tons of fishing. I managed to fish up a squid, and that's one of the 4 rare fish needed in order to get all of the fleece tokens. So that's 1 more fleece token in the bag for us. Today means we can unlock another ritual provided we have a commandment stone. Ritual of the Ocean's Bounty is an amazing ritual to unlock. Once this is performed for 2 days, it makes special fish more likely to appear. This makes it super simple to get all of the rare fish the fisherman needs so we can grab all those lovely fleece tokens. Once the ritual has been performed, as we can see, there's tons of fish now that we can pick up. We're also getting a lot more fish every time we get a bite, so we can now donate those 3 other fish to the fisherman and get those 3 remaining fleece tokens. And that is another side quest in the bag. Whoever laid this giant poop, fair play to you, but also please get yourself checked out. More devotion means more weapon upgrades for us, but also we get to unlock our first fleece, and we're going to go with the golden fleece. This fleece is absolutely amazing. Every time we slay an enemy with this fleece, we will do increased damage, but if we take a single hit, that damage multiplier will get negated, and we will also take double damage. So that is the double-edged sword of the golden fleece. It didn't take too long for our fabulous cult members to play some awful shenanigans on each other. Our good cozy cult member there, Sarcasm, wants us to give Glittersparks a bowl of poop. If I decline this request, it loses me a lot of fate, so I couldn't really afford to do that. So apologies Glittersparks, but I didn't really have a choice at this moment in time. I made some bowls of poop, but I didn't even have to tell Glittersparks to eat it. She just automatically came up and she ate the bowl of poop without me even giving the command, which was absolutely amazing. Just goes to show the loyalty of my fabulous channel members. I was impressed by the loyalty shown to me today, hence it was time to treat all of my fabulous cultists to a nice meal. Not only will this fill up the hunger bar, it's also a great fate gainer. Because Darkwood had now been completed, Leshy had been slain, we can now enter the second big dungeon of the game, which is called Anura. But before we delved into the depths of Anura, we decided to go back into Darkwood, because now that Leshy has been defeated, new enemies have emerged, and the existing enemies are also a bit more powerful. Not only that, but there's even more collectibles we can get in here, including a valuable Eye of the Witness. And there's 4 of these eyes we have to get in total, and these eyes will be traded into an NPC in the near future to get even more fleece tokens. So that was the first Eye of the Witness there, and if we want to get more, we will have to clear out the rest of the main dungeons. So that was the first of 4 eyes that we need. Also, once we have a main dungeon completed, when we have the current crusade done with, we can decide to do another run to get even more valuables instead of going back to our cozy farm. And I did just that, and I fought another mini-boss. Now this boss had been fought before, but I just wanted to do a second chain run so I can get more valuable resources. I needed a lot of wood, a lot of stone, a lot of gold, so I can make a lot of farming structures. I also picked up some nice recipes as well that I need for 100% completion, so the more of these recipes that we get, the better. I also came across an NPC here by the name of Manch. Now, unfortunately for me at the time, I didn't know if I pressed the action button just behind the bonfire there, I would get a very rare piece of lore, and that does come back to haunt us at the end of the challenge because this room apparently is incredibly rare to come across. And I can tell you right now, that is correct. It took me almost 20 hours to find that room post-game so I could get the missed piece of lore, just to let you know. So the one who waits was very happy with my progress, and I was taught a ritual here called Sacrifice of the Flesh. Just means I can sacrifice a follower. It was now time to indoctrinate some more Cozy Cult members. Mania Ilyana, Vice City, Valiant Chicken, and Ashley Harris, all welcome to the Cozy Cult. More members means more devotion for me, and because I can do a sermon every single day, and because I had so many members, I was getting at least 1 level up per day, which means I can get at least 1 level up in my weapons or spells every single day. I now had almost the next tier of weapons unlocked, which was great. It was time for another powerful relic trait. Gonna go with Substances and Courage trait. All cult members will gain the Substance and Courage trait. That means they'll gain Fate if they become high. Now, our lovely, once loyal Discord moderator Bugaboo decided to dissent against us, and she was spreading really bad rumours about me around the cult, so I decided it was best to sacrifice her to the greater gods. But not to worry, we can resurrect you later on, and I'm sure when you do get resurrected, you'll be on your best behaviour. But for now, say hello to the great beyond, on behalf of the Gamergar Stars. Ah, Fluffy Fish, one of my most loyal followers, I bestow to you a skull necklace. This will double Fluffy Fish's life expectancy, so Fluffy Fish will live twice as long as a regular member. It was also time to indoctrinate Bonkers Busy into our lovely Cozy Cult. Welcome. It was finally time to explore the next big dungeon, Anura. Upon entering, I got a gauntlet type weapon. Now this has to be one of my least favourite weapons in the game. The gauntlets and the hammer I despise because the gauntlets they're just too weak and the hammer is just way too slow. But that's what we got, so we're just going to have to deal with it. Upon going through Anura, we come across our first mini-boss. His name is Gusian. And Gusian is very similar to the enemies we fought in Anura. He just jumps all over the place. We have to avoid his ground slam. He will spawn some eggs. Enemies will hatch from those eggs, so it's just about ad control as well. If we can destroy those eggs before they hatch, we won't have to worry about the enemies. Once Gusian has been defeated, another follower can join our flock. We will call that follower Natasha Smith. We're also going to call our another follower Pantox, which is another Gamergar member. So welcome to the tribe. It's now time to go into the next discipline, which is Afterlife. We've got 2 choices. We're going to go with Belief in Afterlife trait. This means instead of cult members losing 20 faith when a follower dies, they only lose 5. This is very important because I can tell you right now, there's going to be lots of follower deaths in this video, so prepare yourself. I also acquired a new follower form for catching those little red balls at night time. That was a nice surprise. I'm also focusing on trying to increase loyalty levels of all of these followers as quickly as possible, so we are going to need lots of disciples. I also made a Healy Bay, so I can heal up my followers if they become ill, and that comes in really handy. I came across this new NPC here when I was venturing through Anura, and this NPC is going to tell me all about the Spore Grotto, and it's also going to tell me about collecting mushrooms that we can give to this NPC later on, so we can get some really nice collectibles and powerful rewards. The Spore Grotto is home to a hilarious NPC known as Sozo, and that NPC has probably one of the funniest quest chains in the game. I also came across a new NPC here by the name of Chimak, and Chimak is basically the relic giver. So anytime we find this room in the future, we can obtain a powerful relic, and most relics are one-off use items, and they have various effects such as summon demons to help us in battle, fire down a bolt of lightning to strike an enemy, shoot lots of projectiles that do damage based on how many followers we have. So a lot of these relics, they come with conditions, and the stronger that condition is, the more damage it will do. And there's lots of relics to be collected in the game. One of the achievements is to collect all of the relics, and it's quite a grind to get that done, but we will get there in the end. A lot of the enemies in Anura can spew out projectiles, so we gotta be very careful. We are using the golden fleece, and it is very important that we try to accumulate as much damage output as possible. If we can get our damage normally to about 150-200%, we can normally pack in the mini-boss in just a few swings, so it's really nice when that happens. Speaking of the mini-boss, Eligus is the next boss we have to fight here, and this is just a bigger version of the regular bird-type enemies we fight in this dungeon. Eligas will spawn multiple enemies that we can choose to ignore. However, it's in our best interest to wipe those enemies out as quickly as we can because they just keep following us around. Eligas will also summon waves of projectiles that are fairly easy to dodge as well. We can just roll through them. Another follower added to the cult there, which was nice, and we have more commandment stones, which means we can unlock more rituals. One ritual here is called the Ritual of Resurrection, and as per the title, we can resurrect followers that were sacrificed or killed or died of old age. So we're going to get Bugaboo right back into our cozy cult. And hopefully this time Bugaboo will be a little bit more forgiving and she won't be dissenting all the time, causing hassle. I'm now collecting flowers here known as camellias. These are needed to heal up our cultists if they become ill. So we are going to need hundreds and hundreds of those if we want to get 100%. Natasha Smith here gave us a quest. She heard a rumour that Manya Ilyana was a spy. She asked us to investigate. I spoke with Manya Ilyana and I didn't get any sort of bad vibes, so I think Natasha was just being a little bit overprotective there. So I'm now getting more divine inspiration here, and with that inspiration comes new structures that we can unlock. The propaganda speakers are really handy. If our cultists work within those speakers' range, they will work much faster. I also managed to find a skull here from catching some spiders at night time. I put the skull inside a burial pit here, and what popped out was a total surprise. An actual new cultist by the name of Weber. I also got a congratulations screen here, saying that I've unlocked penitence mode, and I got an absolute ton of special event recipes that I can make and put down on my farm. So it was really cool to get 7 recipes there in total. So I paid a visit to the Spore Grotto, and just like the Pilgrim's Passage, you had a vendor here that sold tarot cards. It was 4 tarot cards in total, so we picked up the Blazing Trail. We also got the Path. After that, I had enough money to get the Weeping Moon, and I also purchased the last tarot card as well, King of Turua. Once those 4 tarot cards were purchased, I had a look at the other wares that our lovely mushroom friends had. I also had a chat with the main NPC here. This NPC's name is Sozo, and all Sozo cares about is mushrooms. The more mushrooms we give Sozo, the more rewards we get in return. After giving Sozo the first batch of mushrooms, he is going to give us a valuable fleece token. But we do get way better rewards off Sozo as the game goes on and his mushroom requirement goes up. We also found the red demon here as well, and this time the red demon didn't want a fish. Oh no, it wanted a follower. I just sacrificed one of my non-member followers. And there is no way around this. We need to sacrifice followers to the red demon or we won't get 100% completion. Unfortunately, it's just one of those things that we have to do. But the rewards are worth it. We get another fleece token, which is really nice. And now, because we have even more commandment stones, we're going to take another trade. Respect your elders trade. Our followers will get +5 faith every time there's an elderly follower in the cult. And we do end up with quite a lot of elderly followers. We're now going to fight another mini-boss here in Anura, so we are getting close to the next big bishop fight. And this boss is very similar to the first. It just jumps around the place, spawns some ads, it throws some bombs at us. It's no big deal really. We only have a 15% damage on the golden fleece, but we didn't struggle at all and it was an easy enough fight. We now have enough aspiration to get our cult up to level 3. This is going to unlock some more advanced structures for us, but the best structures and when we get cut level 4. That's when the real fun begins in this game. There's some wacky structures you can get. Another day means another commandment stone. We're going to go with return to the earth trait here. This means that every time a follower dies, we can put them into a box and turn them into fertilizer. It's really handy to have, and this counts for any sort of follower death. So if we murder a follower, if a follower dies of old age, if a follower dies of illness, we can just pop him into the fertilizer pot. It's fierce handy. I'm also going to visit Pilgrim's Passage again, and I'm going to pick up all of these recipes just to speed up progression. If I have the money, why not? Because gold is very easy to obtain, and we can even sell items that we don't use too much on the farm to get even more money. I picked up a new relic today behind the lighthouse. It's called Chonek's Shoe, and this is one of the many relics we will need to collect to get 100%. That is relic 17 out of 57, so there's a lot of stuff to collect in this game. I did some fishing today as well, and I managed to fish up a new relic, the Beak of the Fowler. It was very nice to get that. I wasn't expecting it. I did go into this DLC without any knowledge, and it just made the playthrough for me a lot more entertaining. So I got a very potent trait there called Cheaper Rituals, and if I get one more level up, I can get a ritual cooldown reduction as well, and that's a game changer. We're now going to go into Law and Order. We're going to get the Ascend Follower Ritual. This is just another way to get rid of followers that we don't want. But the big bonus here is that when you get rid of those followers, depending on their level, you get a huge loyalty bonus to all of the followers that are in Sermon. We're now going to resurrect Elizabeth. Death is not the end for the GamerGuard channel members. We also get a power up here too for weapons, so we're now going to get merciless weapons, and they're one of the strongest weapon types in the game, but we can get stronger. We haven't reached the peak of the upgrade tree just yet. We also come across an NPC here called Flinky inside Anura, and Flinky is going to be a Knucklesbone player that we can take on over in Ratau's Lonely Shack. I also found a room here too with a cat, and this cat had lovely recipes for us to pick up. The first one was Ambrosia. That's going to give us an increased damage to curse. A lot of the enemies in Anura tend to jump around the place and fly around, so we have to be very careful we don't accumulate damage, or damage multiplier on the Golden Fleece will go back to 0. But we did have enough mini-bosses killed, so we can now fight the main bishop of this dungeon. That bishop is called Hecate, and Hecate is quite similar to the enemies that we fought in this dungeon. He primarily just jumps around the place and fires some bombs at us. He might summon some ads. That's really it. To be fair though, most of the bosses we fight the first time round are fairly simple. Eventually, we will have to go back in and fight the hardened versions of these enemies, and some of them do pack quite a punch. Now, I did take some damage. The damage multiplier on my Golden Fleece at the time was only 15%, but because I had my weapons upgraded so much, it didn't really matter. Every time I landed a hit, it did substantial damage. Eventually, Hecate went down no problem at all, and that was another Heart of the Heretic in the bag. So that's 2 bishops down, 2 bishops to go to complete the main portion of this game. That will not be the last of Hecate. We will see Hecate again in a few different forms. We'll also see Hecate again in a much tougher form. Hecate will have a lot more HP, and Hecate will also have some different attack patterns as well. As we can see, our cozy cult is growing quite large, and we have most of our GamerGuard channel members joining there too, which is really nice to see. I just shut off the heart there, and it was time to unlock the wedding ritual. And it is what it says. We can have weddings in this game. We can get married to as many cultists as we want. We will have to have a couple of weddings in order to unlock all of the tarot cards and other collectibles. There are a lot of rituals in this game that you have to perform a handful of times to get certain collectibles. So I just got the Lovers 2 tarot card there, and that gives +2 blue hearts. So that is now unlocked. I also visited Sozo again today, and I'm going to give him some more mushrooms. Now this time Sozo is going to give me a very powerful ritual. It's probably one of the best rituals in the game. It's called the Brainwashing Ritual, and this locks all your cultists into full faith for 2 days, and there is absolutely nothing you can do to bring that faith level down. So if you're looking to murder cultists, sacrifice cultists, or do any sort of activity that might lower the faith of your cultists, just brainwash them first and everything will be okay for you. It was now time to unlock the next big dungeon of the game. This is known as Anchor Deep, and this is an underwater style dungeon, and it's home to some new monsters. new secret activities, and it's also home to a new big bishop boss. But first we have to fight the mini bosses. The first one is called Celios. Celios is very similar to the smaller enemies we fought in Anura, with a few secret abilities, especially spawning the ads, but we beat down Celios no problem at all, and that is another follower added to the cozy cult for us. Once we leave the dungeon, we get a new trait here called Belief, an absolution trait. It just means we get a faith bonus every day none of our members are in prison, and it's quite rare when we put members in prison. Normally I just sacrifice them or ascend them or murder them in their sleep. We also found an NPC named Klunko and Bop, and he is another Knucklebones player that we can take on in the Lonely Shack. We're going to go straight back into Anchor Deep here now and progress the main game. So we're going to make our way to the next mini-boss, and we're going to fight our way through all of these hordes of regular enemies. The next mini-boss is known as Harborim, and this boss is quite simple as well. Now this boss does fire out a lot of projectiles, and it does spawn some ads too, and those ads can detonate on impact, so we have to be careful. Now I do have a hammer weapon here, which I wasn't too fond of, but this is the first time we fight Harborim, so the fight's fairly simple anyway. We now have enough aspiration to get cult level 4, so we can now access all of the lovely structures the game has to offer, bar a few that are unlocked later through special means. So Mars Matthews has died of old age, and we're going to miss Mars, but I'm sure Mars will be back in the near future. There's no such thing as real death in this game, unless you sacrifice him to the Red Demon, of course. So I'm now going to get the Loyalty Enforcer ritual here, and this will turn one of our cultists into a Loyalty Enforcer, so they'll just walk around for the duration of the day and focus on increasing the level of loyalty with all of the cult members, which is really handy. So the more Loyalty Enforcers we get, the better. I found a room here filled up with cauliflowers. It reminded me of a cozy farming game that I usually play, but I'm not going to say it in this video. I also found an NPC here by the name of Plimbo, and Plimbo is going to unlock a new location for us to visit, and that location is called the Smuggler's Sanctuary, and that location is filled up to the top with collectibles and secrets that we get to explore in just a few minutes. I'm just going to showcase this room. It's a room that you get when you're down in Anchor Deep, and it's just filled up to the top with explosive enemies that blow up in one hit. It's a great way to get the damage multiplier up on the Golden Fleece. Unfortunately, I took some damage before I made my way to this mini-boss, so I had to fight this boss with a 0 damage multiplier. So I had more commandment stones. It was time to get more powerful traits and more rituals. We're going to take the industrial trait. I was thinking about the faithful trait, but this one increases worker speed by 15% and it has no negatives, so that's a game changer right there. I'm also going to get Might of the Devout level 6. This is going to unlock the strongest tier of weapons for when we do our dungeon crawls. And I'm also going to get the Inspire trait as well. And this upgrades the Bless trait we have, so it just means that we can get the loyalty levels up on our followers that little bit easier. I went back to Anura today just to get some collectibles, but more importantly, I wanted to fight the Witness boss. We need to kill that boss to get another Eye of the Witness. We need 4 of those to give to Plimbo to get some Fleece tokens. This Witness was very similar to the first one. It just charges around the arena, it might throw some bombs at us, it might teleport away, summon some ads, rinse and repeat, and the fight was over in a jiffy. But we also get a new cult member as well, which is really nice, and we also picked up a new follower farm. So it was a good run, one step closer to 100%. I went back to our lovely cozy farm. It was time to unlock another ritual. We're going to get the Ritual of Enlightenment. Perform a ritual that will temporarily increase devotion generation speed at your shrine by 20% for 3 days. 20% might seem like a small amount, but when you have tons and tons of followers praying at your shrine, it helps big time to stock up on devotion to get those lovely upgrades. I decided to resurrect Sarcasm. I missed his funny shenanigans and it just wasn't the same without him on the farm. So welcome back to the cozy farm. We also had another follower death, so we're going to put them inside the fertilizer bin here, and they will help us grow crops for our much needed followers that are still alive. I also came across a room here. Now we're back in the Nura again because we got a quest to come here from a follower to rescue the follower's friend. And it's very important we do these quests. If we don't, we do lose a considerable amount of faith. I also picked up a new tarot card here because I found the room that Ratau was in, that had just tons and tons of health. It even had little love hearts by the pool there all dancing around, and you can kill them as well if you want, and they drop more red hearts for you. So I wiped out a mini-boss today, collected some resources, got some more commandment stones. That means I can unlock more rituals. Now eventually we will come to a stage where all of the rituals do get unlocked, and we just don't get any more commandment stones. So we now are going to get some of the weapon masteries. We just get axe mastery there, and we can get a mastery for each weapon. It just makes the weapon stronger, makes the special attack on the weapon stronger as well. Because we have more commandment stones, we're now going to go into the work and worship tier again, and we're now on the very last branch. We're going to get the holy day ritual, and this just means that everybody gets a day off, and it's a huge faith increaser. If your faith is down really low and you really need to get it back up, just perform that ritual. So I'm going to have a quick chat with Plimbo here. I have 2 eyes of witnesses at the moment, so he's going to give me back 2 fleece tokens there. I also ran into a little crab. I caught that crab in my net and I got rewarded with a tarot card. I also had a chat with the red demon as well, and he wanted more followers sacrificed. In returns, he would give me another fleece token, which was really nice. We're going to do that, no problem at all. So another fleece token in the bag for us from our lovely red devil friend. So I'm now going to get my followers to build a huge amount of offering statues. And every couple of days, those statues will be filled up with offerings that I can just loot. So it's a really nice passive resource maker. I'm also going to get the bribe follower trait here as well. It just means that I can bribe followers to get some more loyalty points on them, and it's only going to cost a few gold pieces. So it's a real nice trait to have. I'm going to go back into Anchor Deep today. I now have enough mini bosses slayed where we can fight the main bishop boss, and the bishop in this dungeon is called Calamar. Calamar is actually quite harder than the first because her attack patterns confused me for a while, but eventually I just got used to her. She does kind of jump around an awful lot and she does fire out a lot of projectiles, but the projectiles are very well telegraphed, so once you know how to dodge the attacks, she becomes very simple. And I did have a 160% fleece on me, so my attacks did a lot more damage than what they normally do, so Calamar dropped in just a couple of hits. Once Calamar was defeated, I get another Heart of the Heretic. That means I can swap that in for another powerful passive ability. We now just have 1 bishop to go, and then we can fight the end game boss. So we're actually getting to the challenge. Back in the base, I showed off the Heart of the Heretic to my lovely Cozy Tribe members, and they were super impressed at my progress. So we're going to go back to the church. We're now going to go into possessions, which is the final tier of traits that we can unlock. We're going to get the devotee trait here, which is really nice. It just gives us a little bit more bang for our buck when it comes to giving the sermons. We get a little bit more devotion out of our followers. I also got a new cutscene here, and this is because we have the DLCs installed. And what's going to happen here now is some cool cutscenes. This god, this red crown, is going to start talking to us, and it's going to tell us all about a new resource now that we have to gather to get 100% in this game, and that is called Sin. So we basically need to gather as much sin as possible to upgrade the temple. The temple has 10 upgradable levels, and every time we upgrade the temple, more and more sin is needed. So it's just basically for aesthetic purposes. Now you can also use sin for other game functions too. So for example, later on if you want your followers to mate and hatch eggs, have new babies, you need sin for that as well. So for the first ritual we had a choice between the Rite of Wrath and the Rite of Lust. I went with the Rite of Lust, and it's very funny actually. So your followers will perform a naked dance. You can then select one of those followers to receive the sin resource. Now we are going to need an absolute ton of sin to 100% this game, so this is just the first of many naked dances that I'm going to have to perform to conquer this game. And as we can see, we get a special animation there, and our follower will now puke out the sin. We will harvest it, and it's basically the same animation all the time. A follower wants to give you some sin. We also unlocked a new tier there for the temple, and as I said previously, we need sin for every temple upgrade. We also need gold bars, and those gold bars and that sin requirement dramatically increase every time you want to upgrade the temple to the next tier. But the upgrades are pretty cool. Sometimes it's just for aesthetic purposes, other times you get some really cool additions to your temple. Like eventually we're going to get this little money pod, and every time we have a sermon, followers will put money into the pot for us to collect. So it's just a really nice addition. So we're now back in Anchor Deep, and the reason why we've come here is to get more collectibles. We also want to fight the Witness as well to get the third eye for Plimbo. Now I also got a weapon here called a Blunderbuss, and this is basically a gun, and it has a short to medium range on it. I also found the super rare room here with mansion inside it. It also had a tarot card inside it too called the Intangible. So I picked up the tarot card, but at this moment in time I still didn't know about the lore achievement, and I never clicked the action button behind the bonfire there. So, you know, it was just so unlucky. Finding that room again in the future is such a pain. It's such a rare route to come across, and countless upon countless dungeon runs will be performed in order for me to find that room again. It's time to fight Witness Astaroth, and this Witness is very similar to the previous ones, and we do have to watch out for the projectile attacks, but just like all of the other Witness fights, they teleport away, spawn in some ads, kill all the ads, the Witness will teleport back out, hit it a few times with the weapon, and away we go. A new follower added to our cult, and more importantly, an eye of the Witness that we can now give into Plimbo. Just one more eye to go. It was time to unlock another ritual, the Gluttony of Cannibals. Basically, it turns our cultists into cannibals. We have to select one unfortunate follower that will be eaten by all our cultists. Before we decide to do that ritual, I'm going to get all my followers high on mushrooms, and we are going to select a non-Gamergar member, so we're going to go with Witness Astaroth here, which is the newest member of our tribe. Let's just cannibalize this person very quickly and get on with it. The great thing about this ritual though is that it guarantees us one sin every time we do this. There is no sin build-up, we basically just get one sin and that's it. It's also a great way to get rid of followers that you just don't want in the tribe. So now we can sacrifice them, ascend them, murder them, and we can now cannibalize them as well. So we've loads of ways now to get rid of followers that we don't want hanging around the place. We also unlocked the final dungeon, which is known as the Silk Cradle. I also came across this very interesting NPC, and she gave us the recipe for the tailoring shop. Every time we encounter this NPC, we can give her some gold bars, and she will give us a costume, an outfit. And in order to get 100% in this game, we will have to collect all of the outfits the game has to offer. And there's quite a number of outfits we have to collect. A lot of the outfits we can just buy from that NPC. Some we have to do some, you know, special dialogue, or we have to do some special requests to get those outfits unlocked. It was then time to fight the first mini-boss of the Silk Cradle. The boss had two main abilities. It would launch projectiles and charge at us, and it would also web itself up to the ceiling, and then it would dash back down and try to hit us. But the dash is quite easy to dodge because you'd see the marker on the ground. I also came across a sign here as well, and this sign is going to point us in the direction of Midas's cave. And this is another location we can visit. It's going to have lots of collectibles and some really cool special events as well. I went straight back into Silk Cradle though to fight yet another mini-boss because I really wanted to progress the main game. And this mini-boss was absolutely simple. It was just a giant centipede. We had to watch out when the spikes came out of it, but, you know, just a few hits and it was dead. This god then decided to pay me a visit, and its name was Question Mark, but we do get to give it a name later on that's actually quite funny. Basically, this god is telling us that we need to do our duties as the new divine god, we have to sort out the bishops that we've currently killed, we have to put their souls at peace. So basically, it just unlocks hard mode later on for us, where we have to go back in and do the 4 dungeons all over again, fight all the mini-bosses again, but they're just hardened versions of their originals. I also came across Shroomy. She's just another Knuck and Bo's competitor, and we can play Shroomy later on. Back to Silk Cradle, we're fighting another mini-boss, and this mini-boss fires out a huge amount of projectiles, but this boss also has a pretty big dash attack, but it's easy enough to roll out of the way because once the mini-boss goes white, that's when you roll to dodge. I also unlocked the tailor building here as well, so all of those cool outfits that I've unlocked so far, I can use silk and other resources, and I can make those outfits no problem. What a nice surprise! Because I was cleaning up the poop, I was rewarded with the maid outfit. I'm also going to get Violent Extremist straight here as well. It just means that mini-bosses have a chance to drop sin, and that's going to be really helpful for us. So when I went into Midas's cave here, I came across an NPC called Midas, and Midas is basically all about gold and money. When I ran around his gold pile, I picked up a follower farm, which was pretty cool. If we come back here during the night time, we'll also find the red demon lurking around as well. I also noticed a snail statue, and this was the last statue I needed to submit a shell to, and I got another follower farm there, which is really nice. I went back to the Sacred Cradle. It was time to fight the last main bishop boss, known as Shamara. So we were just a few boss fights away now before we get into the post game. Shamara, being the 4th bishop, is of course the hardest of the 4, but because we had all of our weapons fully upgraded, Shamara didn't pose too much of a challenge. Now Shamara has some, quick succession attacks, but it's very easy to just roll behind Shamara, hit him a few times, watch out for all of the bombs that he plants, watch out when he webs away and drops back down to the ground. Eventually, we got Shamara down no problem, and that is the 4th heart of the heretic in the bag. But we're not finished with Silk Cradle just yet. We will have to come back and fight the Witness mini-boss as well, to get the 4th eye of the Witness that we can give to Plimbo to finish off his quest chain. So once I went back to the farm, I showed all of my lovely followers the Heart of the Heretic. I'm also going to pick up the Blind Allegiance trait here as well. It just means when we start making babies that are on in the video, they will start with a high loyalty level. I found a room here where I had to exhume bodies, but as I was digging up corpses, I came across my first piece of lore, known as the Last Message 1. Now, if I want to get 100%, I'm going to have to pick up all of the lore. As we can see, there's quite a lot of lore to get. So I'm going to have to backtrack, go back into these dungeons and do them over and over again, look for all of the rooms with the question marks. I also need to find hidden statues within a lot of the rooms that would open up hidden paths to come across other pieces of lore. So it's a really hard achievement to do, it's a very grindy achievement, but it is necessary if we want to wipe this game out. So we're going to take on the last witness here, and this witness was actually pretty easy. Now it did have a lot of projectile attacks, but easy enough to roll through. That was the 4th eye of the witness in the bag. We can now go back to Plimbo and get our valuable fleece tokens. Because I was prioritizing the question mark rooms, I was coming across a lot more sites like that, so I was picking up a lot more lore. I was also getting some structural recipes, which are needed to get to 100%. Once I was finished with the run, it was time to take on the big bad boss of this whole game, and that is the one who waits. Now I had enough followers to summon me up into the realm that the one who waits resides in. Upon summoning, I had a selection of 3 weapons. There was 2 gauntlet weapons and there was a hammer. So I went with the gauntlet weapon of all the weapons that, could have presented themselves to me. After some dialogue options here, the one who waits wants me to sacrifice myself so that the one who waits becomes the big true god again. But I refused and I decided to take up my gauntlet and fight the good fight. So it's just a really cool scene here of myself sprouting some cool fire wings that you never see again for the rest of the game. And I had to fight the 2 followers first before I could take on the one who waits. The fight is actually pretty cool, but it's a very simple fight, especially if you know where the attacks are coming from. Ball is the first follower we get to fight, and what's really cool about Ball and Aeon, which is the other guy, is that we get to do a special quest for these guys post-game, and it really tidies up the game and it tidies up the lore, and it just puts everything in a really nice place when you finish up with the 100% achievements. So Am now is the next guy. Now we have to watch out for Am's projectile attacks, and I believe he actually gets me with one of the projectile attacks because I just didn't see him coming, and I wasn't fast enough to dodge them all. I should have dodged forwards instead of sideways and I probably would have been fine. But because I had a godly gauntlet, which was one of the best, if not the best gauntlet you can get in the game, I took down Am with just a few hits. It was now time to fight the one who waits. This is the first of 2 phases, and it's a simple enough phase. Basically, we just have to watch out for the projectile attacks, hit the god a few times, and happy days. We did have a godly weapon, which is the strongest weapon tier, so these fights aren't going to be too hard for us. Now when we get into the post game, the fights do become much more challenging. And despite the fact that we have the golden fleece and we do take double damage, these fights are still pretty easy. So once we finish off with the first phase, the one who waits will go down underneath the ground, where we will follow, and the second phase of the fight will begin. The dialogue is pretty cool, and the second phase of the fight, we just have to fight the eyeballs that come out of the one who waits. There's also a huge amount of projectile attacks that we need to dodge as well, and we have to be very careful here. because we have the golden fleece, we do take double damage. That means we will die after a couple of hits. So this fight would be more of an endurance fight rather than a sprint. So we do have to kill all of those 3 eyes individually. But look, we have the godly gauntlet. It's simple enough. Now, once you learn all of the attack patterns, the fight becomes very enjoyable. Despite the fact that there's tons of projectiles flying around the place, once you get used to all of those attacks, you can just dodge them all no problem. And I know I get hit as I say that, but we fight this boss later on and it's much easier. Once the one who waits gets defeated, a follower pops out, and we can actually recruit this cute little follower to our tribe. And the great thing about this specific follower is that it has a very rare and unique trait, where this follower is immortal, and this follower, known as the one who waits, does not die, does not age. So it's just nice to have a follower that stays young all the time. We can get this one up to level 10, we can make this follower the disciple, and it just makes the game a little bit easier. I haven't come across any other followers so far that have that immortal trait, but you do get accessories later on where they can make your followers live forever. So technically speaking, you can have a big, huge, giant tribe where all of your followers live forever. It would just take a lot of grinding. You can also get a lot of food items later on too that make your followers young again. So that is the main game complete, but that is not the game finished. Oh no, we're just getting started. We're just getting warmed up here. Welcome to the post game of Cult of the Lamb. So that question mark god has now visited us yet again, and basically the god has given out to us here that we need to basically pick up our leftovers. So it's not good enough that we just destroy these bishops. We have to absolve these bishops of their sins. We have to make peace with these bishops. We have to restore the order of the world. All of the usual story. So this god is going to task us now with going back into the dungeons again and do them all over again on hard mode. I did pick up a really good relic here though, called the Transmogricon, and I got that from killing a bird. I wasn't expecting it, so it was nice when it happened. It was just a nice surprise. So I'm now going back into Darkwood. Here we go all over again, but this time I'm looking out for the lore rooms. So I just hit a statue there and it unlocked a secret passage to this room here, and I had to make an offering of a heart, but when I make this offering I will get a piece of lore, and I can do this I think up to 10 times, and then I have to go to other places to get other pieces of lore. So it is a really big grind to kind of get this room 10 times, and it does take me quite some time. I'm not going to show you every single time I get this room. All I'm going to say is that it was painful, but I do get there in the end. I then came across Midas, and what happened here is that he bumped into me. He took my gold and he just runs off. And this happens every time I go into one of the designated dungeons, whether it be Darkwood, you know, Anchor Deep or Silk Cradle, we'll come across Midas. Eventually though, we get some sweet revenge. So I'm now fighting the mini bosses all over again, but these are hardened versions. As we can see, they spawn a lot more ads, they fire out a lot more projectiles, they have a lot more HP, but we're able for it no problem. What we're getting here now is a new resource called a God's Tear, and we need God's Tears to give to that question mark god in order to get tons of collectibles. So we're going to have to stock up on lots of God Tears. I do get to name the question mark god, and we're going to name the god Penelope Bridgerton, because I just watched the 3rd season of Bridgerton and it was absolutely amazing. So dearest reader, let's continue. I just had one God Tier at the moment. Every time we give over the God Tier, we will get a wheel that will have 5 potential prizes on it, and those prizes range from special commandment stones, and we can use these to unlock traits that we missed initially. So we can now use these commandment stones to unlock all of the other rituals and traits that we didn't choose over the ones that we did. So we can now have basically every ritual and trait in the game. But that's going to be a serious grind right there, and we have to do that to get 100% on this game. We have to unlock all of the rituals, all of the traits. So the grind is on. So we're back now in Darkwood again, going through the mini bosses. That was simple enough, but in all fairness, I had a 495% golden fleece damage multiplier. I also picked up the last power up here, which was Kudai's Blessing. That's all of the power ups now gotten. So going forward, if I do a sermon, I don't get devotion anymore. Instead, I'll just get more points into their loyalty levels, which is really nice because I need a total of 12 disciples to get another achievement. I also have to get a lot more of these advanced commandment stones now to get all of the traits that I missed. It's such a grind. But you know what? We get there eventually. And I mean, the grind wasn't that bad because the game is quite fun. And there was enough post-game material to keep me interested. I also went back to Plimbo. And guess what? He wants me to get the Force Fleece tokens all over again, so we have to fight the witnesses on hard mode. I also took on Flinky and I got a tarot card for beating her the first time. We can't take her on again, but we just get money. I also took on Klingo and Bop as well, and I beat him and I got a tarot card. And I also took on the other NPC that we found in Silkraden as well. Her name is Shroomy, and she gives us the final tarot card as well that we need from playing the Knucklebone game. Because I've beaten all of the NPCs now, and Knucklebones, I get the Knucklebones arena. This thing is absolutely amazing. You can only make one arena, you can have that on your farm, but you can take on your followers at Knucklebones. And if you win, your follower gets a massive loyalty bonus. I also had to go back to Midas's lair here, and I had to sacrifice followers so that they become gold statues, and I had to do this so Midas would give me fleece tokens. So it had to be done, but I just sacrificed followers that just kind of blew it out of the wind. They were all non-member GamerGar followers. After sacrificing 2 or 3 followers, I get all the fleece tokens I can get from Midas. I also made a huge amount of lumber camps and stone mining camps because I was lacking wood and stone like big time. So I figured that if I just made lots of these camps and if I sold loads of fish for money, I'd be able to make all of the endgame structures no problem. I needed to make a lot of structures to get a lot of achievements, you know, to get a lot of outfits or tarot cards or things like that. So doing all this now just means less time on the grind later on. I was giving Penelope Bridgerton more god tiers, and she was giving me relics that I needed to get 100%. She will also give me follower forms, fleece tokens, advanced commandment stones, so basically it's just a huge grind. We're back to Darkwood though. We're fighting another mini-boss here on hard mode. And I mean, despite the fact that it is hard mode, the fight is still fairly simple. And because I fought these bosses before, I was somewhat familiar with their attack patterns. And that was one more god tier in the bag. We then get to fight the hardened version of Leshy. And it was more or less the same as the original version, except there was a lot of spikes on the ground we had to watch out for. Leshy had more HP. Leshy moved around a lot faster. The ads were a lot more aggressive. Leshy spawned a lot more ads. But we had a big bad hammer. After a few strikes, Leshy was defeated. But this was the big surprise upon defeating Leshy this time. A follower pops out. Leshy himself. And we now get to recruit Leshy to our tribe. And we get to do this with all the bishops. And what's going to happen now is that all of these bishops will give us quests, and we have to complete those quests to get even more relics and to get more game completion done. So it just goes on and on. But eventually, I know I've said it 100 times, but I'll say it again, we get there. So I went to Midas's cave here now at night, and the red demon wanted Ratau. And I couldn't spare Ratau. I did deny the request twice, hoping that there'd be some alternative outcome. There wasn't. I had to give in Ratau to get the final fleece token. The red demon was absolutely delighted, but not only will I get the final fleece token off the red demon, I also get a follower form. So if I want to make a cult of Ratau's, I could do so no problem at all. So that was the red demon side quest done with, and now I'm back to Midas's lair and I sacrifice some more followers here to the gold to get the rest of the fleece tokens from Midas, and that would have fully completed Midas' quest line there as well. And all of these followers that I do sacrifice are just random followers that we get from quests, or random followers that we meet out when we do our crusades, when we do our dungeon crawls. So it's not the end of the world for the GamerGar followers. So I managed to make a missionary building here, and we can use this building to send followers on quests. And if our followers have very high levels, they will have very successful results for us if we want them to get stone or lumber, or if we want them to seek out followers, etc. The offering statues were coming in real handy. Every day or two I would check these statues and I get back lots of fish and gold and wood and even some processed goods such as planks and gold ingots. It was now time to upgrade our temple yet again because we were accumulating sin by doing our rituals, etc. So we're getting over the temple upgrades. I now decided to go into Anura, and this is the hardened versions. but we had to sacrifice a follower to get in here, so I decided to sacrifice one of the witnesses that I recently got. Don't worry, my newly acquired witness follower, your sacrifice will not be in vain. Thanks to you, we can now access the hardened versions of Anura. I made a ton of 3-star meals here for my followers just to get the hunger gauges back up, because I wanted to spam these dungeons over and over again just to get through all of the content, but I needed to make sure my followers were fed, that my followers were happy. So this is just the hardened versions of another mini-boss. I did have a 355% damage multiplier, so it was simple enough to do. I also unlocked a ton of really cool tarot cards here as well, so I now have 51 out of 61 tarot cards unlocked, just 10 more tarot cards to go to get all of the tarot cards the game has to offer. And a lot of those tarot cards will be gotten from our lovely Penelope Bridgerton by giving in God tiers. I also unlocked a ton of relics as well, and the reason why I was able to unlock all of these is because I had accumulated so much divine inspiration. I also gave Sozo here more mushrooms, and he gave me a really cool recipe that I could make, and I would have to make that recipe if I wanted to progress the Sozo questline, which has to be done if you want to get all the achievements the game has to offer. I also went back to Midas's cave, and I donated some gold here to the well, and hopefully after a few days I'll get back a lot more than what I put in. I tried to see if I could sacrifice more followers there to get more fleece tokens, but I couldn't. The option was now gone. So it was back into Anura. It was time to fight another mini-boss. This time it was Eligos, but it was a hardened version, so Eligos was just faster, more aggressive, summoned a lot more adds and attacked a lot more frequently, but not to worry, the fight was still simple enough to do, and I had a pretty good damage multiplier, and I also had a very nice weapon as well. I had the blunderbuss, which was a nice gun. So once that boss was dead, we got another god tier, and I came across a room here with Raksasha inside. And Raksasha is basically a vendor you can encounter outside of dungeons that can sell you lots of food. But this was the first time I encountered Raksasha's room, and if you beat up the big giant snail enough times, you will anger Raksasha, which is actually very funny. But if you beat Raksasha in a fight, you will get a really cool recipe called the Monster Shrine. And if we build this Monster Shrine and pray at the shrine at night time, we will get a really cool follower farm. So it's just one of many secrets that the game has. So we have finally unlocked the boss room to fight another bishop, and this is the hardened version of Hecate, and it's quite similar to the first time we fought Hecate, but Hecate is just a lot more aggressive, similar to Leshy, a lot more HP, will attack us a lot more often, but once we do destroy Hecate, we will get to recruit Hecate to our lovely cozy tribe, and this will unlock even more quests for us. Basically, every time we recruit one of these bishops to the tribe, they will give us a quest to go and find their relic. We'll then get continued quests where we can empower those relics, make them even stronger, and that's how we get all the relics in the game. So this is something we have to do to 100% the game. Now, I got some bonus structures here. I got a mating tent, which is very interesting indeed. We can now get our followers to mate together, and they will lay eggs, and we can hatch those eggs into baby followers, which is really cool. So we also have the hatchery there and the nursery, and the nursery is very cool because basically we can put the babies into the nursery. Someone has yet again laid a giant poop on the farm, and the babies have not yet arrived, so whoever you are, please get yourself checked out. I'm worried for you, truly. So this time we're going back into Anchor Deep, and we're fighting the first mini-boss of this dungeon. Once that mini-boss has been destroyed, we get another god tier, which is nice. I also took on the One Who Waits at a game of Knucklebones. Victory allowed me to progress to One Who Waits from level 8 to level 9. So we're really getting there in terms of loyalty. I also built some drums here as well, and this is a great way to max out a follower's sin level. So as we can see, I just had to push some buttons on my controller, similar to one of those dancing games or, guitar games. And we get to use that powerful function every single day, so it's just a great way to get even more sin. It was back to Penelope Bridgerton, and this time we unlocked the Reaching Tree Tarot card, followed by some really cool follower farms as well from handing in those god tiers. I decided to get the ritualistic fight pit, and basically I can have my followers pair off against each other. Bugaboo versus the One Who Waits. Bugaboo was victorious. I can decide though if the one who lost gets killed or if I should spare them. I decided this time to spare them because they were disciples fighting, and I really needed to stock up on disciples because I needed 12 in total to get that disciples achievement, and I just only had 5 or 6 at the moment, so I had a long way to go. I went back to Midas's place, and I managed to donate more money to the well here because the first time it gave me back a lot more than what I put in, so I just thought it was a good gold investment. Confess all of your sins to me, my lovely followers. Vice City taught me his deepest, darkest secrets. As a result, he got a huge increase in his follower level, and all I had to do is give him some gold to get him up to level 10. This means Vice City could now become a disciple of the Gamergar Stars. I also took on Glitter Sparks in some Knucklebones. Victory was mine, of course, and I managed to get Glitter Sparks up to level 10 as well. That means when the ritual cooldown of disciples is off, I can have Glitter Sparks also become a disciple, which was really nice. We're now making some pretty fast progress going through the main dungeons. We are now fighting Calamar yet again, but this is the hardened version, and Calamar is just a little bit faster than what she was in the original version. Now I do have a 600% axe that I get to swing around here all the time. I did take some damage there, and Calamar does unleash a crazy amount of projectiles, but honestly I just decided to just drop the fence and just keep hacking away with the axe, and I got her down eventually. So much for my 600% damage multiplier. But we now get to recruit Calamar to the tribe, which is really nice, so it's one more follower now that we get. I also decided to make Vice City disciple because Vice City was now level 10 and I needed 12 disciples in total. The more of those lovely golden circles that I see, the better. And all I had to do now was just to wait for that ritual to come back off cooldown, and I can make another person a disciple then. I also prayed at the monster shrine, got a new follower form, and I came across an NPC here, and I thought for a split second it was Ratau, but it was his brother Ratu, and he gave me a challenge. If I could make it through a few combat floors unscathed, I would get a tarot card, and I got the consecrated oil there, which was really nice. Relics charged a little bit faster. It was then time to go straight down into the Silk Cradle, and we are going to fight the hardened versions of the mini-bosses down here. We do get God Tiers for victory, which is really nice. The next day, I decided to make Glitter Sparks a disciple, and this will continue until we have 12 in total and we get that lovely achievement. So just take it from here that eventually we do get 12 disciples. I upgraded our brewery, so I can now make a total of 6 drinks. I was able to make 3 star drinks no problem at all because I had so much grapes and hops and everything in between collected from doing countless dungeon runs. I then built Sozo's shrine, and it was then back to Silk Cradle to progress the main game yet again. It was going to be fighting the hardened versions of a boss, but first I wanted to talk to Sozo and get a fleece token. Once the fleece token had been obtained, it was time to fight Horus the second. Now Horus was much harder than that of the original. He had a lot more projectile attacks, he spawned adds out faster, those adds fired addition projectiles, so basically it was just a huge fight of me dodging as much projectiles as I could and doing as much damage as I could on Horus the second. Horus does eventually go down, and that is another God Tier in the bag, but we don't stop here. I want to progress the main dungeons as quickly as I can, just so we can get all of those followers added to the farm so I can do all their quests to get the last few relics that I needed. Once the God Tier was obtained, Midas assaulted me yet again, but this time he didn't run away. He just stood there, and I was able to absolutely annihilate him with my 265% damage multiplier blunderbuss. It was so nice to just hit him over and over again. After a while, I couldn't do any further damage, so I left and took on the next mini-boss Silk Cradle had to offer, and it was just a giant centipede there. Now this centipede I found was much harder because it spawned a lot more adds, and it also had a lot more HP, but just like all of the previous bosses, it went down no problem at all. I then got the Sinner's Pride ritual. Then basically we can choose a sinner here to take on all of the sin of everyone else, and you can get up to 3 sins from that NPC, but there's also a great chance your NPC will dissent against you and they will actually leave the cult. Now Elizabeth wasn't too impressed that I chose her, you know, to be the conduit of this ritual, and she actually left the tribe. But we do get her back after a couple of scraps, of course. I decided to mate our very own Discord moderator Bugaboo with the one who waits. we had the powerful trait of the Royal Pooper, and we also had the lustful trait that the one who waits had. That means all of their future babies will be Royal Poopers and they'll be lustful. So it'll be no problem mating those with other people of the cult, once they're matured of course. So once I get my very first egg, I can put that into the hatchery here, and I just have to attend that once every few days, and eventually that egg will hatch and we can throw the baby into the nursery where someone from the cult will raise that baby up to be a super loyal follower for us. It was then time to go back into Silk Cradle. We were going to fight the hardened version of Shamura. Now we did have a 405% damage multiplier, so a few strikes was all it took to take Shimura out, and I did have the Blunderbuss as well, so I just had to charge it up a few times, hit Shimura with it, and the deed was done. We now had Shimura added to our lovely cozy cult. That was now all 4 bishops added to the cult, so we had Leshy, Hecate, Calamar, and now we had Shamura. The only thing now is that we have to do all of these bishop quests. So there's 4 quests in total where these bishops will get us to go back into their represented dungeons, find their relics, then we have to go back in again, power up the relics, and that's basically all of the bishop quests done. We had to do this to collect all of the relics, and I had 50 out of 57 relics, so we were very close to getting 100%. So that was the relic there of Leshy. But I also had to go back in these dungeons anyway and fight the hardened versions of these witnesses. I had to do this 4 times to get 4 more eyes that we can give to Plimpo so we can get more fleece tokens. We have to get all the fleece tokens to unlock all the fleeces if we want to get 100% of this game. So we're now reaching the stage where I'm just farming the witnesses one after the next. I'm going back into the dungeons, doing the bishop quests to get their artifacts as well, and this is just rinse and repeating. Once all this is done, there's just a small handful of achievements left for us to get to fully conquer this game. Now the witnesses were actually very hard. They spawned a lot of ads, they shot a lot of projectiles, so I didn't need to concentrate to fight them, but we were getting there. We just had 1 witness to go. It was time to advance Leshy's quest. We had to turn him into a demon and take him back to his temple in Darkwood so we could empower his relic. But first, our very first egg hatched. And we had to give this baby a name, Super Sergi. And Super Sergi is our latest YouTube channel member. So welcome to the GamerGar members, Super Sergi. And just for anyone else that's made it this far in the video, if you do subscribe and if you do become a channel member, I will incorporate you into future videos in one way or another. You could be an NPC, a cultist, an animal. God only knows, depends what game we play. But I do try to incorporate all of my channel members into as many of my channel runs as possible. Leshy was very happy I brought him back to his temple in Darkwood. As a reward, he powered up the relic that I originally got. So it was now called the Cleansed Eye of Leshy, and it just means that its effect is slightly more elevated than that of its original effect. So every time I get that relic now, if I'm doing a dungeon run, it'll be empowered. Now, when Shamura joined my tribe, he was, very bold, and he was telling people terrible things about me. So I had to lock him up in prison for a while, but he was fine now after that. Sometimes you just had to lock people up for a few days to teach them a lesson. I got Calamar's ear inside Anchor Deep, and the trend continues. I also went to fight the witness inside Anchor Deep as well, and I had to wipe that witness out to get another Eye of the Witness to give to Plimbo, which will get us 1 step closer to 100%. I did have my blunderbuss, but I took damage a few times. I didn't have the damage output I wanted to kill him in a few hits, so the fight dragged on for a little bit. But eventually we got the win. I also picked up some sin as well from killing that mini-boss, which is really nice, and I got another Eye of the Witness. I also picked up Hecate's throat as well inside Anura. That was a quest I got from Hecate to go in and get that. I also got a quest from Shamura to visit his dungeon to get the Shamura's skull, which is another relic. So we now had almost all of the relics got in the game, which was great. Because I was in Silk's Cradle to get Shamura's skull, I decided to stop by and pay our lovely witness friend a visit. I just needed to get 1 more witness's eye, and that would be all 4 of the hardened versions of the witness eyes done. So that would be the Plimbo quest chain fully completed. I also picked up some sin from wiping out that boss, which was really nice. It was time now to select a follower to be sacrificed. And the reason why I needed to cannibalize this follower is because I needed more sin to upgrade the temple. Because I was very close to upgrading the temple to level 10, I needed huge amounts of sin to get the deed done. I also decided to have my wife Pantox mate with the one who waits to make another egg. I needed to hatch a total of 5 eggs to complete another achievement. I also got Super Sergi because now he was fully mature, along with Natasha, to make another baby. And I also wanted to extend the line of the royal poopers, and Super Sergi had that trait. The more royal poopers we had, the better. I also got Sarcasm to mate with Mars Matthews to make another egg. So we now had 3 eggs on the go, and after a few days, they would hatch up into lovely, loyal followers. I also visited Plimbo, and I gave him all of the eyes that I got from fighting those mini-bosses. There was 4 in total, so I was going to get back 4 more fleece tokens there, which was really nice. Afterwards, I went back to Sozo to see if there was anything more I could do to continue his questline. And I picked up a mushroom here, a very weird mushroom, called the Seed of Sozo. So I decided to go back and plant that in the farm eventually. Now, I wasn't finished yet here. I needed to find all of these lore pieces. Eventually I found the room with lots and lots of meat, and when I destroyed all the meat I got a piece of lore. I also done the quest here with Calamar as well. I had to turn her into a demon, bring her back to her temple in Anchor Deep to get an empowered version of her relic called the Cleansed Calamar's Air. I also acquired the drink tender vest from making tons of drinks here at the bar, so I could get more sin out of my followers, so that was another outfit got. I now had to do what are called purgatory runs, and I decided to focus on the Golden Fleece Gauntlet. Now this was the third gauntlet with the Golden Fleece. You had to do this a total of 6 times to complete a row in Purgatory, and that would unlock another achievement. Every time I do a row, the gauntlet becomes bigger and bigger and it becomes harder. So this was row number 3 and it goes up to number 6. When you get to row number 6, you end up fighting the one who waits, so you end up fighting the final boss again. So it was just another grind to go through these gauntlets over and over again. The good thing about this was I was picking up tons of god tiers along with god tier fragments, and if you meshed enough fragments together, you would get even more god tiers. So I got 2 god tiers from that run, which was nice. That means more follower farms from our lovely Penelope Bridgerton, along with tarot cards as well, and we needed all these for perfection. So it all just kind of ties into each other. I also upgraded our temple yet again to rank number 6. Now I do skip an awful lot of rank upgrades because the game eventually turns into this big grind fest of me, allowing my followers to commit sin, upgrade the temple over and over again. So, I do cut out a lot of content, but it's just rinse and repeat really for the most of it. I also brought Shimura back to their temple as well, so I was able to get an empowered artifact that was called the Cleansed Shamura's Skull. So we're almost there with all of the bishop quests. I think it's just Hecate that's left. Every time I come across this Beirut vendor, I always purchase an outfit. Because you have to purchase all of the outfits from this vendor and then find the rest of them to unlock the achievement where you've acquired all of the outfits. I've finally done enough purgatory runs now where I've unlocked the 6th tier. The final boss of the 6th tier is of course the one who waits. And this fight mechanic is more or less the exact same as the previous fight mechanic where you have the 3 phases. First you fight his followers, then you fight the one who waits up top, and then you go below and you have to fight his eyeballs. 3 eyeballs in total, avoid all the projectiles. Eventually we get to destroy all of the eyeballs and we get to wipe out the one who waits. And that will finish off then the purgatory row. Now, there's still a lot more rows we can do in Purgatory, but thankfully we only had to complete 1 row and not all of the rows. Praise be to Yevon. We did not have to complete all of the rows. If that was the case, I'd probably still be doing the content right now. You wouldn't have this glorious video to watch. It was back to Penelope Bridgerton with even more god tiers, and we were also acquiring more outfits as well, and we were upgrading our temple using Sin. As we can see, we're very close now to level 10 on the temple. I also got some more tarot cards here. I got one here inside the room that Helop was in. So we just needed literally a small handful of tarot cards now to complete the collection, and those cards can be got from Penelope Bridgerton. I was also unlocking more rituals and more traits by giving it more advanced commandment stones. This one is the Sacral Architecture trait, and it just means if we create a new building, we get some faith, which is really nice. So it's just rinse and repeat until all of the achievements have been gotten. I also got some more lore here. This is ancient tablet number 10. I did have to find this room a total of 10 times to get that tablet. I also got a follower farm as well, because I found this room 10 times, and that took a lot of dungeon runs. I also got the wedding suit, and I also get the wedding dress as well, because I got married so many times. So I had to do the wedding ritual, I think at least 3 times, for those outfits to drop. I also got my followers to fight each other, but this time it was to the death, and I picked up another outfit, known as the Warrior Surus. So we're almost there with the outfits, just a few more to go, which was really nice. I finally had enough sin generated to complete the temple. We now had icon X, which was icon number 10, and that is going to be the final aesthetic touch to this lovely looking temple. That was one more achievement in the bag for us. The temple was now fully completed. After giving lots of god tiers to Penelope Bridgerton, she gave me special necklaces that I could equip on followers, and if those followers are sacrificed, I would get special followers in return. Now this only works on 2 occasions, so I had a necklace of light and a necklace of dark. I put those on 2 random followers, sacrificed them, and look what I get back. I get back the followers that were following the one who waits, and now I get to add them to my cult. But you also unlock a special quest with those followers as well, and to be honest, I never would have figured out this quest, because I had to go to Google to find out what the hidden achievement was, and I learned all about this. So, because of Reddit, I probably never would have figured this out, but I needed this achievement to 100% the game. So I had ball and I had aim. I also had to put this Sozo seed that I got into the ground, and I put some fertilizer on it as well, and that's going to grow into an actual Sozo NPC, which unlocks a really funny quest line. I also made loads of bowls of poop, and I got awarded a follower farm here, so if I want to make loads of followers that look like poop, I could absolutely do that. After about a day, that seed actually hatched, and look who it was. It was a younger version of Sozo, and all this NPC wanted off of me was mushrooms, and that was it. Just tons and tons of mushrooms. But it goes a step further. This Sozo tells me that his followers are in Anura and they need to be rescued. So I accepted the request. I will go to Anura eventually and I will try to rescue these followers. And these followers are basically giant mushrooms. So as we can see here, I wiped out all the enemies, rescued a follower. Let's go back to the base now and see what happens. So what's happening now is Sozo is eating these followers. And every time I go and rescue a follower, Sozo will eat that follower. And that quest will basically go round and round again. It's infinite until you decline the request. Now I didn't know at the time, so when it happened the second time, I decided to accept the request, go back to Anura, and I thought this time surely if I rescue another mushroom follower, Sozo won't eat this one, he'll leave it alone and we can live happily. Unfortunately, Sozo ate that follower, and the third time around when Sozo gave me the request again to go back into Anura to get another mushroom up, I said no. Sozo had a bit of a stroke. I put Sozo in prison because he started to dissent against me, and it's going to take a day or 2 now to re-educate Sozo, get him off the mushrooms, get him back to the realm of normality. So we will come back to Sozo in just a few minutes. For now, it was back to Penelope Bridgerton, and we were getting even more structural recipes. That was really cool from those god tiers. I then had to convert Ball and Aim into demons, so I needed the second tier of the demonic summoning circle to do this. I then had to go into one of the 4 dungeons, didn't matter which one, and I had to find the room with the cat lady, and I reunited Ball and Aim with the cat lady. As a result, I got back 2 relics, 1 relic for each of the followers you return. Now you don't get these followers back, but that's alright. Just to see how happy they were was a good enough outcome for me. So, the cat lady, for the first relic, she gives us the blessed tears of the vengeful father, and then we get the damned tears of the merciful mother. Now this puts our relic collection on 56 out of 57. I also finally find Montran's room again, and I kid you not, if you look at my day counter, I'm on day 147, it took a lot of dungeon runs. A lot of dungeon runs for me to finally find this room. Every time I went into a question mark room, it just would not give me that room. It was a super rare room. So in order to get another achievement, I had to destroy 3 hatched eggs. This gives me the chef's jacket, and that was the last outfit I needed to unlock all of the outfits in the game. And because I completed all of the 4 bishops quests, the one who waits brings me up to the little summoning circle here, and he basically tells me that I've done an adequate job, and he will give me the final relic then that basically gives me 100% on this game. So I had all of the follower forms, all of the outfits, all of the tarot cards, I had all of the structures, I had all of the commandments unlocked. I had basically everything that the game could give me. I also had Sozo fully regenerated, because when he came out of prison, he wasn't, the evil person he used to be, so he didn't crave mushrooms anymore, he didn't want to eat his mushroom followers. So everything worked out in the end. So this was an absolutely magnificent journey to get 100%. It did become a serious grind at the end, when I had to go through all those gauntlets and all those purgatories to get all those achievements, but it was so much fun. So for those of you who have stayed and watched this video, I greatly appreciate it. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and stay tuned for more GamerGar content. This is just a quick drop down of all of the achievements I have gotten, including all of the DLC achievements. So that is true completion of Cult of the Lamb. Thanks again for watching, everyone. I hope you have a great week, and I will see you in the next video. Don't forget to check out my other 100-day videos. If you enjoyed this one, you'll definitely enjoy the others. Bye for now. In this video, we are going to 100% Potion Permit. Potion Permit is an open-ended alchemist crafting simulation RPG, and the game came out last year. It's an absolutely amazing game. It contains gameplay elements which focus on exploring the countryside and the town of Moonbury Island. We need to collect ingredients, brew tons of potions, and we need to heal tons of patients at our personal clinic. Although the locals initially despise us, the medical association and the capital where we come from, we need to try our absolute best to earn back their trust by healing them when they visit our cozy chemist. To 100% this game, we are going to heal every single ailment that comes into our chemist, and there's a lot of different ailments in the game. Each ailment will require a specific potion, and not all potions are easy to craft. We will have to scour every inch of the map, collect every ingredient, craft every potion, and slay every single monster that the game has to offer if we want to unlock all of the trophies the game has. We also need to build up relationships with all of the NPCs. We can even date some of the NPCs in the game, and that is also a requirement to get 100% in Potion Permit. So let's jump straight into Moonbury Island, and let's have some fun. Huge thanks to my channel members. Thanks for supporting me so far, everyone. Hello everybody, this is GamerGar, and welcome to a 100% playthrough of Potion Permit. The first thing we're going to do is create our cozy character. We're going to call our character GamerGar. As you can see, there's lots of options to customize your character, and this is what we're going to go with for the foreseeable future. We can change those options down the road with various shops that are littered around Moonbury Island. The first thing we're going to do here is meet a couple of NPCs. We've got Dr. Nestor, we've got Colin, and we also have Myra, and they all come from the capital. And they will occasionally pay us a visit to see how well we're progressing. We're also going to meet the mayor. His name is Meyer, and the mayor is going to give us lots of important quests to get the ball rolling with our 100% achievement. His wife, Marielle, is also a very important NPC when it comes to collecting all of the ingredients the game has to offer to unlock a handful of trophies. These are just but a few of the residents Moonbury Island has to offer. As we can see here, we're brought to the tavern where the good bulk of the residents can be seen. Every single one of these residents has a backstory, but we need to accumulate friendship points with them to unlock their backstory and find out more about them. We're now shown to our cozy little house, which is basically going to be our base of operations for the rest of the game. Now at the moment our house does look a little bit dilapidated, but we can upgrade that to its maximum potential through the course of this playthrough. The next day, Zhao comes to pay us a visit, and Zhao is basically the assistant of the mayor, and we are going to have plenty of conversations with Zhao, especially when it comes to going different parts of the map and trying to fix different calamities that have befallen Moonbury Island. We finally get full control over our character. We now get to explore Moonbury Island and all of the goodness within. Now, outside of Moonbury Island, we will have the first biome that we get to explore, and that biome is simply just a forest. That forest is home to some enemies. They're fairly simple to beat, but they do get harder as we progress further into the game and the more biomes we unlock. Forest here is a ranger, and we can go to him occasionally to get some quests, especially monster slaying quests, and he also has a fairly interesting backstory as well. We also need Forest to fix a lot of the paths that have been damaged. The more paths that we get Forest to fix, the more biomes we can explore, the more ingredients we can collect. That means the more different types of potions we can make. If you want to 100% this game, we will need to explore the entirety of the map. So we just got some basic tools here from Forest. All these tools can be upgraded. This is just our sickle, and this is primarily used to harvest plants. And we're going to need huge varieties of plants to make potions. As we can see here, we also have a stamina bar. It runs out very quickly, so it's very important that we eat lots of food to keep our stamina up so we can gather more resources every single day. We're going to have a quick chat with Zhao here, and basically our first quest was just to gather a few basic ingredients. We done that, no problem at all. And we're also going to meet another NPC here by the name of Ruinheart, and Ruinheart is basically the equivalent of Clint in Stardew Valley. She will upgrade all of our tools. The more our tools are upgraded, the better resources we can get our hands on. We're now going to take Ruinheart and go back to our cozy little house. Inside we have a cauldron. Now, this is just the first level of cauldron at the moment. We can get Ruinheart to upgrade this a lot, and every time it gets upgraded, it'll open up an extra slot for an ingredient. Some potions will require an absolute ton of ingredients, where other potions will require a very small amount of ingredients. But there's only so many ingredients you can put into that cauldron. So as you progress through the game, you will have to upgrade it a few times so you can fit more ingredients in there to make the higher tier potions. Also, each ingredient will cover a specific amount of blocks, so it's always a little puzzle you have to play when you're making potions. Some ingredients are blue, some are green, some are red, for example. It's all about putting in the right amount of ingredients before you reach maximum capacity to make the potions. Now, once you make the potions a certain amount of times, you can then save what type of ingredients you put in, and then you can use that saved input to craft 5 or 6 potions at once, provided you have the ingredients. So the game basically, as the name suggests, it's all about making potions and curing people, making potions and selling them and getting tons of money so you can get upgrades. Now, the first person we're going to have to heal for this playthrough is the mayor's daughter. Her name is Rue. She's very sick at the moment. So this is the chemist that we're in now at the moment, and this is right beside our house. And every couple of days, occasionally, people will end up in this chemist. It's our job to heal them. If we don't heal them, then what happens is they'll be taken out of the chemist and they'll be sent to our rival there. His name is Matthew, and Matthew believes in a more traditional approach when it comes to curing people. Now, long story short, Matthew wasn't able to cure Rue. That's why they had to get an alchemist from the capital, which is our character. As we can see, we're just playing a little mini game here just to get diagnosis. Sometimes when you diagnose patients, you have to play a little mini game to find out what is actually wrong with them. Once we find out what's wrong, we then have to go and craft the required potion to heal them. Now, normally, the more ingredients a potion needs, the more money we're going to get from that NPC when they are healed. Eventually, we can upgrade the chemist so that when NPCs come in, they can request much higher tier potions, so we can get a lot more money and friendship points when we heal them. So we just completed a moon grind there, and that was the first treatment done for this challenge. If we're going to 100% this game, we are going to have to treat an absolute truckload of patients. So we just get a nice cutscene here of Meyer. Very impressed with our healing capabilities. Matthew is not impressed at all, and you're going to see a lot of dialogue between myself and Matthew. We can also play some minigames here. Now, it does take up 2 in-game hours, but it's a great way to pass some time. So this is the minigame for the police station, where we just have to sort out vials of ink. You just have to push left or right, depending on what type of vial you get. It's 125 gold, it's not too bad. I also went down into the arcade, and I played the minigame here, which is Whack-A-Mole, and I managed to get the maximum score, which was 4,000, so I got first place there. Now, when I got first place, nothing really happened. I didn't get any sort of special cutscenes or any items in the post, but the minigames are quite fun. This is just another minigame where you have to control the dog. Again, the maximum points here are 4,000. I got first place with that one as well. And they were kind of the 2 minigames you can play inside the arcade. You can't play any other minigames at the moment. So it's now time to get my badge upgraded. And every time we got our badge upgraded, we can explore more areas the game has to offer. And normally to get an upgrade badge, we just have to go through all the main quests. So we just got our first badge upgrade there, and that means we can now explore a lot more of the forest. But before we can go further into the forest, we have to fix this landslide. So we need gold, we need lots of wood, lots of stone, but we also need a steel fishing net. So there's a few resources there that we need to get this sorted out. The first thing we need to address is the steel net. An NPC here by the name of Otmar has just a thing for us, but he's on his last net and he doesn't want to give it away. So he's going to give us a quest to get some honey, basil and mushrooms. If we can acquire all those, Otmar will trade us a steel net. Using our sickle, we quickly gathered up the mushrooms and the basil, and we got the honey from killing bears. So we now have enough resources to get the steel net off Otmar. But we still need gold and we still need wood and stone to clear that landslide. Now, wood and stone is the primary resource that we're going to need for this whole game. We need it for everything. Tool upgrades, house upgrades, chemist upgrades, main quest progression. We're also going to get the occasional patient that's going to visit us. Helena has graced our fabulous chemist with her presence. We healed her up straight away. The faster you heal up someone, the more money and items you're going to get from them. We're also getting a very special item called Moon Cloves, and Moon Cloves is basically the gift that you give to every single NPC to increase friendship points. There's no other items you can give people to increase their friendship. We're also going to get a fishing rod off of Liano, and basically the fishing minigame is quite good. So we reel in the fish when the rod shows white. Once the fish starts to pull, we have to release on the action, and it's just rinse and repeat until we pull the fish up. There's an absolute ton of fish we can get in this game. As we can see here, we're getting sardines, eels, crayfish. We're also going to do another mini game here, and this one is just packing boxes, and this is a mini quest for the post office. Once we have enough boxes packed, that's going to be 2 more in-game hours used up, but we're also going to get some money for doing this, so it's just a great way early on to make lots of money. There's also a trophy to do all those mini games at least 20 times, so it's definitely worth our time to do as many of those as we can before we get 100%. So we're not doing this big huge grind at the end with the mini games, because you can only do the mini games once per day. We also have the community board here, and this community board will reset every couple of days. It'll have a whole new array of quests for us to do, and it is a great way to trade in materials that we collect out in the forest to get back lots of money and resources. And there is of course a trophy for doing a huge amount of community quests. So the more quests we do, the faster we are going to unlock that achievement. The apple juice is going to come in fierce handy. That restores a lot of energy, and as you can see, our energy bar will almost be depleted every single day, because we're going to be gathering resources almost every single day to push the main quest as quickly as possible. We just picked up some animal feces there. That was another easy quest completed. We now had the stone, the wood, the gold and the steel fishing net to fix up the landslide. So we're going to get Bubble here, and we're going to get Forest to clear up the landslide by giving them some resources. Once the landslide has been cleared, we can now access the second half of the forest. This means we get to fight some new monsters, but we also get to collect some new resources. So we're just using our hammer here to break open some nodes to get some stone. We also got a copper nugget there as well. Now this is just one of many cutscenes that you will see when we enter new biomes, or we come across a plant, but the plant is close to death because there's loads of bugs on it. Now sometimes it's not bugs, it could be something else, but we will have to make a potion to restore that plant. Once the plant is restored, we'll be able to harvest it. The first thing we have to do is get a diagnosis of what's going on. So we took an insect from the plant. We're going to give it to Victor here. Victor is basically the town specialist when it comes to insects, and Victor is going to tell us all about this insect. It's then up to us to come up with a cure. So it's just a couple of mini games to unlock the recipe to make the potion. Once the recipe has been unlocked, the research has been completed. As we can see, there's a fair amount of squares there now that we have to cover in order to make this potion to sort out those plants. So the more different types of resources we collect, the more options we have when it comes to filling out those puzzles. So we just picked up some lavender there, and as we can see, this tree requires a lot more swings from our axe than regular trees, but we will get a lot more wood from this. There's also a chance we can get different kinds of sap from trees as well, and all that different sap type will come in fierce handy when it comes to filling out these blocks. As we can see, some sap is blue, some is red,
some is green, for example. We got some blue sap there. Now it just fills up one square, but you'll be very surprised how much sap you'd actually need to make some of these potions. So once we do create the remedy, we fix up the plants here, which is nice. Now we will have to do this in each biome if we want to collect all of the plants the game has to offer, and that unlocks a trophy as well. So Forest is impressed with our progress. We're now going to visit Ruinheart, and as we can see, we need gold, wood and stone to upgrade an item. So if we want to upgrade to the Iron Tier, we're going to need a lot more gold. So we're going to have to start selling a lot of potions. Now we do have enough for the sickle right now, so we will go ahead and we'll get our sickle upgraded. The more we upgrade a tool, the less swings is required to harvest a resource. It's very important because later on you're going to come across resources and some of them will take an unmerciful amount of swings to actually harvest. Before you know it, your energy is sapped. So we've now explored more of the forest and we've come across a huge calamity here, and basically everybody gives out about the capital and they say that it was the chemist's fault in the past that caused all these calamities. We need to prove the people wrong. So we just made a potion, we've cured up the calamity, and this gives us access to even more crops. What we're going to get here is a plant known as a rainbow dew, and the rainbow dew is something we use in a lot of potions because it basically gives 4 squares per plant, so it's really good for big bulky potions. Because we've completed the first portion of the main quest, Colin now from the capital is going to visit us. He is going to give us a task to complete. If we are successful, we can then talk to the mayor and we can get our badge upgraded. Also, every time we complete a challenge Colin or Myra gives us, we will learn even more recipes that we can make. And normally when you learn more recipes, they're higher tier recipes, so you can sell them for more money. Speaking of selling potions, we now unlock the drop box. Now the drop box can be upgraded. At the moment we can only sell 6 potions per day. Eventually we will be able to sell way more. We can also make much higher tier potions later on as well, bringing in thousands of gold later on in the challenge. Thousands upon thousands of gold will be needed if we're going to unlock all of the upgrades. Dr. Nestor has come from the capital to pay us a visit to let us know that we have passed the test, so we can now make a lot more potions. We're back to fishing now again today. The main reason we do so much fishing is because we want to collect white and pink meat. Most of the time you're going to come across community quests and they will require either 10 or 20 white or pink meat. So we're now going to talk to the mayor about our badge upgrade. Because we've completed a lot of the main quests, our badge now gets upgraded to its 2nd tier. And this means we can now head on over to the snow biome. But normally when it comes to entering a biome, it's not as simple as just walking in there. We will more likely have to fix something. Before we go to the snow biome, I want to upgrade my tools to at least iron tier, so we're not swinging at resources over there for half the day. We're also continuing treating patients that come in. Laura paid us a visit today. We fixed her up no problem, 630 gold, and we also get some moon cloves as well. We do save up a lot of the moon cloves, but eventually we will have to use them on various NPCs. For example, we will need to get Ruinheart's relationship level up to the next tier if we want her to make us even better quality tools. So sometimes we are forced to save our moon cloves and give them to certain NPCs so we can get specific upgrades done. Now if I want to make it over to the snow biome, we have to fix up the transportation there, so we need to talk to Opalheart and Ruinheart about building some sort of mechanism that will fix up that cart for us. So it's back to the forest area, and we are going to basically harvest all of the stone, all of the monsters, all of the wood that we can find every single day. We're also going to continue with our community quests just to get even more money. If we want to upgrade all of our tools to the maximum capacity, we're going to need so much money. These quests, when it comes to collecting beehives or animal feces or any sort of collection quest, normally they're very simple to do. It doesn't take a whole lot of time to do them, and their money is really good. 300 gold plus an apple juice, that's really handy indeed. For the rest of the day, we're just going to fish. Getting the big chests, it's always nice because you're going to get rewarded with gold. Occasionally, some of the NPCs will have quests for you. Normally, you have to give them moon cloves, get their friendship levels up, just like that there. And after a while, then they'll have quests for you to do. Now, this was part of the main quest. It was just fixing the cable car. So we're going to talk to Luck here, and we're going to tell him that we need some sort of a mechanism to fix up the champ cart. And Luck is going to help us out with that.
Now, this is just another minigame when it comes to getting a diagnosis of what's up with the patient. Now, this is the easy version. This does get much harder, and those little virus balls can go a lot faster. It all depends on the type of potion you have to make. So you could think of this as a tutorial, but they do get much more interesting as you level up your character and you get much better licenses, much better potions. Because we're helping out around the community, our messy garden has now been cleaned up, and the more NPCs we help out, the more of that you're going to see. Eventually, you know, the lampposts get fixed, the gates might get upgraded, and everything starts looking better and better and better. So Rue came back to us again today, and that was just another easy treatment done. If we want to 100% the game, we're going to have to treat at least, I'd say, 50 of these NPCs. On the rare occasion, every couple of weeks, you'll get a huge surge of NPCs. You could get like 5 or 6 of them, so they'll fill up the whole chemist, and you'll basically spend the whole day healing them all up, but you do get tons of money from it. So we're going to talk to Opalheart now about the blueprints, but we need to gather a lot more resources if we want to fix up the champ cart. So what we needed there now was silver nuggets, and you can only get that from a couple of resources around the forest, so it did take a few days to gather 10 of them. And you're going to see a lot of that when it comes to completing the main quests. The game is quite grindy. Like at the moment it was silver nuggets, you know. The next time it could be gold nuggets, then it could be something else, you know, mithril nuggets or, you know, whatever you have after the gold nuggets. We can also get Runeheart to upgrade our health as well. The starter enemies don't hit for a whole lot, you don't really notice it, but when you get to the later biomes, the enemies get much harder, so you absolutely want some of the health upgrades. I'm also going to get Runeheart to upgrade my cauldron. This will unlock one more capacity slot. That means I can use more ingredients to make potions. And when it comes to pushing the main quests, we will need to upgrade this just a few times. So that's the first upgrade done to the cauldron. We can now go ahead and fix up the champ cart. We have the stone, the wood and the gold. So we're now going to get bubble and forest that will also help us. And before we know it, the tram cart looks brand new. We can now take that and we can swing on over to the snow biome. We're also grabbing teleportation signs as well. So just to the south of me there's a little sign, and if we click on that, it means we can teleport there every single day. So the more travel points we can unlock, the more places we can fast travel to, saving us lots and lots of time. Now, as we can see, there's lots of new stuff to collect here. We've got roses, we've got new enemies, we've got new types of stone. Now, the regular stone, the regular wood always remains the same, but we're going to get different nuggets. So because we've entered a new biome, we also come across a new calamity. And just like the forest biome, we will have to gather some knowledge, craft a potion, and fix this whole calamity out. Once this calamity has been sorted out, it will unlock a new resource that we can gather. And this is also part of the main quest. So once we have this completed, we can actually go ahead and get into the next biome. But completing these quests does take a lot of time because you have to gather so much resources. Despite the fact that we now have iron tools, it does take quite a few swings to gather resources here. Also, the enemies are now a little bit stronger, they have a lot more HP. Some of the enemies will explode upon defeat, so we have to be very fast about it and roll away if possible. You're also going to come across enemies too with shields, so you have to use your axe to take the shield down, and then you can hit the enemy to drain their health. We can also go to the bathhouse almost every single day, which will restore our energy. It'll fill it back up to 100%, but it does use up a few in-game hours. Now we actually go to the bathhouse almost every single day because we really want to harvest as many resources as possible on a daily basis so we can 100% this game as quickly as possible. So we're just going to cross some more new enemies here that I haven't shown before. That enemy was felled very quickly because we upgraded our tools. Despite the fact that we have the snow biome unlocked, we will have to come back to the forest biome occasionally just to fill up on the basic ingredients, because a lot of the potions, even the endgame potions, require a lot of the basic ingredients as well. We're just talking to Osman here, and he is the chief of police in Moonbury Island. Now, Osman actually has a document in his cabinet that will tell us everything we know about the calamity that has befallen the snow biome. But before he can give us that document, we need to fix up his cabinet, so we have to go and grind out some materials so we can get a key made. It was time to hand in some quests here. We wanted to get the intermediate fishing rod, so we just needed some rainbow juice, silver nuggets and other monster parts. With the intermediate fishing rod, we can now go to intermediate fishing locations and pull up all new types of fish.
It was time to visit town carpenter Rainer, and we had a choice here of a post Dropbox upgrade, a kitchen, or a clinic upgrade. We're going to go with the kitchen because this will give us the ability to make our own food, and energy is something that we need more and more of every day if we want to maximize the amount of resources we can actually collect. So now the kitchen has been upgraded. We don't actually have a whole lot of recipes. We have some recipes and a lot of them we can actually make, but we just have to gather some basic materials. Eggs we can simply buy from the ranch just up the road from us. There's actually an achievement in this game to cook a total of 50 dishes. It's actually quite simple to do, but we end up doing it later. All we really need to do is just purchase a ton of eggs or milk or other stuff from the ranch up above and just bang out 20 or 40 or 50 recipes, and then we're done with the achievement. But the recipes themselves are quite handy, because if you're low on health and energy, it's always good to have a few in the bag. So that is the first carpenter upgrade done, which was nice. Now if we want Rainer to give us even more upgrades in the future, we will have to increase his friendship level. He'll give us all the level 1s no problem, but if we want the level 2s, we'll have to get him up to the next friendship tier. So we got some new fishies today. We've got a sturgeon, a squid, a sea bass, a blue marlin, all from the intermediate fishing location. We're then going back to the snow biome before the day is up, and we're just killing some more enemies here to get more resources. There's a quest here called coal residue. We need some gold nuggets, we need some timber fruit that we get from killing some enemies, and all of these quests will help us 100% the game. So it's basically a matter of min-maxing every single day if you want to 100% this game as quickly as possible. So we got the 5 gold nuggets, we got the 5 timber fruits. It's time to hand in the quest. As a reward, this is going to give us the cabinet key. We can now give this to Osman. He can give us the documents and we can learn how to sort out the calamity that has befallen the snow biome. We're also handing in a quest here to Opalheart so we can get the blacksmith upgraded to level 1. That means we can craft higher quality tools. And that also requires a friendship upgrade. So we are giving lots of mooncloves to the likes of those NPCs that can upgrade things. So Rainer's going to get a lot, Opalheart, Ruinheart, they're all going to get lots of mooncloves just to get their levels upgraded when it comes to crafting tools or upgrading most of our structures. So it is now time to use our cauldron and produce the white breeze. And using the white breeze, we can then go and sort out the snow biome calamity. We also got our dog to max affinity. Our dog can now dig up lots of valuable items for us. And we were able to get him to max affinity so quickly because we just gave him food every single day and we petted our dog every single day. So once the snow biome calamity has been sorted out, a new plant will grow, and this is known as the Yggdrasil, and we can harvest this every single day just like the other plants, and it just means making potions becomes a lot easier. Most of these special plants take a lot of swings to harvest, but a lot of them do give a lot of blocks when it comes to making the potions. So because we had another calamity sorted out, this time Moira from the capital is going to give us a visit, and she's going to give us a challenge to complete so we can get our next potion license. And of course, the more licenses we get, the more higher tier potions we get to craft. Now this particular potion was called a Draconic Temper, and if you look at the amount of squares we need to sort this one out, we need quite a few. Thankfully though, we had just enough ingredients to sort out the potion. We were at max capacity, but it was enough. But if we didn't upgrade the cauldron to the next level there a few days ago, we would have had to do that upgrade before we can complete the main quest. We're now going to talk to Rainer about upgrading our chemist to the next level. The more we upgrade our chemist, the more money and the more trust level we're going to get from an NPC when they are cured. So that's the first renovation done. We're then back to pulling up more fish. We got the goldfish, we also got the catfish there as well. There's a lot of fish to unlock in this game. We're now going to talk to the mayor, tell him about our accomplishments in the snow biome, in the hopes that he will upgrade our badge yet again so we can go to the more dangerous areas the game has to offer. So our badge has now been upgraded to level 3. This means we can now go to the desert biome. Before we go, we definitely want to upgrade our tools. So we're now going to get steel tools, but we do need lots of wood, stone and gold to make that happen. Now we were able to get 2 upgrades there. We went for the sickle and we also went for the axe. We didn't go for the hammer just yet. We can always upgrade the hammer down the road. Now, just like going into the second half of the forest and going into the snow biome, we have to fix something before we can get to the desert. And at the moment, there's a big geyser here that's stopping us from getting into the desert biome. So we need to talk to Forest and Bubble here about making something to stop that. Now, we are told that Yarn knows a lot about pipes, so we go to him and ask him if he can craft us a pipe, or maybe even give us the recipe to craft a pipe so we can get to the desert biome. Yarn doesn't know much about the special pipe we need, so instead, he is going to send us to a new NPC by the name of Olive. She runs the bat house, and Olive apparently knows a lot about the pipes we need, because currently at the bat house, you've lots of warm and boiling water that goes through her pipes on a daily basis. So we need to get silver nuggets, and we also need to get a lot of sour tasting sap to sort out the issue. Now, we do have the sour tasting sap from cutting down trees every day, but we do need more silver nuggets. So to get those, it's back to the snow biome, and it's just harvesting stone until we have that sorted out. It doesn't take us too long to get the rest of the nuggets because we are farming on a daily basis. So we're now going to visit Ruinheart here. We're going to get the steel hammer. So we now have the second tier of all of our tools done. Now, if we want to get the mithril equipment, which is the best equipment in the game, we will have to get more relationship points with Ruinheart or Opalheart. We're now going to talk to Yarn here about the pipe, and we've told him that we've gathered up the materials, so now Yarn will be able to make the pipe for us, no problem at all. We also need 4,500 gold, a ton of wood and a ton of stone to fix up the geyser. So once all of that material was handed in, we can now get access to the snow biome. It's also worth noting too that this game operates on a weekly basis, so there's no seasons in this game. It just goes from Monday to Sunday, and then the week just resets. So it did actually take me quite a number of days to get the gold, the wood and the stone. Because, I mean, the amount of trees that you had to cut down was just crazy. The amount of stone we had to collect. And I had to sell a ton of potions and do lots of quests to get all that gold. I just don't show the grind in this video, but the game is quite grindy. So as we can see there from the previous cutscene, there was a new calamity in the desert biome. It's the same as the other biomes. You just have to talk to a few people, learn about the calamity. And because we've completed more main quests, as we can see, the broken street lamps have now been fixed because the more people that we're making happy. And the more people we make happy, the more quests that we do, the more items that are going to get fixed. Now, the enemies in the desert biome are the strongest enemies in the game, but you're also going to get the best resources here as well. This is the final biome the game has to offer. Just because we're in the final biome doesn't mean we're close to getting 100%. We will have to revisit the other biomes multiple times to do side quests to gather specific resources to 100% this game. This is just an enemy here with a big shield. Best way to take him out is to just hit him with an axe until the shield is dropped, and then we can either hit him with the hammer, the sickle, or the axe to finish him off. So we have more flowers here that are overrun with a virus. We also come across a cave here as well. This is part of the main quest, and it's blocked off by loads of rubble. So we're going to need a lot of resources to create a special pickaxe to remove all that rubble from the cave. So it's just going to be another huge grind to get tons and tons of wood and stone and gold. Forest needs the pickaxe to get into that cave, so we're going to talk to Ruinheart about making the pickaxe. What we need is a razor fin for the main ingredient, and we also need some moonite. Now, the moonite's easy enough. We have 4 to 5 currently. That you just get that from breaking open rocks. The razor fin is hard. You can only get 2 razor fins per day, and you have to fight an enemy to get it. And the enemy is fierce hard to kill. It requires a lot of concentration. We're also going to make a lot more potions today as well. So we just made the fungi duster there, and we can use that now to get access to even more crops. We're wiping out an enemy here now to get the razor fin. So basically we have to dodge the enemy, wait for it to tire, wait for it to raise its head above the sand, and then we can hit it a few times, rinse and repeat, and we get the razor fin, no problem. So we used the fungi duster, got rid of all that horrible fungus, and now a new plant is accessible for us to collect on a daily basis. So we're actually now almost at 100% when it comes to gathering all of the resources the game has to offer, but there's still a few other items we need. After a few days, I got a quest here for improving the anvil yet again. This is because I got Ruinheart and Opalheart up to the next friendship level. Once that quest was complete, I could now get them to upgrade my tools even further to mithril quality, and that's the best quality in the game. But we are going to need lots of resources to get that done. As we can see, it's very expensive to upgrade but it is something we need to do if we want to 100% the game. The best way to make money right now is to start mass producing potions and just selling them. The Black Lotus here is going to come in fierce handy to make some of the higher tier potions. As we can see, we finally got the Chemist Surge. We've got a total of 5 patients. A lot of these patients will need mid to high tier potions. That means they're going to give us a lot of money when we cure them right up. And because we've been gathering plants on a daily basis, we should be able to make all of the potions they need straight out the gate. A lot of the patients require diagnosis, but you've seen the minigames before, so I won't show them at the moment. What I will show is all the money we're going to get for treating all these patients. Some give about 400, some give 600, some give 800. We just got over 1,000 gold there for treating one of the patients. If we upgrade our chemist even more, we could potentially get even more gold to cure everyone. Because we got so much money from curing all those patients, we now had enough to get some tool upgrades. So we're going to start with the axe, because I find myself needing tons and tons of wood all the time. So that's the mithril axe done, and that is its maximum upgrade potential unlocked. We're also going to get the hammer upgraded too to the mithril hammer. All that's left now is the mithril sickle, but we will have to farm some more gold for that. It won't take us too long though. As we can see, we can talk to the NPCs every single day. We do get a little minor friendship boost. We're just going to give Runeheart some cloves there as well. And as we can see, she's now at full friendship level on level 2, but a lock appears. That means we have to complete a quest to get her up into friendship tier number 3. And if we want to get 100% of this game, we will have to get lots of NPCs up to the 3rd friendship tier. As we can see, I'm making lots of high tier potions now. Draw a seller for over 300 gold. When they sell, I'll get lots of money. I'm also gathering even more razor fins. We're going to need tons of them if we're going to complete all of the side quests the game has to offer. Because I have the mithril axe, it doesn't take too many swings to cut down all of the trees, and because we have the mithril hammer, it just takes a few swings to get all of the stone as well. So let's go and talk to Runeheart right now. We're going to do the quest here called Drake Elo. We needed 8 razor fins. This quest took, I'd say, the bones of a week to complete. Because we have loads of money from the potions, we're going to get the final sickle upgrade as well. Not only have the tools reached their maximum capacity, but each tool now has basically a special attack if we keep hitting the left click with it. Basically, it's just a really long combo. We're also going to talk to Forrest as well. We're going to give him the pickaxe that we needed all those fins for. He can now clear off the debris so we can get into this cave and tackle one of the final main quests that the game has to offer. But this quest will be no easy feat. There's multiple stages to this quest, so basically the water here is contaminated. But there is a machine. Now a lot of people have blamed the alchemists from the capital on the contamination of this water. Eventually we will find out that the people from the capital built that machine to try to fix the contamination. So long story short, it wasn't anything to do with the chemists that led to the calamities that have befallen all these biomes. It was just caused by natural elements. And once all of the NPCs learn of this, they show a lot more gratitude, a lot more respect towards us and to the alchemists that visit Moonbury Island in the future. And what you're going to see here now is a real nice cutscene of all the NPCs coming together and helping us to fix up the machine. Now we need to make a glowing purified water, and as we can see, there is a lot of boxes that we have to fill out there. Fortunately, we do have most of the ingredients the game has to offer, but I need to upgrade my cauldron again because I just don't have enough capacity to make that potion. So once the cauldron has been fully upgraded, we can now try our hand and try to get this potion made. Now because I had the money and the resources, I decided to just upgrade it yet again, just to kind of future-proof the main quests. I had a little bit money left over, so I said why not, let's get the health increase. We need it anyway for 100%, so we might as well do it now rather than do it later. Eventually, we had all of the ingredients required. We actually needed those 2 previous upgrades to make the glowing purified water. And once that was made, we fixed up the machine, we put in the potion I made, and it purified everything. And this is basically the final quest of the game complete. Now that is the final of the main quest, and this will give us access to a new ingredient that we get to harvest on a daily basis.
But that won't be the final ingredient that we need to 100% this game when it comes to getting all of the ingredients the game has to offer. We will have to do various side quests, and we will have to build a lot of relationships with a lot of the NPCs to unlock more of the plans the game has to offer. So we're not there just yet. Just because the main quest is done doesn't mean we're anywhere close to 100% in this game. We're about 50% of the way there at the moment. There's lots we have to do still to get all of the trophies. But for now, we will enjoy some nice cozy cutscenes where all of the villagers will go back to the tavern and we're all going to have some nice drink and food together. It's actually really nice seeing a cutscene like this because when you first enter Moonbury Island, all of the NPCs didn't trust you. They were all quite fearful and we were absolutely not welcome here. So it's nice to see everybody gathered around. They're all going to say nice things to us. Even Matthew there doesn't have anything bad he could say. Matthew actually gains a lot of respect for us. And believe it or not, Matthew there is actually one of the romanceable characters that we can go with for this game. Now we don't actually end up romancing Matthew, we're actually going to romance someone else. But the reason why we need to romance something is because it's part of getting 100% in this game. Now it is quite grindy to romance someone. Basically we need to get him up to level 3 or level 4 and then we can start going on dates. But that's as far as the game goes. Unfortunately, to my knowledge, you can't get married in the game just yet and you can't have kids. But that's something they might implement in the future updates. So I had to make an angel wine today. We're just doing some side quests just to build up some relationships with a lot of the NPCs. But we could make more of this in the future. We could sell it to make tons and tons of money. We still have a lot of things to do. So we're going to harvest all of these resources. We need to upgrade our house to maximum capacity. We have to fully upgrade the chemist, fully upgrade the drop box, fully upgrade our health. There's a lot of stuff we still have to fully upgrade. By upgrading the drop box, it will allow us to sell more potions on a daily basis. Hence, we're going to get a lot more gold every single day. And if we can amass tons and tons of gold, tons of wood and stone, it's going to be very simple to chain upgrade buildings. But we also need to raise the relationship level of the carpenter, etc. Now we also get a visit here from Dr. Nestor, Collins and Moira. Basically, they're going to tell us that they're very impressed with all of the achievements that we've done so far. They're going to give us one final test to do. If we complete this research test, we will then gain access to the most profitable and potent potions the game has to offer. And with these recipes unlocked, we can now make some serious money. The Beet Regent is the most profitable potion you can make in the game. And the thing about the Beet Regent is that it doesn't require a huge amount of ingredients to make, and it sells for 500 gold a pop. As we can see, it doesn't have half as many squares as some of the other main quest potions had. So once we make this several times, so long as we have the ingredients, we can automate this process. So we don't have to do the minigame all the time. We can just bypass the minigame, sleep, wake up every single day, make 10 or 20 of these, rinse and repeat, and before you know it, you've got 10, 20, 30,000 gold ready to go. So each one of those is going for 500 gold. We made some other high tier potions as well. We now have over 12,000 gold. But what's going to bottleneck us eventually, believe it or not, will be the wood and the stone. So we're going to make the grow box repair right now, and this is going to give us some grow boxes inside of our house. Basically, we can put a seed into those grow boxes, and it's just a way to get more resources instead of having to go to the biomes to get the resources that way. So because the grow box has been unlocked, we now have 3 grow boxes that we can fill up with plants, no problem. We're also upgrading the chemist as well, or we're chain upgrading that. So that's chemist renovation level 3 unlocked. We've also got a side quest here from the mayor's wife to find a very rare plant. And we managed to make a potion, clear up the calamity on the ground, and we can now harvest this new and final ingredient, which is called the cold bloom. And with that cold bloom collected, we just unlocked the achievement there for collecting every single plant the game has to offer. There's a little museum beside the mayor's office, and the 6 special plants that we had per store are inside this museum for us to see. There's also a moonstone here as well, and that's why it's called Moonbury Island, was because that stone fell out of the sky and landed on the ground. So that's where the name came from, because a moonstone fell on the ground. So we're just going to talk to Liano here, and because we've done so much fishing, we managed to max out our intermediate fishing skill. We can now make the advanced fishing rod, And that's going to be fishing level 3. We can now access much better fish. So at the moment, we just got a health increase there. We're going to get more health increases because we need to max out our health capacity to 100% this game. So Opal Heart, because we more or less have our relationship level maxed out, we can upgrade to max, provided we have the materials. Now, we just run out of some wood there, so we basically go to the desert biome almost every single day, and we use up our stamina on lots of wood and lots of gold. This is just a nice cutscene here from Yorm, because we helped make his guitar. We needed lots of sap to make that guitar, and he just gives us a tune there, and now we have him upgraded to the next level of friendship, and that is level 2 friendship right there. So once we have that done with a few more of the NPCs, that will be another trophy unlocked. So it's basically lots of grinding, lots of talking, lots of fishing as well. So this is a tier 3 fishing area. We just picked up a salmon there. We just got a quest here from Rue. We wanted to give her some fertilizer. Now, the great thing about a lot of the side quests in this game is that a lot of the side quests you complete, it has an actual effect on how Moonbury Island looks. So now, because we have completed that quest for Rue, we're going to see nice flowers growing there in a couple of days. And we get Rue to level 2 friendship, which is nice. I also did some fishing inside a cave here. Managed to get a lingcod. These fish are much harder to get than the level 1 and level 2 fish. But there's a chance we can get blue fish meat from those fish. Normally we just get the white or the pink. With the blue fish meat we can make even more potent recipes. That's just primarily cooking recipes. We're also getting Ruin Heart to upgrade our cauldron here. We want to max that out to 100% the game. And then we're just back to the desert, just doing more grinding, more wood and stone. So basically it's just a big rinse and repeat it to be 100% the game. And we're doing fishing as well. We get a blue octopus there as well. We also picked up the crab, which is an endgame fish, believe it or not. Now, I wanted to get the achievement to cook up 50 dishes. So we're going to go to the ranch here. I'm going to purchase lots of eggs, apples, milk. I'm going to get lots of corn as well. And I'm going to use that to cook up an absolute ton of stuff. We're also going to go back to Heart and Sparks to see what we can get. All that we're missing now is just the health expansions primarily. So we're also going to get Ruin Heart 2 to finish off the cauldron. So we've now fully upgraded the cauldron, which is upgrade level 5. And as we can see, the cauldron looks really cool. I'm also getting seeds as well off the rangers. And you can only get seeds if you've harvested a crop so many times. The reason why I'm getting rose seeds is because roses are one of the primary ingredients used to make beet regions, and they sell for 500 gold a pop. So it would only make sense that I'd get lots of roses. I picked up a fairy. I also picked up a fish sea cucumber name. So the developers, if you're watching, please update the variable there and just call it a sea cucumber. So it's just a little typo there with the code, but it's just a variable. It's not the end of the world. So we've done another quest here now for Zeki. He wanted lots of snowberries, and he is going to teach us a recipe for gathering up all those resources for him. And the recipe is basically a mixed salad, and it's actually a really nice recipe to make and give lots of stamina. So max level has been achieved with the tools and with the cauldron. We now want to get max level on our health capacity, and that's something we're going with right now. As we can see, max level has been reached for everything there with the Ruin Heart and Opal Heart. All that's left is to just go to the carpenter and just get max level for the house, and to get max level for the post drop box. So it just means lots more money is needed, lots more wood and lots more stone. Now these expansions are pretty cool, and we can actually fit out the expansions with lots of decorations that we can also buy from the carpenter, but we need a lot more money. We have 5600 gold at the moment, but we still need lots more. So there's a quest here called One Devoted Crew. We needed lots of different types of sap to complete that quest, and the reason why we completed that quest is because it upgrades the look of the actual building. As we can see, the boat that Otmar and Liano stay in looks quite dilapidated. By doing this quest, the boat now looks way better. As we can see, all of the holes have been filled out. It looks like a brand new building. So just like the other side quests, it adds a really good aesthetic to Moonbury Island. So the boat looks way better now. And you also get some trust points too with the NPCs. But more importantly, Otmar is now on level 2 friendship. So we're one step closer to getting 100%, because we need to get a lot of NPCs to level 2 friendship. And because we got Otmar to level 2 friendship, the bridge now
that separates the island from the mainland looks even better. So the bridge has now been fully repaired. We're also doing more of these job quests. We need to do something like 20 of these in total. For the next couple of days, we're just going to be prioritizing these job quests. We need to do so many of these, it's not even funny. So we're sorting out ink, we're packing boxes as well, we need to loads of these. And we also need to go to the church as well. There's another side quest we have to do up there, where we have to grind out berries to make wine, you know, for the communion and everything else. So basically what we're doing now is doing the job quests, selling potions, going to sleep, rinse and repeat, doing the job quests. Once we have enough gold, we'll go to Rainer here and we'll get another house upgrade done. This, I believe, is the final upgrade to the house, and as we can see, the outside of our house now looks way better from an aesthetic purpose. We still need to upgrade the post drop box as well. It is time to reach a nice romantic relationship here in the game. For the NPC we're going to go with, we're going to choose Helene. Helene manages the arcade just underneath the tavern, so by doing side quests for her, we'll bump up her relationship level. We will have to get her to level 3 before we can start going out on dates and grabbing the last couple of achievements the game has to offer. So we just done equivalent exchange there, and as we can see, she has now went from level 2 to level 3, so she now gets a love heart symbol. We're also going to enter into a relationship with Helene. To do that, we have to trade in 5 moon cloves for a moon brooch, and we can basically present Helene with this moon brooch to say to her that we have feelings, and this will now enter into a relationship with Helene, which is really nice. We can now go on dates every single day. Now there's a couple of different dating scenes, and I'll show you the scenes. They're pretty cool. Now before we can go on dates, we have to complete one more quest for Helene here, as she is going to tell us all about this artifact that she wants us to find. Basically, we just have to go back out to one of the biomes, find the artifact, return it to Helene, and then we can go on dates no problem at all. So that is the dating unlocked there, which is pretty nice. And we can now ask her out on a date every single day. A new icon will appear up over her head. So she says absolutely, let's get going. So the first date takes place inside of the bathhouse, and we're just chilling inside the bathhouse. There's a nice tray here with food and drink on it. That was pretty nice. Once we leave the bathhouse, we just get another little nice cutscene here where Helene will give us a nice kiss before we go our separate ways. Now that's as far as it goes at the moment when it comes to relationships in this game. She won't move into the house with us. We can't have kids, we can't get married or anything like that. But we're not finished just yet. We still have to do these mini games a total of 20 times for each one, which is a huge grind. So this game we just had to spam key, my poor keyboard. So it was just sleep, play the mini game, sleep, play the mini game, do a few dates with Helene, and that's kind of it until we get 100%. So this is just the second dating scene here, where we play some games at the arcade, and then we go to the tavern here, where Jorm serves us up some real nice food, and that's the second dating scene there. So we just leave the tavern, Helene will give me a kiss, and we'll go our separate ways. And that's basically the essence of dating in this game. Now I haven't dated any of the other NPCs, so I can only say for sure they're the 2 scenes with Helene, but if you have dated any other NPCs with this game, let me know in the comments if the scenes differ. Now we're also going to get the trophy here for cooking up a total of 50 recipes, so we're just going to make some milkshakes and other bits and bobs, and then we're going to go and we're going to get the Dropbox upgrades done, just so we can maximize all of the upgrades in the game. Now a lot of these upgrades weren't needed for 100%, but I felt like if I didn't max out everything it wouldn't be a true 100%. I also purchased some decorations here as well for the house, because one of them took the house somewhat decent, and there's lots of different types of decorations that we can buy from Rainer, which is pretty cool. I got the grand clock there, I got the blue sofa. I also had to complete something like 50 community quests to get another trophy, so we're just doing those quests every couple of days, handing in some materials we find out in the wild, getting back some money, and that is another trophy in the bag. So we're almost there. So I'm going to make a few mixed salads today that we learned from Ziki, and once these are made, we will have the trophy for making over 50 food dishes as well. So I have to say, the game was very grindy, but the game was very entertaining. Was the game hard to 100%? No, it wasn't. The last trophy was to have a total of somewhat, I think it was 10 or 15 patients go extremely ill, so we just had to ignore them for a couple of days and they'd be taken off the Mattios for more traditional treatment. So to get that achievement, I literally just slept for about 30 days straight.
And I eventually got that achievement then, no problem at all. So that achievement is called Being a Donut. Failed to cure 10 patients. And all I had to do was just sleep, 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 and sleep. Eventually, the patients at the clinic would get so sick that they would just get moved out of there. And you'd get a cutscene here from Forrester Bubbles saying, we had to move the patients down to Matthew to heal them up. Please don't let it happen in the future. So that was the final achievement we needed. We got that. We 100%ed the game. And I have to say it was quite fun. So thanks everyone for watching the video. I really do appreciate it. And I'll see you in the next one. Here is just a quick list of all of the achievements we had to unlock to 100% the game. The majority of achievements in this game were quite easy to get, but as we go down the list here, less and less players, didn't have the more grindy achievements completed. So if we take a look at the Rock Exterminator, gather 1,000 pieces of stone, Tree Exterminator, 1,000 pieces of wood, they were very grindy indeed. I have finally 100%ed Hollow Knight. To be exact, I have 108%ed this game because I'm also including a DLC which has some really cool bosses to add to the base game. So we're going to start our epic journey by watching a couple of cutscenes, then we're going to get straight into the action, where we will attempt to unlock all of the achievements this game has to offer. So we just got a scene there where there's something locked up in an egg and it's trying to break out. We now get the grand introduction of the main protagonist of this game, the little Hollow Knight. This is a very long video. This was an absolutely massive project for me to make. It took me months to make this video. It took a very long time to get all the achievements. So if you haven't hit that subscribe button, could you please give it a tickle? It will really help me out. If you also have time, leave a comment. Let me know what you thought of the video. Let's jump straight into this game and let's have some fun. The kingdom that we're going to traverse in this game is called Hollownest, and Hollownest is broken up into loads of different types of areas. The main enemies we're going to fight in this game are bug type enemies, and there are some wacky bugs to come across in this game. The first enemy you just saw there is just a regular grub, and if only all the enemies were like that, this game would be a breeze, but wait until you see some of the fights we have to go through in this game. What I just picked up here is our very first charm. This is called Fury of the Fallen. Now we start with 3 charm notches, and that charm takes up 2 of our 3 notches. But as the game progresses, we will get more charm notches, we will get more charms. And there's an absolute ton of different combinations that we can work out with our Hollow Knight in this game. So we will equip that charm. It just means when our health goes to 1, we will do increased damage. So it's a double-edged sword. So we're in the village of Dirtmouth at the moment. We're going to go straight past this village, down the well, and start exploring the kingdom. The Forgotten Crossroads is one of the first areas we have to explore in this game. This area is connected to a ton of other areas, but for now, we'll just traverse this zone and we'll fight a couple of bosses and see if we can make some decent progress. The first ambush room of the game, so we get attacked by a couple of these flies. They don't pose too much of a threat. We do get a perfectly timed strike there on a spike, which one-shots those flies, which is pretty good. What we see here now is basically a toll machine. This one just costs 50 gold, and that will summon a stag. We can use stags to fast travel around the map. We're also going to equip our Fury of the Fallen charm. We can equip these anytime we get a bench. The benches also restore our health, and they will also allow us to equip and unequip charms. Scattered across the world of Hollownest, we have a huge amount of grubs, just green caterpillars. We're going to have to save all of the grubs to get some achievements as well. This is the first boss, the False Knight. Very simple indeed. Now, as we can see, we do have a maximum of 5 masks on the top left side of our screen. Once all those masks get depleted, our character will die, and we will respawn at the last bench that we set on. This boss is very simple. We just tank and spank primarily. Once we deal enough damage, he will fall down onto the ground. We can hit his head a couple of times, and that will destroy the first boss, the False Knight. He does drop a key item that we need to progress the game, which is a key to the City of Tears. And that is an area we'll be traversing very soon. We also come across a shaman here, and she's going to give us our first spell ability. There's a good couple of spells we can learn in this game. This is the first of many, and it's a very powerful ability indeed. It's called the Vengeful Spirit. And this is going to be one of our main attack resources that we'll be using to destroy bosses as we progress this game. As we can see, the spell is a projectile attack, and the great thing about that spell is that it can be powered up dramatically using charms and also getting upgrades for it as we venture through Hollow Nest. We also picked up a new charm here called a Soul Catcher, and that charm is a game changer. It increases the amount of soul we get every time we strike an enemy, and soul is needed in order for us to conjure up our spells. If you take a look at the top left hand side of the screen there, you'll notice a bar that occasionally fills up and also gets depleted. That's our soul gauge. So we're in Green Path now at the moment. This is the second zone we're going to be exploring, and this is host to loads of grubs that we get to collect, charms we get to pick up, and bosses that we get to destroy. We're just going to wipe out a few more mini bosses here now. As we can see, our new projectile attack is making quite the work of these enemies. We're going to encounter another boss here now, and it almost destroyed our lovely friend Zote, but we saved him just in the nick of time. This fight is pretty simple. We just have to jump when the boss dashes towards us. It can summon a few enemies as well, and after taking enough damage, we get to collect some nice Geo. Geo is used to purchase stuff in shops. We'll come across lots of shops in this game. Once we've rescued a few more grubs, we're going to unlock another toll machine. It just means that we can fast travel down here if we ever need to come back, and trust me, we are going to need to come back here multiple times, because as we progress the game, we're going to get different moves, different spells, different charms, and different combinations will allow us to access different parts of the game. This is the first big boss battle of the game. This is the first fight with Hornet, and if you play Hollow Knight yourself, you know exactly what I'm talking about, where when you get to this fight, it really forces you to play more aggressively. Hornet is quite fast. She has a huge array of attacks, and what you have to remember about this fight is that it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. And most of the fights in this game, especially the endgame fights, are huge marathons. So you really have to prioritize survivability, get to know her attack patterns, and just time your attacks pretty well. There are plenty of opportunities to get in strikes, but you just have to be very quick about it. A lot of the fights in this game are quite fast paced, such as this fight. When we defeat Hornet, we get our first main powered up. This is the Mothwind Cloak, and this will give us a dash ability. And the dash basically is going to give us access to a lot more areas of this game, because we can jump and dash, we can dash on the ground, we can even get charms that allow us to dash downwards. So the main story of this game is that there's a plague, and it is slowly but surely creeping out of the seal that is holding up the current Hollow Knight. The seal is weakening all the time. So we are going to need to sort that seal out. In order for us to sort the seal out, we have to break it open. To break open the seal, we need to destroy 3 big dreamer bosses, and they're located in all different parts of the game. To get to those dreamers and to kill them, we're going to have to go through some serious challenges. But before we get to these dreamers, we need to get some serious power-ups. That's what we're doing right now. We're just traversing the map. We're back in Green Path now at the moment, and we're just collecting some charms, because the more charms we collect, the more charm notches we can unlock when it comes to the future shops. So it's well worth our time now to do some exploration and to get as many charms as possible. This is the first time we're talking to our stag friend, which is basically our fast travel station. He does give us a pretty cool quest though. Once we find all of the fast travel stations, he'll bring us to a special area, and that will have some special items for us, but that's much later on in the video. For now, we're just going to deplete his dialogue, and we have 3 options: Dirtmouth, which is the starter zone, the Forgotten Crossroads, and Green Path. So we're going to go back to Dirtmouth, and we're just going to have a poke around to see if we can get any power-ups around the town. So we're going to visit the map vendor here. This is a Zelda, and she will sell us maps of areas. And the great thing about a Zelda here is that if we've ventured into an area and we haven't found the original map maker himself, we can just come back to a Zelda here and purchase the map. So it's not the end of the world if we don't find the map maker in all of the zones. She does have a cool charm here called the Wayward Compass. This is very handy if you want to know where you are on the map. So if you're looking to explore areas, or if you find that you're lost and you want to get to a new zone, that is a really good charm to have. So we're actually back in the Forgotten Crossroads right now, and we're just exploring new areas. Having that lovely Vengeful Spirit spell trivializes a lot of the mini-bosses around here. That acid there will kill us if we step into it, so we gotta be super careful we don't fall into that acid. There's grubs all over the Forgotten Crossroads. Rescuing all these grubs will yield great rewards for us. This is another boss here now called the Gru's Mother. It's quite the easy fight. It will just trash up and down. We just have to dodge it. We just have to time our attacks. After a few strikes, it will go down easy enough. It does have a little surprise at the end though. When you think you have beaten it, the fight isn't actually over. Because tons of bugs will burst out of its stomach now in a second and they will attack us. That did give me quite the shock the first time I took on this fight. The reason why we came down here is because I want to get into the shop here. There's an NPC inside this little store called Salubra. She's actually hilarious. Now Salubra will sell us charms that we can't get out in the wild. She will also sell us charm notches. Now we can't buy all of the charm notches at once. We need to unlock the ability to buy them first, so we can only do that by collecting tons of charms. So what I just purchased there now of Salubra was a Shaman Stone. This would increase the power of our spell abilities, and it is quite the potent charm indeed. Not only will it make our spell bigger, but it packs a much bigger punch as well, and it will absolutely destroy bosses, especially the starter to mid-tier bosses. We have found a new NPC down here in the Forgotten Crossroads. His name is Sly, and once he steps out of his little haze there, he will go back up to the village of Dirtmouth, and he can be used as a vendor, and we can purchase some really cool charms and other items from him that will come in super handy down the road. Because we picked up the Mothwing Cloak and Green Path, we can now use our dash ability to get into a new zone called the Fungal Wastes. And this zone, just like the others, is pretty big. So for now, we will explore the paths that our abilities will allow us to, but we do come back here later on and do some more exploration because there's so many hidden zones in each of these massive areas. I do come across a little boss room here. These are just mini bosses, but once we defeat these two giant headbanger mushrooms, we will get an absolutely amazing prize, and that prize is a charm notch. And to get a charm notch this early in the game is a game changer, because the more charm notches we unlock, the more charms we can equip. And there are certain charms in this game that just go great together. You can even unlock special abilities depending on different types of charms you have set up. So here's a new NPC called Cloth, and she basically wants to prove her warrior prowess by fighting tons of bugs that Hollandist has to offer. We will encounter her occasionally through our travels, and we do get to fight an epic boss towards the end of the video with Cloth by our side. So the video does get very fast paced very quickly, and we are going to see some crazy battles as the video progresses. It might be a little slow paced at the moment because we're just exploring the starter zones, but it will pick up dramatically later on. So our new setup, the Shaman Stone and the Soul Catcher, it's a great setup for us because not only will we get lots of soul when we strike enemies, but we can unleash very powerful spells with that soul as well. So that's going to be a setup I'm going to stick with through most of the game. I don't actually get rid of those charms at all, because I do use my Vengeful Spirit on most of the boss battles that I encounter. So we're going to get a new ability here now. It's called the Mantis Claw, and this is going to allow us to climb up walls, so we can now access even more areas the game has to offer. I'm going to take on a boss here called the Mantis Lords. Now normally people don't take these guys on this early in the game, but I have fought these guys so many times, I know all their moves off by heart. Their moves are pretty well telegraphed. So the fight starts with just one mantis, but once this mantis goes down, the two others will attack me at the same time. The fight does get much harder, but once you understand how all the movements work, it's not too bad. As we can see, there's now two of them on me at the same time, but you just really have to keep a cool head, look where they're coming at you from, and just strike when you get the opportunity. Having the Shaman Stone makes it a lot easier because we can get off a few spells every time they get past me. I do take a few bits of damage here and there, but overall the fight was easy enough. The reason why I do this fight early and not later on in the game is because it gives me access to a room which gives me lots of money, it also gives me a charm, and it gives me an item I can trade into a vendor that gives me even more money later on in the video. So it's well worth the effort coming down here as early as you can and getting that kill under your belt. The next room has some really nice goodies for us. The first item is a charm called the Mark of Pride. This will increase the range of our melee weapon. In this game, our melee weapon is a nail. That nail can be upgraded, and I think we can upgrade it up to 4 times in total. and it does become quite powerful indeed. The Hollowness Seal can be traded into a vendor for 450 Geo, and the last chest will give us a ton of regular Geo as well that can be used to buy lots of powered ups later on. 620 Geo right there. Not a bad haul, especially early on in the game. We will progress further down to the Fungal Wastes. We'll pick up the Dash Master charm. Dash Master will allow us to dash more frequently. It will also allow us to dash downwards. Now we don't actually utilise that charm in this challenge run. Many of the charms we pick up on this challenge I don't actually use. I do have a set amount of charms I like to use that I'm comfortable with, and they do allow me to kill bosses quite quickly. When it comes to this game, the best advice I can give is that sometimes the best defense with certain boss fights is a good offense. Some requires a sprint, some requires a marathon. It just depends. The other reason we came down here is to rescue this NPC, and her name is Beretta. And the great thing about rescuing Beretta now is that she's going to go back up to Dirtmouth, and she will unlock her house for us. And inside the house will be a power-up that we can use to increase our maximum health. So in this game, our maximum health can be increased by a good few masks. We can also increase our soul meter as well, so we can hold more soul, which means we can fire off more spells during battle. So we're now making our way towards the City of Tears, which is a pretty big map as well. We just have to go through this little gauntlet first. We got an item off killing the first boss here, the False Knight, known as the City Crest. We can put that City Crest into this statue, and that's going to open up the way to the City of Tears for us. The City of Tears has lots of goodies for us to collect. It also has a very interesting NPC here called Quirl, and we're going to meet up with Quirl later on to fight a boss. We're going to tag team it. Without Quirl, the fight would be impossible, so it's a cool fight. Quirl basically tells us that something is pulling him down here, but he doesn't understand the reasons yet. But we'll get into that more as we progress through the game. We're also going to visit the Nail Smith, and he's going to upgrade our nail. It's going to make our melee weapon more powerful. We will have to come back and visit him a few more times to get the best nail that you can. So the first nail upgrade isn't going to cost a whole bunch, and you won't even need any special materials. He just wants some money, and that's it. My advice, get the first upgrade as quickly as you can. 250 Geo isn't much for the start of the game, and it does mean that enemies will die a little bit faster. Any future nail upgrades that we want to get will require a special material known as a pale ore. So the first upgrade requires 1 pale ore, the second requires 2, and the third requires 3. In order for us to get all of the pale ores and upgrade our weapon to its maximum potential, we're going to have to travel the breadth and width of this kingdom. So we've just bumped into another toll machine here, but this one will not unlock fast travel. That toll machine will actually unlock a bench, and there are a few of those in the game, and they're coming so handy. Trust me, if you see a toll machine that unlocks a bench, just get it. We're also going to enter a new area here known as the Soul Sanctum, and there's quite a nasty boss ahead of us. But first we have to get through these enemies. I find these enemies very hard to fight because not only will they teleport around the place, but their weapon, their main projectile attack, is a homing attack. Sometimes it can be hard to shake it. This is a mini boss here, and we will encounter a good few of these as we progress through the game. Now the first one isn't too bad at all. You just have to be quick with the dash, and when you get an opportunity, just let loose a few spells on him. He will go down eventually, and he does drop quite a nice bit of money. So that was very nice indeed. 200 Geo in the bag. We can now progress into the final area. We just gotta fight a few more of these teleportation guys. They're such a pain in the neck. Before we go into the boss, there's a secret room up here. Inside is a charm known as a Spell Twister. It's a real nice charm. It reduces the soul cost of using spells. That's something that we do use in certain fights of this game. Fights where we can basically spam our spell abilities and destroy bosses within seconds. So this is the Soul Master, and this is the first version. There's much harder versions of this guy, faster versions, more aggressive versions, but we just have to beat the regular version for now. The reason why we're doing the Soul Sanctum now is because I want the ground pound ability so I can get into more areas of the game. This boss might take you a few attempts if you're not used to him, but overall he's not that bad. He wouldn't be the most difficult boss in the game, not by a long shot. We do have to watch out for his ground pound ability, not only when he dive into the ground to try to hurt you, but it also releases a shockwave so we have to watch out for that as well. The best time to heal during this fight is when he summons those 4 floaty orbs. If you get past them quite early, you can just stand still and use up some soul to get some masks back. It's now on to the second phase of the fight, and all he does here is just continuous ground pounds. Once he's finished up with all these ground pounds, he just floats in the air and he will summon homing projectiles, which we do have to dodge to the best of our abilities, but the main thing here is to dish out as much damage as possible to get his health down to end the fight. Once the fight is over, he will drop a very nice ability for us, which is called the Desolate Dive. This ability will allow us access into more areas of the game. So what we have right now is the Mothwing Cloak, which is the dash ability, and now we have the Desolate Dive. And we also got the Vengeful Spirit too, which is our projectile spell. We do end up with a lot more abilities though, as the game progresses. It's now time for us to leave the Soul Sanctum, but before we can leave, we have to get out of this zone, and the only way we can get out is by utilising the Desolate Dive ability, slaying all these enemies, and slowly but surely making our way out back to the City of Tears area. It is worth backtracking, especially if you're collecting grubs. The more grubs you collect, the better rewards you get. Every time you collect a grub, you can go back to the little grub village, which is very close to Dirtmouth, the main hub of the game, and you will be rewarded with money and other powerful items. We just got a Wanderer's Journal there. That can be turned in for money. We're also going to unlock another toll machine, 200 Geo. They do get more expensive as you go on, but it has to be done. We need fast travelling to get around the map fast, because this game is absolutely huge. There are other methods of fast travel too, such as elevators like this and the tram that we'll get later on. This elevator was definitely worth the 150 Geo. Not only is it a shortcut back up to the Forgotten Crossroads, but it also gives us access to a secret area where we get a really nice power up. This is a vessel fragment, that's 1 of 3. Once we get 3 fragments, our maximum soul will increase. So we have 1 big soul meter there at the moment on the top left. We will get a smaller one below that once we get 3 vessel fragments. So we're going to talk to Liam here. He's our relic seeker, and he will basically purchase all of the journals and the seals and anything else that we come across on our journeys. 200 Geo for a journal, which is pretty nice. He's going to give us 450 Geo for a seal. It's a great way to accumulate money very fast. So because we rescued Beretta, we get to enter her house and we get our first mask shard. We can also buy some mask shards here off Sly as well, because we rescued him down there, Salubra's house. And we can purchase a lot of mask shards off him, but what we really want here is the Lumafly Lantern. Now it's 1800 Geo. It's very expensive, but it does light up dark areas and it lasts forever. There's tons of dark areas in this game. Those dark areas are almost impossible to explore without that lantern. Getting it early is a game changer, and it does open up a lot of the game for us. With the remaining Geo, we'll get some more mask shards. 500 gold for the third, we'll grab that. We can grab the fourth out in the wild, and that will increase our maximum health by 1. There's quite a number of mask shards we can collect in this game. We will need them all for the final couple of battles. There's some ferociously hard fights in this game. Fights so hard, it took me about 20 to 30 attempts to actually beat. This is actually a hard game. It's quite a hard game. It's a Souls-like game. So here's another boss here now, Moloch, this guy's name is. And you can actually fight this guy at the very start of the game if you want, but I don't recommend it. You should at least have some decent powers before you take him on. I just had 1 piece of health left. I just barely beat him. But he does drop a mask shard, and I wanted that badly to increase my maximum health. So that is our first full mask added to our lovely Hollow Knight. So we now have 6 pieces of health there to work with. We're also going to go through a little gauntlet here in the Forgotten Crossroads. Because we have the wall climb ability, we were able to get up into the zone, and we just grabbed another mask shard right there. So we just need 3 more now, and we can increase our max health again. We're going to enter the new zone here now. Because we have the Lumafly Lantern, we can access this machine, unlock this door, and now we can get to a new area called the Crystal Peak. New enemies, new grubs to collect, new charms to collect, and new bosses to destroy, along with tons of money and laps in between. So the Crystal Peak is a pretty cool area. It also has a big power up that we need as well, which is basically a supercharged jump. So the sooner we can get that now, the better. So the place that I'm going for here is to get all of the power up abilities as quickly as possible, and then start to really explore all of the game. Because if we want to 100% this game, we basically need to collect everything. And we will end up doing that eventually. There's lots of tough enemies in the Crystal Peaks, but because we're using our supercharged projectile vengeful spirit ability, most of the enemies don't stand much of a chance. Getting the grubs is super important. This is a zone I don't really want to come back to. We will have to come back to this zone, but only maybe twice or 3 times at most. This is the first encounter of the Crystal Guardian. The first encounter is quite simple. He does get much harder on the second encounter. He gets faster, he does double damage, and he has a lot more health, like most second encounters of bosses. We do have to watch out for those laser beams that are coming out from the ceiling. After a few more strikes though, he does go down. He drops a lot of money, which is nice. And we need lots of money in this game. 385 geo, not too bad. He also unlocks the bench, so it's nice getting a respawn point there. There's lots of little mini gauntlets in the Crystal Peak, but if we successfully do these gauntlets, we can get some nice items. What we get here now is another Wanderer's Journal. That's 200 geo, but we give that to Liam later on. We're also going to go down here into the big main area of the Crystal Peaks, which is to get the next big power up. This is a gauntlet area, and it's basically just timed jumps and timed dashes. Now, it only took me one attempt, because I've done this about 1,000,000 times, because I love this game. The big challenge here is that when you jump on these platforms, they will turn upside down. Now, if it turns upside down, it's not the end of the world. You could just strike downwards and propel yourself back up, but you have to think really quickly about it. The gauntlet isn't super big, but it is quite tough, especially if you're not used to it. So we picked up a new ability here called the Crystal Heart, and we can use this whenever we feel like it. It doesn't use up any sort of resource. We basically just push down the L pad on our controller, charge up the ability, and we just let it fly. Using that ability, we will be able to access even more areas that Holonest has to offer. If we see grubs, of course, we will free them. So here's just another gauntlet. Easy enough, we just have to time our movement. Another grub freed. So here's the gauntlet where we have to time our charged jump. And this can be quite difficult if we're not used to using the charged jump, the Crystal Heart jump. But upon completion, we do get a charm called the Deep Focus. Now, Deep Focus will restore 2 masks instead of 1 mask. But we have to focus a lot more. It's more or less useless when it comes to fast-paced fights. So we're going to enter another very challenging gauntlet here. And upon completion of this gauntlet, our ground pound ability is going to get upgraded. All of our primary spell abilities in this game can be upgraded to much better versions. They basically do more damage. Once the gauntlet is done, we're going to break open the statue. This is a shaman here. It's going to give us an upgraded ground pound or an upgraded desolate dive. It doesn't become the Desolate Dive anymore, it becomes the Descending Dark. It's more or less the same thing, it just does a lot more damage and it has a much bigger area of effect. So we're now coming down into a new area. We come across this force field. It says, to protect the vessel the dreamers lay sleeping. Manamon the teacher, Lorien the watcher, and Herod the beast. So I mentioned a few minutes ago, these 3 dreamers, they need to be found, they need to be killed. We need to break the seal. And the reason why we need to break the seal is because we need to contain the plague that's travelling all over Holonest, infecting the bugs and making the bugs go mad. Now, these dreamers will put us into a trance, basically like a dream, but we do eventually get out of the dream by talking to this NPC. Now, this NPC not only will help us out of the dream, but we also get a very powerful tool here known as a Dream Nail. And this Dream Nail is needed to access a lot of the dream boss fights that we have to do to 100% this game. And I can tell you right now, some of the dream fights are extremely hard. Oh god, they're so hard. But we can also access these special trees with the Dream Nail, and these trees will drop essences for us to collect. Once we collect all of the essences, the little trees turn into big trees. But the main thing to take home from this is that these essences are needed to power up our Dream Nail to make it stronger. Got a new charm there, the Dream Shield. We don't use that, but it's basically a shield that hovers around your body, and if anything touches off the shield, they take damage. The shield can also repel projectiles. We're also going to unlock a fast travel station here. We don't have to pay for this one, which is great. We just have to hit a switch, and once we ring the bell, then the stag will come running. We will explore new areas here. There's a boss here now that we're going to fight. His name is Zero. And this is the first dream encounter that we have here now. We have to use the dream net to challenge this boss. Now he's easy enough, he just has 2 projectiles. When his health goes below half, he will summon 4 projectiles, and he will just fire those projectiles at us. Simple enough fight. This boss will drop 100 dream essence, and most of the miniature dream bosses drop 100 essence. You have to fight the bigger, larger, more ferocious ones to get more dream essence. We can take that dream essence, bring it to the Seer, and get lots of nice power-ups. We're also going to ground pound into a new zone here now. There's new enemies down here. These enemies are quite ferocious. Most of the enemies in this section would hit us for 2 points of damage instead of 1, so we have to be very careful when we're fighting these enemies. A good tactic here is to just hit, run away, or just attack downwards and just keep jumping up and down on the enemy. There's some really nice power-ups to get in this area. There's a charmed outer that's amazing. There's also grubs out there that we have to rescue. We will have to get all of the grubs to get over 100% completion. So here is the charm we want. This is the Soul Eater. It's more or less the same as a Soul Catcher, except it uses up 4 charm notches instead of 2. But when you strike an enemy with the Soul Eater charm, you do get a lot more soul every time you strike the enemy. So it just means you can let off a lot more spells. So we unlock a really nice shortcut there, which brings us back to the Forgotten Crossroads, just outside of Salubra's house. We're going to talk to Salubra again, and because we have a lot more charms collected, we can buy another charm notch. That means we can equip a lot more charms. To get the next charm notch for 900 geo, we need to get 3 more charms. Now we can buy charms off Salubra, but I won't have enough geo to buy the charm notch once I purchase the other items. But we can always go back to her later on and get those charms, no problem. So, because we have acquired new abilities, we can now explore more areas in the starter zone. Because we have the Crystal Heart, which is basically the charged jump, we can now traverse this area, and we can get even more power-ups. Now, you don't have to go to these areas to clear the game, but if you want to 100% the game, you will have to go to these zones. So this is another ambush room, and we just get ambushed by 2 types of enemies. The bigger enemy spawns small little flies, and it will spawn those forever until you kill it, and the smaller flies will shoot little projectiles at us. But it doesn't pose too much of a risk. If we just stay on the top platform there, it's easy enough to do. We get a charm here called the Glowing Womb. It's quite the potent charm indeed. It summons little flies, and they attack enemies for you, but they use up soul. And because they use up soul, I don't actually end up using that charm at all. So I'm actually back now in the starter area, and this is the very first area that we spawned in, but there's a secret here. Because we can now climb up walls, we can now traverse the rest of the starter area. We come across a new zone called the Howling Cliffs. Now there's a lot of very important stuff here for us. There is a nail sage that we need to talk to. This guy will teach us a special move that we can use with our nail. They're basically charging moves. The first one is the Cyclone Slash. We just have to hold down the melee attack button and then release it, and we unleash a speeding cyclone. Now I don't actually use it here because this isn't a great boss to use it against, but it does come in handy later on. That is just another dream boss that we get to fight. He's going to give us another 100 dream essence. That's going to put us up to 221. We're also going to jump down here now, and we're going to collect some more power-ups. So I'm going to pick up a really cool item here called a King's Idol. We can trade that into Liam for lots and lots of geo. We're also going to purchase a map and explore some more areas. Now, if we didn't have the lantern, we would not have been able to get down here in one piece at all. This area is going to give us a really nice charm that we need later on called Joni's Blessing. Basically, it gives us a ton more health. We're also going to get the essence tree, and we're going to run around and collect all of the essences. This took ages because this area is so big and there's so many essences to collect. There's also a lot of secrets in this area. What I just activated here was the DLC, which is called the Grim Troop. Now we won't be doing the DLC straight away because it's just way too hard. We need lots more power-ups before we can do it, but we'll activate it now, and then we will do it later on. So we're back to Green Path, and because we have our charge jump ability and the wall climb, there's a lot more areas we can now discover in the Green Path zone.
So we're also going to get another nail smith here. This is going to be the second nail art that we are going to learn. And there's a total of 3 nail arts we can learn in the game. This one is the Great Slash. Now all of the slash arts are very handy, especially when it comes to dealing with certain types of enemies. For example, the Cyclone Slash can hit multiple times. It's very good for DPS. The Great Slash is really good for enemies with shields or enemies that you just want to hit once and then run away. So it's good for hit and run tactics. We also come across the Hunter in Green Pad. He's going to give us a Hunter's Journal. Now, if we want to 100% this game, we have to fill up the journal. The best way to fill it up is by killing every enemy the game has to offer. There's no other way around it. Unfortunately, we can't sit down and have a cup of tea with these bugs. We have to take out our nail and show them who's boss. So we're not doing great game progression at the moment. We're doing a lot of backtracking because we have a lot of utility moves. And the more backtracking we do and the more powered up items we get, the easier the main game progression is going to be. So because I had the lantern, I was able to go into this zone and get another mask shard. I'm also able to fight this dream boss. Now this guy is basically a hit and run. We're just going to charge him with an attack, strike him and run away because there's so many floating projectiles they can do some damage if they hit us. So we just charge an attack, hit him, run away, wait for him to teleport, rinse and repeat until he's dead. Now this guy will give us 200 Dream Essence instead of 100 because he's just that bit harder. We're going to fight a main boss now. Now this boss is actually quite simple. All it does is just charge you. Sometimes it might try to jump over you or jump on your head. That's about it. We just have to hit it a few times with the nail, maybe throw 1 or 2 spells into it, and it dies pretty easily. It does drop a nice bit of money, 296 geo. That isn't bad, that will go a long way. Because we have our charge jump, there's another gauntlet we can do here now. And this will bring us up to a grub that we can rescue, which is really nice. At the end of the gauntlet, we finally get another vessel fragment. That's 2 out of 3 right now. Once we get the last fragment, we will receive another soul container, which is going to be super handful. Right down into the fog canyon. This place is absolutely lethal. The small jellyfishes are harmless enough, but the big ones, when struck, will lock back onto you and explode upon impact, dealing 2 masks of damage. So we're now in a place called the Queen's Station. There's a small little gauntlet here that we get to do, and the reward at the end will be a lovely mask shard. Not too bad at all. Just need 1 more mask shard now for another maximum piece of health. We're also going to get the toll machine here, 120 geo. That's going to come in very handy later on when we fast travel back. So we're now transversing more of the Fog Canyon area. There's a grub that we're going to rescue here. We will eventually get an ability that will make us impervious to the acid that we see below, making transversion of most of the areas in the game simple. That's the Spore Shroom charm. That charm can be used in combination with tons of other charms. It basically releases spores every time you heal. Enemies caught up in the spores take damage. I just got the elegant key there. We'll use that in a second to get a huge power up. We're also going to venture more into the Fog Canyon, and we found a place here called the Overgrown Mound. Now this place is covered in flies that lock onto you and charge towards you. But just a few strikes you can pack them in, no problem. The main reason we come here is to get a new spell ability called Howling Raids. It is an absolutely devastating spell. And like all of the other spells that we've collected so far, it can be upgraded, but that's later on in the video. In terms of attack spells, that is all the spells that we've learnt now for this whole game. There are no other attack spells that we can learn. They can all be upgraded though. Now we already have upgraded the Ground Pound to the Discless Dive. We can however make our Vengeful Spirit stronger and the Howling Raids much stronger as well. It is back to the Soul Sanctum, but this time we're taking a quick detour, and this door is just to the left of the entrance. Once entering this room, we will be ambushed by a mini-boss. We have fought this guy before, but this time he is much faster, much more ferocious, and ads do spawn occasionally. The problem here is trying to navigate this boss, trying to avoid the attacks that this boss does, and not get hit by the ads at the same time, because those small little ads will slowly but surely home in on us, dealing damage if they make contact. Now, we do have a good bit of health, and we do have some good spell abilities. We do eventually get the better of this boss. This isn't my finest hour when it comes to fighting this boss. I will admit, I am gone a tad bit rusty when it comes to this game. I do have 1 piece of health left, but that's enough to get the job done. Having the Shaman Soul equipped it, that makes my spells much stronger, is an absolute game changer. I'm now going to get one of the strongest abilities this game has to offer, and this is going to upgrade
the very first spell that I got, which was the Vengeful Spirit, is going to turn it into the Shade Soul. So now when I fire off these lovely projectiles, they're much bigger and they also go through structures. So you can hit a ton of enemies with this spell. It also hits for much bigger damage as well. So I'm going to use up one of my simple keys and I'm going to get access to the Royal Waterways here. It's a whole new area underneath the City of Tears. And there's lots more goodies to grab here, lots more places to explore, grubs, charms, bosses to fight, lots of exciting things. This area is housed to a whole new bunch of enemies. This enemy is quite irritating because when you defeat it, it would respawn into two separate entities. The main boss down in the Royal Waterways is the Dung Defender. This guy is quite a fun fight. It's a nice fluid fight. You have to be on your toes at all times. You will throw loads of dung balls at you. They're simple enough to avoid. When he goes into the ground like this, you can use a Desolate Dive, and that does a lot of damage to him and also stuns him for a few seconds as well. The fight is more or less just dodge, hit and run tactics. It's easy enough to do. You will drop a really cool charm called the Defender's Crest when he is defeated. The boss has a lot of HP, so it's important to heal occasionally when you have the opportunity to do so. The boss does pause for a few seconds through most of his movesets, so it's a good opportunity to get maybe 1 or 2 masks back if you can afford it. Eventually we will get to fight a much harder version of this boss, known as the White Defender. That's much later on in the video, and he is a much harder version of what we just killed right now. So he does drop a nice charm for us. That's one more charm in the bag. The Defender's Crest will basically emit a poisonous cloud around their character constantly. It doesn't use up any solar resources. It's very handy for fights where you're constantly up close and personal. So because we went through the Royal Waterways, we now got to the second half of the City of Tears. Lots more goodies to collect here. There's also loads of little houses we can go into, such as this, and we can explore further. There's actually a secret in this room. Once we've all these enemies killed, if we go back to the right hand side of the wall there and just do a little jump, there's a secret here that will bring us into a special room with a special type of enemy. Now this, I could call it a mini boss. It has an absolute ton of HP, but this guy will drop a huge amount of geo up on defeat, which is really nice. And this is the kind of geo that you want, especially when you're kind of starting out in the adventure. We're going to get this toll machine here for 300 geo. This is the King Station unlocked. We're going to go back to Salubra here now, and we're going to get another charm notch. She only has 1 charm notch left to get, but we do have to collect a lot more charms before we can get that. We're also going to pick up the Quick Focus charm. This just means we can focus a lot faster, meaning we can heal a lot faster. We don't actually use it because it's quite greedy when it comes to charm notches. I'm just going to show you my quick setup here. I'm going to equip the Defender's Crest with the Spore Shroom. This means when I heal myself, the spores will turn into an extension of the Defender's Crest, so it's just going to be a bigger poisonous cloud around my character. I have some money left over, so I'm going to purchase another vessel fragment. This is the first complete vessel that we've now completed. That's going to be 1 extra soul container for us. It just means we can hold more soul, we can unleash more spells, or we have a little bit more healing in the tank if we need it. I'm also going to purchase some mask shards here as well. We're basically going to use up all of our money with Sly, because all of these items will be needed to 100% the game. It is now time to do some backtracking, some exploration. Because we have so many utility abilities now, we've got the charge jump, we can climb up walls, we can dash, there's loads of things we can do. It makes sense to go back to some of the starter zones and collect items we couldn't get when we were first here. All of these items will come in super handy later. So we're going to venture forth. This area is just after you beat the Dung Defender. This is known as the Ancient Basin. So we're going to start by getting the essence tree here. We're going to get all these essences. These essences are super important because eventually we can go back to the seer. We can show her how much essence we have collected. She will give us really powerful rewards. Some of the rewards aren't great, but the later rewards are really good. I mean, you're going to get very important items from her, such as the pale ore, which is needed to upgrade the nail. She's going to give you a mask shard. She's going to awaken the dream nail so you can get into more of the endgame content. There's loads of great stuff we need from the seer to progress the game properly. She's also going to give us a charm here called the Dream Wielder, and this speeds up the animation of striking enemies with the Dream Nail. When you strike enemies with the Dream Nail, sometimes it'll tell you their thoughts. It's really good for the lore aspect of the game, but you also get back soul. This charm comes in super handy during specific boss fights, when you have a few seconds to use that Dream Nail to get soul if you really need it for healing, or if you need it for using spells. She also unlocked a secret area for us to explore, and inside this area we get to pick up a King's Idol. We can trade that in now for lots of geo at the merchant. We also get an essence tree inside here as well, which is going to give us even more essence for our dream nail. Now this zone has tons of dream NPCs. We can strike them with the dream nail and we can get a few essences for each strike. But once we strike any of those dream NPCs, we will be attacked by a ferociously difficult NPC that you can't really defeat. So because we have a pale ore, we're going to put 800 geo here, and we're going to make our nail a little bit stronger. We will need all of the strength now we can muster going forward, because we're now going to be fighting more difficult bosses. The more damage we can do, the better. There's 2 more upgrades to go to fully maximise the potential on our dream nail. So we're back now down at the Royal Waterways, and we're going to get an ability here that will make us impervious to the acid that we see all over Hollownest. But first, we have to go through a little gauntlet. We also get ambushed. Loads of these little soldiers come out and they think they can take us on. Not a hope. We have upgraded spells. We can one-shot most of these guys. No problem at all. Once that gauntlet is finished with, we're going to go to an area here called Isma's Grove. This is going to give us a really cool ability called Isma's Tear, and it just makes us immune to the acid all around the map. There's now a lot more places we can travel to, because the acid won't do any damage to us. There's very few places now at this stage of the game where we can't actually go. Eventually though, we will end up with all of the utility abilities, so we can basically go anywhere that we like. We will need to go everywhere of course to get 100% of the game. So we're now going to explore more of the ancient basin. This zone has an absolute ton of items that's really going to help us out. One of the big utilities we want to pick up here now is the double jump, but we will have to fight a boss before we can nab that ability. While making our way to the boss, we come across a little area here. It's like quite a lot of enemies here to kill. But once all of these enemies are defeated, a good old friend of ours will jump up out of the ground. Her name is Cloth. And there will be a few more interactions with Cloth before we get to the big boss fight later on in the video, where Cloth really helps us out. We managed to find another pale ore here. Now we do need 2 pieces of pale ore to get the next nail upgrade. And then the final nail upgrade will require 3 pieces. And there's a few more places we can go early on to get pale ores if we want, but because we have such devastating spells available to us, we're not going to put a whole lot of focus into that at the moment. Instead, we're just going to forge on here in the ancient basin, and we're going to fight the boss to get the double jump. Once the double jump has been obtained, we can go back to the Crystal Peak, which is basically the mining area, and we can ascend the peak of that huge mountainous region, which will reward us with another pale ore. But first, we're going to wipe out all of these enemies that are blocking our path, and we're going to take on a new boss here now. This guy is known as the Broken Vessel. In all fairness, he's not too bad at all. I didn't have a whole lot of trouble with him. He does jump around occasionally, but when he hits you, he only does 1 piece of damage, so it's not too bad at all. We have a lot of health at our disposal, we have extremely powerful spells, we have a good charm setup. Even if we take the occasional piece of damage from him, there's plenty of opportunities to heal. The biggest challenge with this fight are those little ads that spawn occasionally. But I just end up going for full offensive tactics here instead of trying to heal, and he goes down very quickly. The only reason he went down so fast is because I had the upgraded ground pound, which was the Deathless type, that does a ton of damage. I also had the Shade Soul, which is the upgraded form of the Vengeful Spirit, so I mean it does make quite a short work of a lot of bosses in this game. It's now time to get the double jump. It's actually called the Monarch Wings. It's basically a double jump. But using this now, we can traverse a lot more areas that Hollownest has to offer. In terms of the main quest, we actually haven't gotten that far. We've just been primarily going into these side areas, into these secret areas, and getting tons of power-ups. We're also going to fight the dream version of the Broken Vessel. This is known as the Last King. Now, this is a bit different to all of the other dream fights that we've done, because with this one you go into an actual dream. If we die here, we don't actually die outside of the dream. We just respawn just outside of the dreamer's body. It just makes it very easy to re-attempt the fight over and over again. Some of these dream fights are extremely hard. Now, I do end up one-shotting this one without much problems because I do have some ferociously powerful spells. We do have to pay attention though, because the boss is more fluid, he's more aggressive. Also, the ads that spawn down upon us are much faster. But because I had the Defender's Crest with the Spore Shroom, the Poisonous Clouds took care of those ads. trivializing the fight. Now, because we fought one of these big dream bosses, we get a lot more essence for our work. We get 300 essence in total there. That puts us up to 968 essence, which is really nice. We're also going to go to the palace grounds to get another fast travel station. We will go back to the palace grounds later on to go through a ferociously hard platform zone. And when I say ferociously hard, that's an understatement. It will take me more or less a full day in real life to actually get through it in one piece. That's how hard it is, I'm not going to lie to you. So we're going to visit the Seer again. We have more dream essences. We have over 700 now. So it's time to get another upgrade. This time we're just going to be rewarded with a vessel fragment. That's not too bad. But the next upgrade we're going to get is the ability to warp around the map using the dream nail. Now we can only set one warp gate at a time. It's best to place the warp gate in an area where there isn't a whole lot of fast travel stations around. So this turns out to be a huge time saver when setting up this dream gate. Because we have the double jump, we can go back to the Crystal Peak, we can get up to this new area. So this is the stronger version of the Crystal Guardian. This is the Enraged Guardian. Now, this guy will hit us for 2 masks instead of 1. His attacks are much faster, he's more ferocious. Because we have the double jump, it does make it a lot easier to dodge those laser beams. He goes down quick enough because we have the nice overpowered spells. We do get a nice mask shard for completing this fight, which is really good. 3 more mask shards to go for another maximum piece of health. We can now ascend up the peak of this huge mountainous region. But before we get up to the top, there's a lot more goodies we can grab, a lot more grubs we can save, of course. Once we get to the top, we will be rewarded with another pale ore. That will make 2 we'll have in our inventory in total. That means we can go back to the lovely nail smith and upgrade our nail to its second strongest form. It will take us a while though to get the final 3 pale ore pieces. You get 1 in the Colosseum, you get 1 off the grubs, and you get the last from beating a boss down in the deep nest zone, which we'll get to in a little moment. So this is the first and last time we'll be going up to the peak. All that's up here is just the pale ore. Once we have this, we can just jump straight back down and progress on with the journey. Before we leave the Crystal Peaks, because I had most of the utility abilities the game had to offer, it made sense to just transverse the zones I couldn't get into before and just nab all the power-ups and the grubs. Now that did look like a grub, it was actually a grub mimic, and unfortunately we will encounter a lot more of those as we progress further into the game. You don't know really if it's going to be a grub or a grub mimic, unless of course you've cleared the game before and you can memorize. The grub mimics are ferocious enough. Now they only hit for 1 mask, but they are quite fast, so sometimes it can give you a bit of a shock when you break one open from the glass and it decides to turn on you instantly. We do have a little bit of geo, so we will go back to Sly here and try to purchase up the rest of his wares. That was 1500 geo for another mask shard. That is the last one we can purchase from Sly, and this vessel fragment is the last vessel fragment we can also get from Sly. The rest are out in Hollownest somewhere, hiding in God only knows where. So, because we have the double jump, we were able to get up into this section. This is just at the top of the King's Station. It's another Hollownest seal. 450 geo for that, once we trade into our lovely vendor friend. We're also going to progress the main quest a bit, but first we're going to do some more exploration around the City of Tears. We just got ambushed here by an absolute ton of enemies, but most of the spells that we can utilise are more than enough to one-shot these enemies. The prize, of course, is another vessel fragment. That is 3 out of 3 again. That is another soul container for us. Just 1 soul container left. That's 3 more vessel fragments to find in the world before we have all the vessel fragments got. Though because I had 2 pale ores, I paid 2000 geo to the nailsmith, and he's going to upgrade my nail to the second strongest version. We just have to find 3 more now out in the world, and we can get the strongest nail the game has to offer. It's very important that we upgrade our nail to its max, not only to get the achievements, but also when we're fighting the final couple of bosses. Every single little bit of damage we can squeeze out will matter, it'll make a difference. So we're now back in the Royal Waterways. We're just exploring the region here. Just picked up another mask shard there. I noticed a secret room here, and it is host to a boss known as the Fluky Mar. All this boss does is spawn ads endlessly. But because our nail has been upgraded, we can wipe these ads out in just 1 strike. And after a couple of spells, this boss goes down easy enough. You can fight him much earlier in the game. To be honest, I just forgot about him when I was doing exploration, so I came back and took him out no problem. He drops a charm called the Fluky Nest. It basically alters the way our projectile spell works. Instead of shooting out a spirit orb, we basically shoot out little flukes. It basically turns our spell into a shotgun ability. But we're not going to utilise that in this challenge. I'm happy enough with the way my spells are. So we're now going to progress the main journey. We're now back in the City of Tears, but we're working our way upwards. We're going to fight a couple of bosses on the way, and then we're going to encounter our very first Dreamer, which is going to be one of 3. Once all the 3 Dreamers have been defeated, we can then fight the Hollow Knight. So the big boss of the City of Tears is known as the Watcher Knights, and there's a few of these that spawn up. Now, this was my first time fighting the Watcher Knights in quite some time. I do struggle a bit. I do actually die in this attempt. I do manage to defeat them, but I forgot to record the footage during the attempt where I defeat them. So I'm just going to show a little bit of the battle footage here, and then I'm going to show the area after these guys where you get to collect all of the goodies after they die. But basically, once you beat 1, 2 spawn every time, so you have to fight 2 always. Now, because we had the Shade Soul, it went through enemies like butter. It done an absolute ton of damage. I could do a much better job during this attempt at dodging the bosses, but if I'm being honest, I was using a Nintendo Switch Pro controller, and for some reason that controller doesn't work quite well with Steam, so occasionally the controller just decided to not work, and I was taking damage that I really shouldn't have been taking. Eventually I do swap out my Nintendo Switch Pro controller with a PlayStation 4 controller, which makes life way easier. I was quite stubborn through 3/4 of the game where I used a Pro controller, which led to a lot of deaths. So it's now time to go into our first dream event here. So this is the first main dreamer. There's 3 of these in total, and you've seen one, you've seen them all. The challenge here is getting to these dreamers. None of them put up a fight. You just have to whack them a few times and then absorb all of their soul energy, and that's basically it. You weaken the seal to the Hollow Knight. That's 1 seal weakened, 2 seals to go. But here's the thing, once all of the seals have been broken and we fight the Hollow Knight, that's not the final boss of the game. The Hollow Knight is basically the tutorial finished with when it comes to playing through this game. This game is huge. So we just get a cutscene here. It just shows one of the masks disappearing from the egg. Eventually we get to go into that egg and we'll have an epic fight ahead of us. So we're going to go back to the Soul Sanctum and we're going to fight the dream version of the Soul Master. This guy is known as the Soul Tyrant. His moveset is more or less the same, except he moves a lot faster, he fires a lot more projectiles, and one of his main attack abilities here, instead of 4 floating projectiles, he just summons 6. But even though he's a bit faster, when he does summon those 6 projectiles, it is a great time to heal, if you witness out our health a little bit. Now we do have some pretty good charms, so he doesn't pose too much of a challenge at all. If we deal enough damage, we do stun him for a few seconds. It's also a great time to get in some heals. This fight, like many, it's a marathon, not a sprint. I do cut out a lot of the content, but the reason for it is that he just does the same things over and over again. So once you kind of master the art of dodging most of the attacks he has to offer, it's just a simple story of rinse and repeating until he goes down. The final phase here is a bit harder than his original version because he has a lot more HP and the projectiles are a lot faster. Also, when he does his desolate dives here as well, it's much easier to jump and dash instead of just dashing on the ground. That is another Dream Boss guild. This guy will drop a few 100 Dream Essence for us as well, powering up our Dream Mail. That means more goodies from the Seer NPC. So we had 988, that brought us up to 1200, almost 1300 Dream Essence, so we got quite a bit from him. We're now going to go to the Kingdom's Edge zone here. There's a lot of stuff we get to pick up in this zone, including a very difficult fight with Hornet. There's also some really nice charms we can get here as well. Now the enemies of this zone are a bit more difficult than what we're normally used to. We will approach the Nail Master here too. Now this guy does charge 800 Geo to learn his Nail Master ability. We have to buy it though. This is the 3rd and final Nail Master art. This is the dash slash. So we just have to hold down X to charge up our melee attack, dash, release X, and we get a really cool dash slash attack. It's very good for hit and run tactics. We're also picking up the quick slash charm, and we use that charm quite a bit in some of the later more intense boss battles. It just means we can attack a lot faster than normal, doing more damage per second. We're going to rescue the grubs that we see, and then it is time for the big epic fight with Hornet. This is the second fight with Hornet and the last fight, thank God. This Hornet has much more HP. She attacks much more frequently. She's faster. It really is a very difficult fight. A lot of people say it's one of the harder fights in the game. We're coming down with more of a defensive charm setup. We have the Defender's Crest, so if she gets close, she will take some damage. We also have our Shaman Stone, so our spells do hit a lot harder. This fight, like many others, is more of a marathon, it's not a sprint. Dodging her attacks is key to victory. She will occasionally go into a parry state, where she will hold her weapon and beckon us to attack. If we do attack, she will counter-attack immediately. So it is best to use spells which goes into that state, and not hit her with the nails straight away. She will also conjure up these projectiles that will remain stationary. It's in our best interest to whack those out of the way to free up space so we can evade her more deadlier attacks. She will throw that needle she has occasionally. Normally we can avoid it, we just have to jump, strike her a few times and then back away. She does have a lot of dread abilities that she likes to use. Normally though, when she uses those, we will follow up with our own spells that do significant damage. So I do show the whole fight here, because I just wanted to show people how lethal this fight actually is. That was my first attempt, so I was very happy to be able to beat her there. Sometimes it can take me 4 or 5 tries, she can be quite lethal. So we get a new zone here called the Cast Off Shell. We get a power up called the King's Brand. Using this power up we can now access the Abyss and get even more power ups down there, including an upgrade to our dash ability. Before we can leave the zone, loads of rubble fall down upon our character. Not to worry though, an unlikely ally will come to our rescue. Hornet decides that we're actually worth saving after all, and she flies away off into God knows where. It is now time to enter the Colosseum of Fools. There are 3 levels to this Colosseum. Each level is much harder than the previous one. These enemies are quite common to fight. I just show a few clips of each fight in the Colosseum. Basically it's just a massive gauntlet of enemies continuously approaching. We just have to defeat them and heal in between waves. That's basically it. Coming in here with very specific charm setups can either make or break a run for you in the Colosseum. I'm going with a more defensive charm setup so I can focus more on healing because the gauntlets are quite big. Now there's some really good prizes we can win at the Colosseum, but in order to 100% this game, we do have to complete all 3 levels, especially if we want to complete the Hunter's Journal as well. There's certain enemies you encounter in the Colosseum that you can't encounter outside around Holodest. The first prize is a charm match, and that is greatly welcome. Charm matches are quite rare. There's only so many charm matches you can get in the game. We will get a bonus charm match by doing the DLC, which is really nice. But the more charm matches we can get, the more charms we can equip. So we're now doing the second trial. That means more new enemies to fight, but also more prizes to be had. Upon completing the second trial, we will be rewarded with a pale ore, and that is one of 3 that we need to get the final nail upgrade. Now the second trial is significantly harder than the first. We have spikes on the ground forcing us to go up and use the platforms, so that means our maneuverability is very limited. Now we do have most of the utility moves the game has to offer. We have the dash, we have the double jump, so it's not too difficult to dodge most of the attacks these monsters can throw at us. These exploding birds are absolutely lethal. If one of those birds hits us, we take 2 masks of damage instead of 1. Occasionally the walls will close in on us like this. This is the hardest part of the second trial, where we're forced to fight from the walls. We can't actually walk on the ground because there's spikes, and those enemies do home in us and charge. These are the final bosses that we get to fight before the second trial is finished with, and they're not too difficult at all. They do spam tons of projectile attacks, but it's telegraphed fairly well, not too difficult to avoid. Now, I don't have footage here of myself picking up the pale ore because I actually done this on 2 different occasions. I forgot to record the first completion, so I just done the second trial again, just to show you that I completed it. I had enough charms now assembled to purchase the last charm match from Salubra. The last thing we can get from her now is her blessing, but we need to get 13 more charms to get that. That's basically getting all of the charms in the game. So we're going to visit the lovely grub father here, and these are all of the grubs we have rescued so far. There's still a lot more grubs in the game that we have to rescue, but for every grub we do rescue, the grub father will give us prizes, and the prizes do get better the more grubs that we get our hands on. As we can see here now, we get tons of goodies from all the grubs we've collected so far. including a mask shard. That's really nice. That's one more piece of health that we can add to our lovely character. But we're also going to get other stuff too, such as charms, and we can even get payloads from doing this as well. So I just picked up the Grub Song charm here. Grub Song will give us back soul every time we take damage. That's really good for ferociously difficult bosses. A Hollowness Seal is handy for trading in for more Geo. We're going to visit our friend here. His name is Leg Eater. He will sell us 3 fragile charms. Fragile means if we die with the charm equipped, the charm will break and we have to go back to Leg Eater and purchase the charm again. So I'm just going to purchase these 3 charms, but I just won't use them. I'll keep them in my inventory. I won't actually put them on my belt, so even if I die, those charms won't be lost. I need those charms in my inventory if I'm going to get Salubra's Blessing later on. Though those fragile charms can be turned into unbreakable charms, but we do need the DLC that we will be playing through later on in the video. So eventually we do turn some into unbreakable charms that we can use in the later boss fights. So this is a gauntlet in the Fog Canyon. It's absolutely lethal. If we touch off any of those eggs, they will explode, dealing 2 points of damage instead of 1. Luckily, we do have the Shade Soul, and it is a projectile that can fire through most terrain in the game, so we can use that to quickly clear the way of most of these explosives, grabbing another fabulous charm notch to our inventory. So that's 1 extra charm notch for doing the Colosseum, and here is another charm notch from completing the gauntlet inside the Fog Canyon. It is now time to explore more areas and get even more goodies. Here is a grub hiding out just to the entrance of another Dreamer. But before we can get to that Dreamer and eliminate him, we do have to fight a boss in this zone. Getting down to the boss will be super simple because we have Isma's Tear. Jumping into the acid won't do us any damage at all. Now this boss is quite easy because I haven't taken on the bosses so long, and because I'm still using the Nintendo Switch Pro Controller, I do lose out on a lot of functionality, which is why I take so much damage. That's why this fight was barely won. The fight itself isn't that hard. We just have to wait for our NPC friend to burst the bubble, then we can attack the boss for a few seconds, rinse and repeat, dodge some attacks, and that's basically it. The fight is simple enough. So because that boss is now dead, we can now go to the second Dreamer, and we can destroy that NPC, and that will be 1 less seal to worry about. Occasionally we will come across items such as this. That was a tank filled up with Lumaflies, and that just unlocks a nice index in our Hunter's Journal. So this is the second Dreamer now that we're going to strike down. We're going to absorb all of the soul, and there's just 1 Dreamer left, which is down in Deep Nest, before we can fight the main boss of the game, the Hollow Knight. Now fighting the Hollow Knight will not give us 100% completion. There's actually multiple endings of this game depending on how much progress you've made, depending on, if you've won 100% of the game or only 80% of the game, for example. So I will end up fighting the Hollow Knight a few times just to show you different endings of the game. So we're going to do a bit more explanation here. We're back to Green Path, and because we can transverse the acid, we can get into this zone and we can pick up a new charm called the Shape of Oon. It's actually a pretty cool charm. If we equip it, it just means that every time we heal, we'll turn into a little slug, and we can also move at the same time. It is handy for certain boss fights. We don't really use it though. Because I have the King's Brand, I can now venture down into the Abyss. But I'm going to equip all of the charms that increase my maximum health. The reason why I'm doing this is because there's a special room in this region that we can only access if we have a certain number of masks available to us. And what we have here now is just about enough masks to get into this room to get a very special charm. So for every mask that we have, basically every piece of health that we have, 1 of those bulbs will light up blue. Once enough bulbs have lit up, we can go into this cool zone. We can pick up a new charm called the Lifeblood Core. And just like the previous health charms we have, it just gives us more health to work with. We're also going to enter a new zone, use our Howling Wraith's ability, and we're going to get a really cool scene here where our ability is going to be upgraded. Our Howling Wraiths is now going to get a massive attack boost, and it's going to turn into a new deadly ability called Abyss Shriek. Now Abyss Shriek is used on quite a lot of bosses. It's going to make short work of most of the bosses in the game. That's bosses that you're going to be fighting from below. So you're going to see that ability being used quite a lot in some of the upcoming fights, and it is an absolutely devastating ability. Especially if you sync it up with the Shaman Stone, which we use all the time, so our spells will hit harder. Now it does use up quite an amount of soul, so having those extra vessel fragments, makes a huge difference. Also, we can use the spell twister charm as well, which will reduce the amount of soul used when casting spells. So there's lots of cool setups we can use. It's now time to go and get a much better dash ability, and this is the main reason we've come down here into the abyss. We're going to stand in this chalice here filled up with this void water. Eventually the water will consume us and our dash ability will get upgraded. We now have the shade cloak. It's the exact same as the dash. The only difference is every couple of seconds we can dash through something we want to take damage. There's certain fights in this game that are extremely hard to do without having that ability. If we look at the radiance that we get to fight later on, the Hollow Knight can be quite troublesome as well, and other endgame bosses. So this is another Dream Warrior that we get to fight here now. He's simple enough because we had the Abyss Shrink ability. Just a few hits on it and it packed him in straight away. We will get a small little bit of Dream Essence for beating this boss. We go from 1300 up to 1400. Once we get to 1500 Dream Essence, we can unlock a new power up. So it's time to finally go into Deep Nest, get all the goodies, destroy the final Dreamer, and then progress the rest of the game. So Deep Nest is a very dark and dreary place. If you come down here without the Lumify Lantern, you're going to have a very hard time traversing the place. Eventually we will fall deeper into a hot springs. The hot springs are really nice. Basically it refills up your soul gauge to maximum, and it also refills up your health. We're also going to grab the bench because this place has so many traps. Dying in this place will be quite common. Though I don't die too much because I've come down here so many times. We are going to fight a boss. This boss is called Nox. Now once we complete the Nox fight, he will give us access to the last pale ore that we need to finally upgrade our nail to its maximum potential, the pure nail. But first, we gotta send this boss packing. If you're not used to fighting this boss, he can be quite hard, but there are certain places you can stand in the boss zone to make life a little bit easier. Standing around here is a great position to get in a few sneaky attacks. At the same time, the boss will find it very hard to hit you. All the boss does really is just spew out projectiles. He will occasionally jump up onto the ceiling and he will drop projectiles on us. He'll come back down, attempt to charge us. So it's just dodging a few projectiles, jumping over the boss and hitting him here and there, and he will go down for you eventually. Not the hardest boss in the game, not by a long shot. That is the final pale ore we need to finally upgrade our nail. But we're not going to leave Deep Nest just yet. There's a lot of other important items we need to get that lovely 100% achievement. We're going to go to the failed tramway section here. We're going to fight a few giant bugs, and we're going to get a key item here called a tram pass. This means we can now use the trams of Hollownest. The trams also act as fast travel points, but we also need to use the trams to get to areas otherwise it would be impossible to reach. We're also going to fight a dream boss here as well. This is just another mini dream boss. He's actually quite difficult because he spawns these blade projectiles that lock onto you and follow you around the map. It's basically a DPS race. The more damage we can dish out now in quick succession, the better. We will occasionally lose health. There's no point trying to heal during this fight. The best advice I give is to come in here with as much soul as you can muster and just spam spells at this guy until he dies. Upon defeat, we go from 1400 Dream Essence right up to 1600. We get 200 Dream Essence for beating him, which was nice. There's also a secret location in the Deep Nest called the Weaver's Den, and we're going to get a really cool charm here. There's also these really cool NPCs that don't really interact with us, but using our Dream Nail, we can get some sort of interaction out of them. More importantly, we're going to get the Weaver Song charm. This is a charm I use a lot. It basically spawns 3 little weaverlings that don't use up any soul, and they will attack anything that gets in a certain proximity of our character. Also, when they attack, they will generate soul for us, so they come in really handy, especially when you're doing fights and you're focusing on dodging. They will accumulate little bits of damage here and there. They do make the difference. So we sat on a bench there, we got trapped, we got knocked out, and we now find ourselves trapped on a giant web. We are now inside the beast's den. The only beast inside this den is me, to be honest with you. God bless these bugs. Now those larger bugs can be quite lethal. If we take a hit from those larger bugs, they will do 2 points of damage. The best tactics to use your spells, or if you're low on soul, just hit and run tactics. If we see grubs, we will of course grab them. The last thing I want to do is have to go back into this place to pick up anything that I've forgotten. So I do map out this place thoroughly before I go up to the Dreamer and defeat him. The challenge here is actually navigating this place, getting through the hordes of enemies that are in our way so we can get to the Dreamer. So you could say that this is just one big huge boss gauntlet that we have to get through in order to get to the final Dreamer here. And this Dreamer works the exact same way as the last two Dreamers. It just stands there, we whack it a few times with the nail, absorbing soul, and that then is all the seals broken, so we can do the Hollow Knight fight anytime we want. The great thing about the Hollow Knight fight is that when we do that fight, the game doesn't save afterwards. We can do the fight over and over again, and the reason for that is because there's multiple endings in this game, and that's why the fight needs to be repeated. So that is the third Dreamer defeated. We get some really cool piece of lore here. This is Hornet. She says, "Mother, forgive my inaction, but another path may be possible." So that was Hornet's mother that we just defeated there. And Hornet seems to be fairly happy about this because Hornet knows we need to break the seals in order to re-contain the plague that is destroying Hollownest from the inside out. I now have 3 pale ores, so I got 1 from beating Nosk, I got 1 from the Grub Father, and I got 1 from going to the top of the Crystal Peak. This is going to give us the Pure Nail. It's the strongest nail in the game. The only way to make this stronger is by equipping certain charms. For example, the Fragile Strength would make it stronger. That's about it though. So once the nailsmith has our nail finally upgraded, he's basically finished with us. He then wants us to strike him down. He wants to feel the power of the Pure Nail. Now this is optional. We do not have to strike him down at all, we can just leave him be. Now here is a nice gentle spoiler for you. If we leave him be, and we visit one of the nail masters, the one that likes to paint, it will show the nailsmith beside him, and then the nailsmith will give really nice dialogue saying that he's happy we didn't strike him down, because he really gets into the painting skill. So you don't actually have to strike him down there, just so you know, there is a much happier outcome for him. So we're now going to use the tram to get to a new area. It's basically a giant beehive with loads of bee bugs to fight. And all of these bees are pretty harmless, but we do encounter much bigger ones, much deadlier ones, and the boss at the end of this area is also quite the ferocity to deal with. The hive is home to a charm that we absolutely need to fight certain bosses and to do certain scenarios later on in the game. So it's well worth our time going through this zone and grabbing all of the goodies that lie within. We have to go through the zone anyway to 100% the game. The hive is a very interesting zone. It has quite the interesting mobs, but it also has a really cool scene here of a bench, and it's locked up in some sort of jelly. So it's really cool. You had to strike it a few times for the bench to fall to get it. It was just a nice touch. The hive also has an essence tree that we need to hit with our dream nail and collect up all of the essences. It's very important we get all of the essence trees to grab those valuable achievements, and the more essences we grab, the better prizes we're going to get anyway. So all of these essence trees are absolutely necessary. It's then time to push ahead and fight the big boss of the hive. This guy is known as the Hive Knight. He's quite fast, the fight is quite fluid. We really have to be on our toes because he teleports all around the area. The area is also quite small, and he tends to charge at us quite a lot. He also summons these orbs that fire out tons of projectiles. I don't do a great job fighting this guy. Thankfully, just as he killed me, my Weaverlings managed to kill him. Even though I had to respawn, he was dead. I was still able to get the Hive Blood Charm, which was absolutely amazing. The Hive Blood Charm is an amazing charm. It will regenerate your health. It does use up 4 charm notches, and it will only regenerate 1 piece of health, which means if you take 2 pieces of damage, you just get 1 health back. So we are going to fight the upgraded version of Dung Defender, the White Defender. This guy has a lot more HP. He's just a lot faster. Everything about him is just better than the Dung Defender. Also, our fabulous ground pound move doesn't seem to work on him when he burrows into the ground. We just have to make sure we dodge him when he bursts out. He does fire a lot more projectiles at us, so we just have to be super careful. The fight is a huge marathon. He has so much HP. All we can do really is just hit him a few times, hit him with a few spells, and then dodge any sort of attacks that he pushes to throw out at us. It is quite a fun fight. It's one of the most fluid fights in the game because he just goes non-stop. He doesn't stay still for too long. But there are pockets in the fight where we can heal once or twice if we hug the corners a little bit. When he goes into his little berserk mode sometimes where he bursts into the ground and just flings projectiles at us, we can kind of move into the corner like this, and we can get a few masks back, which is very important. Otherwise, he would just whittle us down eventually and kill us. Now, when we beat this guy, we don't actually kill him. He'll just go back dreaming again. And he will give us a lot of dream essence. Now, we can fight the White Defender over and over again if we want, which is pretty cool. We do get a lot of dream essence for the fight as well. We've got 2,000 dream essence now. As a reward, we're going to get another mask shard. Thank you very much. We're also going to get an awakened dream nail because we have over 2,000 essence. An awakened dream nail means we'll be able to pierce the minds of most, if not all, of the bugs in the game, just for extra lore and dialogue and things like that. We can also access the White Palace, which is a ferociously hard platforming level. You're going to see that in a couple of minutes. We're also going to fight another dream boss here. This is another big fight. If you remember the very first boss we took on, the False Knight, what we have here now is the Failed Champion, an upgraded version. He's much faster. Each attack will hit us for 2 masks. The best advice I can give about this fight is to just go in with an offensive charm setup. Don't try to use defense against this guy. He's too fast. He will literally jump on your head and crush you with his hammer. Rinse and repeat is the exact same tactic as last time. He'll hit the ground on the 3rd attempt, fall through, we strike his head a few times and he's dead. This guy is going to give us a whopping 300 dream essence, bringing us from 2,000 up to 2,300, which is really nice indeed. We're now going into an end game zone. These are the Queen's Gardens. There's a couple of items you have to collect in the zone, grubs, charms, you name it, it has it. But this zone is home to a boss, one of the hardest bosses in the game, the Traitor Lord. She is insanely difficult to fight. There's also some essence trees that we can get as well. The zone is covered in spikes. If we touch off those spikes, we lose a piece of health straight away. So we have to be super careful. Once we collect all of the Dream's essence, we're going to pick up a key item here known as the Love Key. This is needed in order to fight a boss later on called the Collector. And once we beat the Collector, he will give us a map which will show us the location of every grub in the game. So any grubs that we have missed, we'll be able to locate down easy enough. We're also going to pick up another vessel fragment. Just one more vessel fragment to go. So here what we see is an empty eggshell. This is actually the secret area that the stag brings us to because we unlocked all of the fast travel stations. We're now going to fight the ferociously strong Traitor Lord with our good friend Cloth. Now we do have the Shade Cloak, so we can't just dash through the boss every time the boss does a dash attack. Now there is a cooldown to our lovely Shade Cloak, so we have to be super careful not to dash when the boss jumps up into the air and dashes downwards, because we can just move forward to avoid that ability. The boss also has other devastating abilities. She will occasionally hit the ground, unleashing waves. Those waves can be dodged, but it can be quite difficult. She'll also bring out little sickles that you just saw there that are easy enough to dodge as well. Now this is my second attempt fighting this boss. I got very close to getting destroyed, but I managed to beat the boss just by the skin of my teeth. If that boss landed one more hit, I would have died. Here's just a really cool scene of Cloth delivering the finishing blow to our friend, and that is one of the hardest bosses in the game defeated. As a result, we get to go into this cool new place and talk to this white cool looking tree. This tree will basically give us one half of a charm. To get the other half, we have to do a ferociously hard platforming gauntlet. It is crazy hard. So the first half of the charm, it's called the White Fragment. We will get the second half shortly, but first we are going to fight the Collector, because I want to get the Collector's map to get all of the grubs the game has to offer. All the Collector does is just constantly throws little mobs at you, and he does jump down occasionally. When he jumps down, it's very important to do as much damage as you can, or he jumps back up again and spawns more ads. That's basically it. It's just rinse and repeat. Once you've sustained enough damage to him, he will eventually die, and we'll get a key item known as the Collector's map. It's such a handy item to get all of the grubs the game has to offer. Like, there's grubs hidden in this game, and unless you have the map, you'd never figure out how to get them. Some of them are so well hidden. There are a lot of grubs up here that we can collect. 3 grubs in total in one area, which is really nice. That's the Collector's map. We now can push LB on our controller and it will show us the locations of the rest of the grubs. I do quickly run around and grab all those, so we do have to go back to just a few areas that we've been before to get the last couple of grubs. There's also a gauntlet here that we're doing to get another charm called Sharp Shadow. Sharp Shadow is super effective against certain bosses in this game because it will do damage when we dash into bosses. Combine that with our lovely Shadow Dash and you have an absolutely lethal ability. So this is one of the final gauntlets that we're going to do here now. This is to get the final soul vessel. And once we get this soul vessel fragment, that will be 3 miniature vessels we have beside our big soul vessel, so we can hold even more spell abilities. Getting to it was quite a challenge. We had to constantly attack downwards off those giant centipede enemies and use those as platforms. But that is all of the soul vessels I've gotten in the game. All that's left is just a couple of mask shards. So we're now back to the Kingdom's Edge, and we're fighting one of the final dream bosses here. This guy is very hard. I found him to be one of the hardest dream bosses around. I do eventually manage to kill him. It took me about 3 attempts. With just 1 mask left, I had to be very careful. I just managed to kill him before he got me. I do get 200 dream essence for this fight because he is a little bit harder than most of the other dream bosses that we take on. So we go from 2500 dream essence to 2700. After grabbing all of the grubs, the grub father is super happy. He will award us with the Grubberfly's Elegy. That's one of the final charms we need to get every charm in the game. It just means that if our HP is full and we attack with our nail, energy beams come out, making our nail weapon a kind of close to mid-range weapon instead of just a close range weapon. We're also going to accept a quest here from the Great Mourner. She will give us a delicate flower. This is to get the last mask shard. We have to take this delicate flower all the way to the Queen's Gardens and give it into a statue without taking a single piece of damage. If we get damaged by anything, or if we fast travel, the flower will break. The best way to do this is to travel anyway from the Grey Mourner's location to the Queen's Gardens and kill all the enemies you see along the way. When all the enemies are dead, do not sit on any benches or fast travel, that will reset the enemies. Just manually walk back to the Grey Mourner, accept the quest again, and then make your way back to the desired location that you want to go. This means that most of the deadlier enemies won't spawn, they won't get in your way. It'll just be the smaller enemies that you'll have to contend with, and that's going to make life way easier for us. So there are quite a few zones we have to navigate through, and even though there isn't many enemies around, a lot of the terrain is also lethal. After a couple of attempts, we do finally complete the quest, and as a reward, we finally get the last mask shard we need. This is going to give us our final piece of maximum health, and that is another achievement gotten one step closer to 100% in this game. Just because we have maximum health isn't going to do us a whole lot of favours when it comes to the future bosses we're going to have to fight. We're now going to enter the DLC, and we're going to activate the Grim Troop here. We're going to take on a quest here that Grim is going to give us. Grim is going to give us a charm that will summon this small little minion. He wants us to make this little minion stronger. And the best way to make it stronger is to fight special enemies that will now spawn around the map for us. It's called Grimchild. We have to equip the Grimchild as a charm, so we're just going to get rid of a couple of charms that we've been using, and we'll equip the Grimchild. It only uses up 2 charm notches, so it's not the end of the world. Grimchild will also fire out projectiles, so it's not totally useless. All we have to do is fight 3 of those small little flame charms. The Grimchild consumes the flame. Once we have 3 flames, we can go back to Grim and we can get some nice rewards. So that was number 2, and that was killed down a green path. Most of these areas we can access pretty quickly because they're very close to the fast travel stations. Once the 3rd mini-boss has been slain, we can go back to Dirtmouth, enter the Troopmaster's tent and have a quick chat with Grim. He will make our charm, Grimchild, much stronger, which is really nice for us. The stronger it is, the better. He will then send us out again to fight more mini-bosses. This time the mini-bosses pack a little more of a punch. Once we have those 3 mini-bosses dead, we finally get to fight Troopmaster Grim. This guy is one of the hardest bosses in the game, and if you think this version is hard, wait until you see me fight the dream version. That version is incredibly hard, and it took me, I'm not going to lie, about 15 attempts to beat his dream version. I managed to beat this guy on my 2nd attempt. I had experience before fighting this guy in previous playthroughs, but it's been many months since I actually took him on, so I was a bit rusty.
I also had to swap out my Nintendo Switch Pro controller for my PlayStation 4 controller because I kept getting disconnected. It was becoming very, very frustrating. The Pro controller is a very nice controller, but it just wasn't working out for me on Steam. This guy has a few abilities that we have to watch out for. He fires projectiles, roots come up from the ground, he will charge at us and then uppercut into the air, and fireballs will fall down. He will also conjure himself into a ball and fire loads of little projectiles at us from the left and right side, just as we see here. When he does this, if we're quick enough, we can get a good couple of spells launched into him for extra damage. That's more or less it. Once you become used to the fluidity of the fight, once you get used to the speed at which this guy will actually attack us, he becomes quite manageable and he actually becomes quite fun. It is a fun fight once you get used to all the mechanics. When we do beat this guy, he will reward us with an upgraded charm. He will upgrade the Grimchild yet again, and he will also give us a charm notch, which is really nice. He will send us back out into the world to find 3 more flames, and those mini-bosses are actually quite difficult. They do hit for 2 massive damage instead of 1, and they are found in the more harder to reach places that Hollow Nest has to offer. Once we have gotten those 3 flames, we can go back into the tent and we can fight the dream version of Grim. Now I'm going to show a good portion of this fight. It is an insanely hard fight. Nightmare King Grim is one of the hardest fights in the game, but we do need to beat this guy if we want to get to 100% completion. Now he does have a lot of new abilities. His attacks are very fast, very fluid. He will not let up. He will constantly attack us. Once he has finished one attack, he will go straight into the next. So you have to get really good at learning to dodge his attacks. Now we do have the Hive Blood charm equipped. So if he does land a hit and if we don't take damage for a long while, there is a chance that we can regenerate back to full health, which is really nice. This fight is basically a huge marathon of concentration. We can't let any of these abilities hit us if we just take so much damage. He also has an absolute ton of HP. This fight can go on for anywhere up to 10 or 15 minutes before he actually goes down. Now we could speed things up. There are windows of opportunity where we could probably get a few spells off, such as when he does this ability. We could hit him with the nail, or I could have used, the Howling Red's ability as well and done a really good spell uppercut on him. So this is more or less the whole fight. You've seen most of the movesets. I cut out some of the footage here now and I'll just show you the kind of end result. He does also fly up into his little ball and he will spawn tons of projectiles, just like he does in his original form, but these projectiles are a lot faster. But we managed to dodge them no problem at all. This is the perfect opportunity for an Abyss Shrek. That does immense damage. The more Abyss Shreks we can hit this guy with, the faster he's going to go down. The biggest challenge of this fight is actually keeping concentration for the duration the fight drags on for. Because he has so much HP, any sort of distraction could result in you losing a lot of health very quickly because his attacks are so ferocious. After multiple attempts, he finally goes down. We will get rewarded. Our charm, known as the Grimchild, will receive a final upgrade. It actually makes for not a bad travel companion. It acts the same way as the Weaverlings, except it just shoots out projectiles at enemies. That is one more achievement in the bag, and that is one of the hardest bosses in the game defeated. It's now time to go and fight the Hollow Knight. So we have all the Dreamers dead. We can now go in and finally take on the main boss of the game. The Hollow Knight is not the hardest boss, not by a long shot, but we do have to beat him in order to get access to the hardest boss the game has to offer. Now if you're not used to fighting the Hollow Knight, he can give a lot of problems. The fight is quite fluid. He does attack constantly. He doesn't give you a whole lot of time to heal up. Once all of the chains has been destroyed, we can now have at it. Let's see if we can defeat the Hollow Knight and unlock the first ending of the game. So he has some moves similar to Hornet, where he will beckon us to attack, he will do a parry. If we do attack him when that parry is active, he will counter-attack immediately. His dash ability is easy enough to dodge because we have the Shade Cloak. We can just dash through him no problem. And he has other attacks here like projectiles coming out. They're easy enough to dodge as well. We do get hit with one, but if we focus enough, it's simple enough to dodge. Once certain requirements have been met, when this guy gets into his final phase just before we kill him, we can tap into a special boss known as the Radiance. We will be fighting the Radiance to 100% the game,
But we can't fight the Radiants just yet. We still have to go to the horrendous, unforgiving White Palace and traverse that area, which we'll be doing very soon. For now, we're just going to beat the Hollow Knight and unlock the first ending of the game. As I said before, there are multiple endings, so we will get to see a few, which will be pretty fun. So once we have absorbed all of this plague, you guessed it, we become the new Hollow Knight. The only difference is it doesn't take 3 dreamers to put a seal on us, we just make our own seal, and this will hopefully contain the plague forever. So it's a really sad ending, but it's a worthy ending, because the main protagonist here, the new Hollow Knight, has saved Hollownest from a tragic fate. Now that all of the plague has been absorbed, the bugs won't go mad anymore, and maybe Hollownest can rebuild itself back into the beautiful kingdom it once was. We now get the credits. I'm just going to skip those, but more importantly, we're going to get the game completion statistics. At the moment, we have 105% of the game done. There's a few things left to do. The total playtime at the moment has been 12 hours 40 minutes. I can do better, but it's been a while since I played the game, so that's why it's taken me so long to get to this point. It's now time to go into the unforgiving White Palace. This is such a hard location. Before we can enter the White Palace, we have to do a little mini boss fight here. This guy isn't so bad. Compared to the other bosses we fought, this guy is literally just a walk in the park. He does have a boomerang ability that comes back, simple enough to dodge. Once he's dead, we get to enter the White Palace. Put simply, the White Palace offers the most challenging platform experience Hollow Knight can give. We will need every single one of our utilities to be able to complete this level. Now, I have done the White Palace a few times over many save files. I have some experience with it, but if you're coming in here for the very first time, expect to throw away at least one full day in real life of trying to get around some of these puzzles. They're absolutely crazy. Sometimes you need almost perfect timing to get through some of these gauntlets. It's basically gauntlet after gauntlet of very challenging platforming. As we can see here now, if we don't have the dash or the double jump or the crystal heart, there's not a hope we're getting across this. This area is meant for when you've gotten to the stage where you have all of the utility jumps unlocked in the game. Because we have the double jump and the dash and the shade cloak and everything else, we can do it without too much fuss. I also have the Hive Blood Charm equipped, so that when I do take damage, I can regenerate that damage if I stay still for long enough. The last thing I want is for all my health to get depleted and start me right back at the start. It would be such a massive waste of time. So my advice, do not come into this zone unless A, you're extremely confident in your ability that you can do this without the Hive Blood Charm, or B, get the Hive Blood Charm and then come in here. This area here is especially challenging. All of these jumps have to be almost perfectly timed. Any sort of miscalculation will result in our death, and we'll have to start at the very start of that particular gauntlet again. Here is another very difficult gauntlet where we have to use a crystal charge jump, but we have to stop the jump before we hit the wall because there's spikes on the other side. This is actually easier compared to most of the other stuff that we have to go through. Most of these attempts you see are successful attempts. Just so you know, I have failed most of these about 5, 6, maybe 10 times before I show the successful ones. So it may look like a simple platforming level when you're looking at the edited footage here, but it wasn't so simple when I was actually playing through it myself. This gauntlet took me about 40 minutes in real life to actually get through. It was extremely hard. I finally reached the final place of this White Palace, which is basically the king sitting on a throne. What we're going to get here is the second half of the charm fragment. When we combine it together, we get the King Soul. Now, we need to go to a bench, equip this King Soul, and we have to go back down to the Abyss and turn it into the Void Heart. And that will get us another achievement, because we need that to 100% the game. We can also then fight the Radiants, which would be pretty cool. So we're back down into the Abyss here now, and we're going to get a couple of cool cutscenes here. So this is like a giant shell. I don't know if this is the shell that we've come out of, but we get a cool cutscene where it shows the king walking away. That must be my brother or my sister just looking at me and then walking away, and I fall back down into the Abyss. Now, don't quote me on this, but my theory is that this Hollow Knight, this person that we're playing, our parents would have been the King and Queen of Hollownest. And we are now tasked with getting rid of the plague, restoring balance to Hollownest again. We get a cool cutscene here saying, "You are the Hollow Knight." That's pretty cool. And our King's Soul now turns into the Void Heart. Now, the Void Heart is automatically equipped to us as a charm, but it does not use up a charm notch. And all it does is make us impervious to void damage. There's a few things in the game that do void damage, so it's nice to have it. So I'm going to give the Fragile Strength charm to Divine here. She is an NPC that's in one of the DLC tents. She's going to eat that, but we have to give her 15,000 geo for her to turn it into an Unbreakable charm, because it's a Fragile charm at the moment. So she's just going to digest that, poop it out, and we're going to pick up the Unbreakable Strength. I don't bother turning the other charms into Unbreakable charms because I don't need to. Now, before we go and fight the Radiants, I do need to go back into the Colosseum, and I have to do the third round. And this is the last boss I have to fight now, and we'll be finished with the Colosseum. Beating this boss will unlock the achievement called the Fool. And that's all we get for doing this third round. We get lots of money, and we get an achievement. We don't get any other sort of special items. Now, this fight was actually finger-bitingly close. I had one piece of health left, there were still two bosses. Because of my extra powerful spell abilities, I do manage to beat that other mini-boss quickly enough, which just leaves the bigger fellow. Now, the bigger fella on his own isn't too bad. I did have the double jump, I had the shadow dash, so I was able to dodge most of the attacks he'd thrown out. Eventually, I do manage to kill him just by the skin of my teeth. Once he dies, we're more or less finished with the Colosseum of Fools. So this boss is known as the God Tamer, and when we do defeat him, that will be another entry added to our Hunter's Journal. It's important we fill up the Hunter's Journal. If you want to 100% this game, you need to fight every single enemy this game has to offer. Now, we're not finished with the Colosseum area just yet. There is a secret zone here with a secret boss that we will have to kill to get that Hunter's Journal upgraded. This is a secret boss. She's actually quite a fun fight, not too challenging. More of a frustrating fight than a challenging fight, because the moment she sees you, she'll run away and she'll drop traps on the ground. Sometimes the traps can be a bit hard to dodge. Best way to go about it is to come down into the zone with lots of soul and just throw spells at her until she's dead. We can also charge up our nail and try to get a dash strike in. After a few hits, she'll get packed in and we'll get another simple key. Because we now have all the charms, we can go back to Salubra and we can get Salubra's Blessing. The Blessing is extremely overpowered. Basically, anytime we sit on a bench, not only will our health get fully restored as per usual, but our soul will also be filled up to the top. This means fighting the super hard boss becomes a lot easier because we can go into most of those fights with full soul so that we can open up with tons of spells at the start of the fight and whittle down the boss's HP very quickly. Here's just a cutscene here of Salubra showering us with love and soul. So, it is now time for the deadly fight of this whole video. We are going to fight the Radiants. Let's have a quick look at our charm setup. I'm using a combination of the Shaman Stone for enhanced spell abilities along with the Quick Slash, because Quick Slash is super effective against the Radiants. He does kind of teleport around the map. Before we can get to the Radiants, we have to fight the Hollow Knight again. Just going to skip to the final scene here with the Hollow Knight. This time, Hornet will dive on in and she will stun the Hollow Knight for a few seconds, giving us time to hit the Hollow Knight with the Dream Nail. This will take us into a super boss battle. This is going to be a fight with the Radiants, one of the hardest bosses in the game. And this fight is extremely hard. It took me a lot of attempts to kill the Radiants, I'm not going to lie. It took me about 10 attempts to actually pack this guy in. Such a hard fight. I'm just going to show the successful attempt. I would advise not even looking in the direction of this fight unless you have all mask upgrades, all of the soul vessels, and a very good array of charms at your disposal. Once the fight starts, I am going to hammer this guy with 3 Abyss Shrieks. Anytime I get the opportunity, I will hit him with more Abyss Shrieks for maximum damage. We do need our Shade Soul ability to dodge most of the attacks he throws at us. Those nails falling down from the sky are absolutely lethal. Any attack that this boss will hit us with will do 2 masks of damage instead of 1. So we need to make sure we dodge almost every attack that we can. Those projectiles are homing, and it does take quite the maneuverability to actually get around them. Once we have enough damage dealt, the boss will spam these nails until
we bring him into the second phase. The second phase will now start, but this time we won't have the luxury of the ground. We have to jump up onto the platforms and avoid the same streak of deadly attacks. But we do have the quick slash charm, so after a few abyss streaks, I do manage to hit him with the nail here a lot, bringing us straight into the third phase. I was very lucky he decided to use the laser beam attack there at the start, because it allowed me to get in a lot of strikes. This is the final phase of the fight. Now normally the second phase doesn't last much longer. I was just lucky because he stood still for a while at the very start, and I got in enough damage with the nail. This phase is simple enough. He just fires laser beams at us, just one laser beam. We just have to dodge it, jump onto the platforms. Once we get high enough, we will be able to target his head and deliver the final few strikes where we get to see the true ending of the game. Now I just want to point out that there is another DLC called God Home. That DLC is not included in this video because I just don't have it. But if you do enjoy me playing games like this and you really want to see the God Home, let me know in the comments and I can make another video doing all of the God Home fights. So this is a very, very satisfying scene where we get to strike the Radiance down and save Hollownest from the plague. We do get an alternative ending here, which is pretty cool. Now, the ending is a bit sad, and the one thing I don't like about this game is that all of the Hollow Knight endings are a bit sad. Maybe the God Home one is a bit better, but this one is very depressing indeed. We do save Hollownest from the plague, but we don't come out of it unscathed ourselves. We actually come out of it in pieces. Hollow Knight is hands down one of my favourite games. I know when you look at my YouTube channel you see all the Stardew Valley videos, but Hollow Knight will always have a special place in my heart. I've lost count the amount of times I've started a new file on this game and have, played through over and over and over again. It's just such a fun game. So here we have the final scene. Hornet comes to her senses, and this basically sets up the sequel of Hollow Knight, which is called Hollow Knight Silksong. And I'm really hoping that game releases this year or next year. I don't know when it's going to release, but I hope when Silksong does come out, we will see a happier ending, and maybe, just maybe, we will see a much happier outcome for our little protagonist, the Hollow Knight from this game. I know he's in pieces at the moment, but that might change. There is a reason Hornet wants to go on her journey, so we just have to wait and find out. I just want to take this opportunity to thank all of my channel members for your continued support. Thank you so much, everyone. For those of you who have made it this far in the video, please leave a comment and let me know what you thought of it. So we have 107% complete, 14 hours, 38 minutes and 20 seconds to make it this far. We're now going to visit our good old friend the Grubfather, but look us what happened. He's after eating all the grubs. Look how happy he is. He's just so happy. He must be the happiest grub in Hollownest. Honestly, I don't know how he got all those grubs into him, but he pulled it off. Make sure to like and subscribe. Before I leave you, I'm going to show you some bonus footage of the new Hollow Knight. Well, it's not new, but it's the most recent Hollow Knight DLC of me fighting the Pure Vessel. And the reason why I'm showing this is because I just want to show you how difficult bosses can actually get. This is just my personal opinion, but I think that this boss is the hardest boss in the game. It's the most fluid fight in the game. He literally does not give you a second to breathe. So if you want to see more content like this, please let me know in the comments and I will add on the God Home DLC to my completionist run to make one big mega video. The main reason I haven't added it yet is because I haven't completed it yet. I still have to do the Pantheon of Hollownest and fight the true Radiance, and that is going to be an experience to say the least. It took me about, I'm not going to lie, 50 attempts to actually properly beat this boss. I had to practice the fight using the the God Home statues, and I had to practice it over and over again until I could consistently beat this fight. I can consistently beat this fight, but occasionally I will die depending on how focused I am and what combination of attacks he decides to use. You're only given literally less than a second to respond to each attack that this boss will throw at you. He's just so fast, so aggressive. His attacks are very well telegraphed. But I mean, one attack will hit you for 2 pieces of masks and not one. It's just a very difficult fight. But once you get used to the fight, just like the Nightmare King Grip, it becomes a fun fight. And I actually had a lot of fun learning the fight, mastering the fight, and eventually overcoming the fight. Thanks again everyone for watching. See you soon.
Are you looking for a new cozy game that won't take forever to complete? Then A Short Hike is a game for you. You will complete quests, play sports, complete races, do some fishing, and of course, hike to the top of Hawk's Peak. I 100% completed A Short Hike. Before we get into the game, please subscribe and like the video for more 100% videos. Let's get into it. We start off in this cabin by the sea, and we're going to head on over here to Ranger May for a chat. She gives us a few instructions on how to play. She then informs us that the reason that we haven't gotten any calls is because there's no reception down here on the beach, and we need to go to the top of Hawk's Peak to make a very important phone call. That's the main goal of this game, is to hike to the very top of Hawk's Peak. But it's not as straightforward as it may seem. We're going to encounter loads of different NPCs who may have small quests for us to complete for them. Like this girl here on the beach. She's looking for me to find her 15 shells in total. Now those shells are scattered all over the map, so it's going to be quite the adventure to pick all those shells up and locate them. Once we're done with the dialogue, we can see that there's a shell here right at the edge of the water, so we're going to pick that up. Just a bit further down, I run into a friendly lifeguard who gives me a compass. On the beach, I also find a chest. Inside, I find just a small bit of money. Next thing, I'm going to talk to this frog here, try to convince him to give me his shovel. I'm going to tell the frog that smaller shovels exist and they'll be much better for building sandcastles. But the frog tells me that if I can find a smaller one, he'll trade me his big shovel. The one that he has is just too big for building sandcastles. However, it would be perfect to dig holes with and find treasure. As I continue on down to the beach here, I run into a few rock climbers. They asked me if I wanted to join the rock climbing club, which consists of 2 members. This fact seems to upset the squirrel climbing the big tower. The squirrel claims that they have hundreds of members spanning over 35 countries. Despite that though, I decided to join the club, and in return, the rhino says he would teach me how to climb. He tells me I need a golden feather, which I can get from the visitor centre. I'm going to head on over to the visitor centre here now and purchase my first golden feather. The more golden feathers that we have, the longer we will be able to climb and fly all around the map. I'm now going to head back. I'm going to let the rhino know that I now have the golden feather and I'm ready to learn how to climb. He tells me how to do it, and I climb up the first tower pretty easily, and then I'm going to head on over and tackle the bigger tower. According to the little squirrel, the big tower is only for real pros, but to be honest it doesn't look too challenging to me. I head back down to the rhino who tells me that I need to jump from the small tower to get to the top of the big tower. This seems pretty straightforward. I climb back up the small tower and jump across to the big tower, and before I know it, I'm at the top. The rhino also lets me know that with golden feathers I can also fly places, but it will use up more stamina than climbing. I now have the ability to climb walls, so it's time to move on and continue my journey to Hawk Peak. Just around the corner I spot something glimmering on the top of the rock. As I approach it, I realise that it is a second golden feather. I'm going to pick that up and my stamina will now last a little bit longer. Over here by the water I find my second shell, so I'm going to pick that up and carry on. And as I follow the trail, I spot a pink plastic toy shovel, along with another shell. This will do perfect for the frog back on the beach. Surely the frog will trade me for my small little shovel for his big one. Now that the frog has given me the big shovel, I'll be able to dig up spots to reveal treasure. I'm going to head on back over to where I've seen the dig spots, and from this I get some gold, which is nice. On the edge of the cliff here I come across an artist, but I also spotted a little chest behind a tree. I open the chest and I take the coins from inside it. I'm going to head on down to the artist. I'm going to have a chat with him. He says he's painting an abstract version of the coastline, and he tells me he's going to go on ahead now to the lighthouse soon. Maybe he'll be there when I stumble across it. I am quite sure that the lighthouse is not very far from here. After finding another dig spot, I can now afford another golden feather from the visitor centre. I'm going to head on down now and purchase another golden feather for 50 gold. This will be our third golden feather so far, and the last golden feather we can buy at the visitor centre. We'll have to find the others somewhere else. I'm then going to head back towards the frog on the beach, and it looks like he made very good use of that shovel that I traded him. And would you look, on top of one of the sandcastles, it's another golden feather. At this point, I decide to start heading up the mountain to try to reach Hawk's Peak. As I climbed up the mountain, I came across another little chest, and just past that, another golden feather in the bag for us. With another golden feather in the bag, I decided to cross the river, and as I do, I come across the artist again. The artist asks me what I think of his painting, and I told the artist that I thought the painting was really good, and it seems to be better than that of real life. He must be one really talented artist. The artist then tells me that he is going to follow the river up to find its source. Maybe we will cross paths again on my adventure up the mountain to reach Hawk's Peak. Just off the fork of the road here, I found yet another chest. Inside, there was a golden feather, very nice indeed. I decide to try and fly over onto the top of the lighthouse. This is an ideal place to find some goodies, and I'm right. At the top, I find a chest with another golden feather. I'm now going to head on over to a small island I spotted in the distance. I decided to try and climb to the top of the mountains, as there's surely something worthwhile at the top. I can just about make it up with the golden feathers that I have currently. When I reached the top, I received a silver feather. I'm not quite sure what the silver feather does, as it didn't add anything to my total feather count, but I'm sure we're going to find out eventually. Back from my little detour now, I start heading towards Hawk Peak again, and as I do, I find a steep cliff with a tough kid standing beside it. I decided to have a chat with him, and he tells me that he can sell me golden feathers for 100 coins per feather. This is double what we were getting them in the visitor centre for. But he was thinking ahead, and he brought all of the golden feathers from the visitor centre. This means I had no choice but to buy all of the golden feathers from this little duck. This brings me to a total of 8 feathers in total, which is not too bad for the moment. Once we were finished dealing with that tug kid, I ended up taking yet another detour. This happened on many occasions, as there's always something interesting that would catch your eye. This time, it was what looked like a tennis court. I couldn't help myself but head on over. The guy here tells me that he's going to play beach stick ball. So I head on over and pick up this stick to have a game. My first goal is to volley the ball 10 times in total. This is pretty straightforward. And I got it on my first attempt. As a reward, I got another golden feather. Next, the goal was to reach 30 points. Now, this was not as easy as getting 10. Eventually, I developed a strategy where I looked at the shadow the ball was casting, rather than looking at the ball itself. This made it much easier, and after a few minutes, I hit a max of 35 hits. As I received over 30 points, I got a special reward. It was a baseball cap, and I also got the first trophy of the game. There are a total of 12 trophies in this game, and I'm going to collect them all. I decided to keep travelling down the coastline to see if there was anything interesting before heading back on my mission to get to Hawk Peak. After a few minutes, I came across a little hut where I could rent a speedboat for 100 coins. A trip out on the open water seems like good fun, so I asked the guy if the speedboat is available to be booked today. He tells me it's free. 100 coins seems like a lot, but since I had the money, I decided to take it for the spin, and I received the motorboat key, and I also received a boating manual. Now this gives instructions on how to operate the boat. I'm going to head over now and find a kid lying in the dirt. He says he's bored to death and all he wants to do is go for a ride in the motorboat. His father, however, says he's too young to go alone. To be fair to the kid, it does seem to be pretty boring here for the child. He is here stuck on this little island with no other kids or any real activities to keep him occupied. He also doesn't seem too interested in helping his dad out either. Maybe if business was a bit busier, then he'd be given loads of jobs to do. According to him, his dad is the worst dad ever because he wants to keep him safe. I think I'm on the dad's side there though. He does look a little bit too small to bring the boat out on his own. Be nice. I asked him, does he want to come with me for the ride? And he is over the moon with the suggestion. Before I know it, he hops right into the front of the boat, waiting patiently for me so we can begin our adventure. We jump onto the boat and off we go. We head off into the open water and push the boat as fast as it'll go. The kid is super excited with how fast we were able to get the boat to go. The kid says his dad never let him go that fast. Then he informs me that he has set up a little challenge for us, and do we want to have a go? I said why not? And we head on over to start the challenge. We head off on our challenge and we try to go as fast as we can. He says we have 2 minutes to finish the course. We have to pass through each of the checkpoints in the correct order. We swerve here through a very narrow gap, and right up ahead is a ramp. We floor it towards the ramp, we get some crazy airtime. But after we land, we realised that it has damaged the boat. We try to start the engine and the boat starts making some really strange noises. The engine is not starting for us. I try again and luckily this time the boat starts. With the boat damaged, the little kid starts to really worry that his dad is going to be upset with him. He is also afraid that the boat is going to sink with us on it. I reassure him that there's no way the boat is going to sink and it just needs to be fixed. He then thinks the boat is going to explode. This kid does seem to have a very active imagination. And the big reason for this is because there's something in the motor that doesn't sound right. So we decided to go and head back in towards the shore so we're not stranded out here in the open waters. We go and search for someone who'd be able to repair the boat, and luckily we came across another boat with a captain. I tell the captain all about the weird noises our boat is making, and he says boats make all kinds of noises. He agrees to help us out and he will have a look to see what the problem is. Once the captain has fixed our boat, it's time to set off once again. With the boat fixed, me and the kid are going to jump straight back on. But guess what? The kid wants us to attempt his challenge again, but this time without the use of the ramp. We say yes, and off we go. But he does tell us this time that there will be an extra rule. With the new challenge, we cannot hit any rocks or he will penalise us by adding in an additional 10 seconds to our time. That sounds fair, as we have only just got the boat repaired. We do not want to have to go back to the captain and ask him to fix it again, because we were messing around. Luckily this time, there was no ramp in the water, so there's no chance of a repeat of what will happen earlier. Unfortunately, on my first attempt, I did hit a rock at the very end and I was penalised for 10 seconds. I finished the race in just over 1 minute. As a reward, the kid gave me another golden feather, which was really nice. We are now up to 10 golden feathers, which gives us another trophy. However, our completion time was not good enough to get the trophy for the boat race, so we had to give it another go. This time we managed to complete in under 45 seconds, which is really good. We didn't hit a single rock, which gives us not a scratch trophy. I'm back out exploring again and I find another golden feather here on the side of a cliff. From my experiences so far, golden feathers seem to be most commonly found in hard to reach places. This seems to be a trend, as a few minutes later I find another golden feather on the side of another cliff. I came across this little lake where I found a bucket. I'm going to fill the bucket up with water and I'm able to water this sprout. When I do, it turns into a giant flower. Now this isn't just any ordinary flower. We can use this flower to spring to new heights. It's going to send me straight into the sky here. Now that I have a bucket, I will be able to water all of the sprouts around the island. This will make reaching Hog Peak far easier. The only thing about the bucket is that when it's full with water, you can't fly or climb as the bucket's too heavy, but you can still glide. Up here in the snowy area, I spotted another sprout. I'm going to use the water from the hot spring and water the sprout. At this stage, we are nearly to the top of Hog Peak, so I decided to keep on heading up towards the top. I start off here in a little hot spring. When you're up high and it's cold, your feathers begin to freeze. This means they will not regenerate if you land. The hot spring will allow you to be able to use your frozen feathers again. I fly on over and begin to climb the wall, and once I reach the top, I unfreeze myself and we have finally made it. There is such a fantastic view here at the top. It was definitely worth the hike up. Now all I can do is sit back and take it all in. It truly is a magnificent view. After a minute or two, we remember the reason we hiked up here in the first place. Cell phone reception. Hello? Hi Claire. Mum! I'm so glad to hear from you. I've been waiting all day to hear from you. I've been worried. Ah, honey. I told you I'd be fine. Yeah, but you always say that, and I always am. Anyway, how have you been? Well, I'm at the top of Hog Peak right now. Ooh. Whoa, I love it up there. May and I used to go up every summer together. It's about time you made it up. Yeah, I know. You're so big now. My little girl's leaving the nest. You won't have any need for little old mum. But I do need you. I'll never not need you. When I heard about the surgery. How come you never told me this was a thing? I didn't want you to worry, but I know you get worked up about things. I could have been there for you. You're all alone there now. Really, it was nothing. Everything was fine. I'm just glad you're okay. I love you. Mum. I love you too. Wait. Something's happening. Was that the famous Hog Peak updraft? Oh, looks like it. You should catch a ride on it now. Before it fizzles out. I wanna, but I'm kinda nervous. Claire, you can do it. I'll come visit you soon, okay? Also, don't forget to say hi to Aunt May for me. She's probably waiting for you back at the cottage. Bye. Love you. Love you too, Mum. After a lovely call with our mother, an updraft has appeared at the top of Hog Peak. This can be used to give you extra flight to fly anywhere from Hog Peak. Even though we've reached the top of our adventure, it is far from over. We still have a few additional trophies we need to obtain. First, we're going to head back over to this tough kid and we're going to buy another 2 golden feathers from him. We don't quite have enough to buy a third, so we'll have to go and collect just 19 more coins, and we should be able to afford our third one then. This will bring us to a total of 15 golden feathers, and I think there's about 20 golden feathers we need to unlock another trophy, so we're not too far off from obtaining all of them. I find another one here at the top of this tower. Once I obtain this golden feather, I start to explore more of the island to try to find all of the missing collectibles. During my current flight, I spotted another shell just down on the beach there. So I'm going to swoop straight down, pick that up, And just after taking off, I spotted yet another shell. So we now just have one more to go, and we will be able to return all of them to the girl on the beach. It was time for more exploration, and on the edge of another cliff here, we receive our 17th golden feather. And as we continue up the side of the cliff, we come to a little tower where once again, we encounter the artist. There's another little chest here as well, with our 18th golden feather inside. There's 2 more to go, and we should have all of the golden feathers we need. We head on over to talk to the artist. We are very impressed with his latest work, but he's not really happy as Outlook Point has been painted to death. We then reassure him that he has an absolute awesome art style. He tells us he's heading to the visitor centre, so we're going to follow him down, and on our way we spotted another sprout that needs watering. After watering the sprout, we talked with the artist for the last time. This time he's painting a portrait of Ranger John. We are seriously impressed with the painting. He has a talent for painting portraits. At the end of our conversation, he will give us our 19th golden feather. Using our golden feathers, we can soar through the sky and head back towards our cabin. Here on the beach, we find another sprout that we need to water. It's just here beside the bridge. I'm going to jump into the water and fill up my bucket. I'm going to use the bucket of water to water the sprout. There's going to be a lot more of these, so I need to keep my eyes open. And we're also going to have a chat with the girl looking for shells. Maybe now she will tell us why she wanted them. But no, she wants to keep it a secret. She does, however, have another job for us. I'd say, take the job, and she gives me a shell necklace. So this is where all of our shells went. She wants us to deliver it to Ranger May. So we're going to head back to the cabin, and we're going to find Ranger May sitting by the campfire. I hand over the shell necklace, and I tell Ranger May it's from Jen. Ranger May seems to be delighted with the necklace that we just gave her. I don't have the heart to tell Ranger May that it was me that had to go round and collect all of the shells to make the necklace. However, Ranger May gives us our last golden feather, giving us 20 overall. It's now time to complete some of the parkour races. We meet this bird who tells us that he wants to race, but if we want to participate, we will need to find a pair of running shoes. Now, in my defiance, I decided to give the race a go without obtaining the shoes, and I can always try locate them later if I'm having trouble completing the race. For the first race, we were restricted to using only 9 golden feathers, so we can't just fly straight to the top of Hog Peak. I can still use a few shortcuts by climbing up the sides of the cliff. Even after this, the other bird is right on my tail. Luckily, I have the flowers available to give me a boost up the mountain. And this is the trickiest part of the race. To try stay ahead, I have to climb the cliff here, but as I do, the camera turns, and if I'm not careful to stay to the left hand side, I will let go and fly back down to the bottom. This actually happened to me 2 or 3 times, causing me to lose the race at the very last moment. If you stick to the left hand side, the camera turning shouldn't knock you off the wall. Once you reach the top, we just need to fly up to the peak, and that's our first race won. All we have to do now is wait for the other birds to reach the peak. And once they do, they're amazed that we won the race, and we are rewarded with a medal. After the race, I head on down to Meteor Lake. At the lake, I found a guy sitting here on the bridge fishing. What is a cozy game without a bit of fishing, right? I'm going to have a chat with this NPC, and he gives me a fishing rod. I know it's time to fish. I sit down beside him and cast my rod into the water. Soon enough, I get a bite. I reel in the fish and I manage to catch a big northern pike. I'm glad fishing is quite simple in this game. Next, I decide to spend some time trying to water as many sprouts as possible as I find them. There's a total of 27 sprouts located around the island. To achieve the rarest achievement in this game, we need to water all 27 sprouts. I spent a lot of time trying to locate all of the sprouts. I eventually lost count of how many I watered, but I'm definitely missing just 1 or 2. I'm not going to worry about it though. I know I'll find them while I'm off doing my adventures. I'm sure the ones I've missed are going to be in an obvious place. Up in the mountain area, I run into a fox who says he's struggling to reach the top of Hog Peak. I offer to lend him 6 of my golden feathers so that he is able to climb to the top. As I've still got 14 golden feathers, I'm going to take a short cut up the side of the cliff. After a few moments, the fox manages to make it to the top of Hog Peak. He is so grateful to us for giving him 6 of our golden feathers, he offers to take a picture of us. We strike a pose and unlock the achievement Photo Friends. And of course, he also returns our 6 golden feathers that we still desperately need. It's back down the mountain again and it's time to take part in the second parkour race. This one is way shorter than the previous one and all we need to do is reach the lighthouse first. This time we can only use 3 of our golden feathers. However, this one was quite easy as I completed it on my first attempt. After the race, it's time to do what I've been putting off, fishing. While the fishing in this game is quite easy, I'm still a little rattled from the fishing in Traveler's Rest. If you haven't seen that video, definitely check it out. It was a very good game, and you'll definitely enjoy it if you're a fan of Stardew Valley. Back to this game though. I'm now going to spend enormous amounts of time trying to catch all of the fish that can be caught in this game. Here on the beach, I caught a big spotted brook trout, followed by a common carp. I went back to the captain to sell him all of the fish I've gotten so far. Any fish I catch multiples of, he won't give me money for, but he will give me bait for the fish. As you can see here, trying to catch the rare fish, I caught a lot of common carps. For each of these, I'll be rewarded 1 bait, which will help me catch rare fish. While looking for lakes to fish at, I came across another guy who was camping in the woods. He tells me he lost his favourite watch and it's very sentimental to him. I better keep an eye out to see if I can bring it back to him. After more time fishing, I'm back at the captain to sell all of my fish I've caught so far. You can catch different variations of the same fish, but he will only give you money for the first one. I think if you catch the big version of a fish, he will give you 2 bait. After trading away all of my fish, I go to my fish journal, and I only have 3 fish remaining to catch. Very exciting indeed. The first of these is a pumpkin seed fish that I caught in this little lake here. I also caught an albino crayfish, and the last fish I needed to catch was the burbot, which can be found in fast running water. Now it is time to take part in our 3rd and final parkour race. This time we're limited to only 5 golden feathers. All we need to do for this one is try and stay close to the mountain and head left around it. Once we pass the waterfall, we were able to climb off the cliff and find the abandoned building. All we need to do now is climb to the top of the building, try not to fall off like I just did, and touch the pole at the top. Only after finishing the race that I spotted the flower that could have saved me time. It would have sprung me up to the top of the building. It doesn't matter though, I still won the race, rewarding us the Parkour Master Trophy. After my little detour to complete the race, I'm going to head on down to the captain on the boat. I give him the last 3 fish that I collected. Once this was done, we have now completed our fishing journal and he rewards us with a golden rod. The golden rod makes much rarer fish easier to catch. At this stage, we have nearly all of the trophies collected. There's just a few outstanding. Just to collect all the feathers, now we have all 20 golden feathers, but we only have 1 of 2 silver feathers. We talk to the tough kid again and he tells us he's looking for money for his tuition to college. He's looking for 400 gold to pay it off. If we want to 100% this game, we will absolutely have to give this NPC 400 gold in total. And we do just that. We had 685 gold to spare, so we're going to hand over 400, and as a reward, we are going to get another very important item that we need to accumulate even more trophies. The wristwatch. He was going to sell the wristwatch online, but because we've been so helpful, he gave it to us instead. This has to be the wristwatch that the camper lost. We did promise to return it to him, so that's what we're going to do right now. I'm going to fly back down into the woods here and return the lost watch. As a reward for finding the watch, the camper gave us our last silver feather. This means we've collected all of the feathers in the game, giving us one of the remaining trophies. I decide the next trophy I'm going to try to get is the one for watering all of the sprouts. I just have one left that I missed at Meteor Lake. Once I water it, I receive the green thumb trophy. At this stage, we've only got 2 trophies left to get. Both of these are pretty easy, which is why I left them to last. Bit of a treat. The first trophy is to eat a slice of toast. To do this, we head on back over to the visitor centre. If we look here on the notice board, it tells us the history of jam on toast, and that it is tradition to eat it at Hawk's Peak, and you need to join them at 5 PM to enjoy the dish. We head on over to talk to the ranger, who tells us he's out of strawberry jam, but he does give us a slice of toast. The thing about this trophy is it has to be 5 PM in real time to activate the quest. Once we received the toast, we're going to now eat it. Go to our inventory, select the toast and eat it. This awards us the crispy trophy. After a very long and eventful day, it's time to get our last trophy. And this one is to simply return to our cabin and go for the nap. And there you have it. We have now completed 100% of a short hike. This was a nice and relaxing game, and it was a nice change from the likes of Stardew Valley and other games like that. If there's any other games you'd like me to 100%, leave them down in the comments below. Thanks so much for watching, everyone, and I'll see you in the next one. A huge thanks to all of my channel members. Thanks so much for supporting me, everyone. So you have made it to the end of the compilation. Thanks a million for taking the time to watch this video. More 100% videos will be taken on board this channel over the next couple of months. We are going to 100% Stardew Valley. We are going to try to 100% Infinity Nikki. We're even going to go back to the games I grew up with. We're going to look at Banjo-Kazooie and Banjo-Tooie and attempt to 100% those as well, along with a huge list of other games. Some new, some old, but I hope you enjoy them. Thanks again for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. For now, stay cozy, and I'll see you soon.